Chapter 640. Amidst the holy pillar of light, the burl, flesh, and blood rapidly disintegrated after losing the external support, like snow that had encountered a red-hot metal ball. Amidst an indescribable sizzling sound, Cynthia's face scrunched up as though she was in extreme pain. She turned left and right with great difficulty, looking up and down as her expression gradually turned horrified and confused, as though she had finally realized that something wasn't right with her. "Admiral." Her voice trembled as she looked ahead in fear and despair, but all she saw was an unfamiliar face. Klein could have used Cynthia's remnant flesh and spirit body to feed creeping hunger, but at that moment, all he did was sigh and say calmly, "Don't come into contact with strange items or religions in the future." From his point of view, Cynthia's current state was either a result of a cult or a dangerous item that had formed a connection with an existence that couldn't be looked at directly. That was why she responded in such a manner. Cynthia vaguely understood something as she, who was only left with a head and some flesh, suddenly cried. "It's the mother tree of desire. It's the heavenly body sect. Admiral, Admiral, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Mother tree of desire. Heavenly body sect. This isn't within my knowledge of mysticism." Klein's expression didn't change as he looked pitifully at Cynthia, who was on the verge of breaking down and pleading for help. He opened his arms again and said in a deep voice, "Death isn't the end. You will receive salvation by the side of the deities." Another bright and pure pillar of light fell, and Cynthia's beautiful face, which was covered in tears and snot, was completely frozen. Her eyes were filled with despair, but there was still some hope for heaven after death. Under the sun's illumination, her head and remains melted and vanished at a discernible speed, obtaining the final purification. Klein watched this scene seemingly calmly as his expression and actions didn't change for a long time. After everything calmed down, the corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a bitter chuckle. What a crazy and chaotic world. The experience from before prevented him from directly channeling her spirit. The many oddities of the matter made him give up on the idea of bringing Cynthia's spirit body above the grey fog to interrogate. And with the evilness unable to be dispelled and the corrosion worsening, all he could do was choose to purify Cynthia in time. After all, this was a world with a true God. Perhaps there was a heaven after death. As for the backlash from creeping hunger, Klein wasn't worried for the time being. After spending so much time with it, this mystical item that had been sealed to a certain extent had become more and more compatible with him. He didn't need to feed it immediately after using it once. It had returned to its original state. Once activated, it would only eat once every 24 hours, regardless of how many times it was used. Of course, there was no need for it to eat on the day it wasn't used. Therefore, Klein still had plenty of time to search for food for creeping hunger without harming the innocent. If it really doesn't work, I can throw it above the grey fog. Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the members of the general's guards, as well as the male and female attendants in the room, had escaped the influence of the magnified desires. They had fainted, and this included the maidservant who had grabbed her companion's throat at the door in a bid to obtain praise and recognition, as well as the blonde secretary, Luan. Indeed, only by resolving the root of the problem can the matter come to a complete end. According to Admiral Amirius's description, Luan is at least a sequence 6 beyonder, suspected to be a baron of corruption. He might even have secretly reached sequence 5. For him to be so easily controlled by the magnified desires, it means that the power that descended through Cynthia is of an extremely high quality. But why did I only have a wet dream? Excluding mystical items, Luan and I should be on the same level. Is it because the grey fog's powers intertwining with reality provided help? Is it because of the restrictions of Admiral Amirius's temporary contract? Or could it be a combination of both factors? Yes, if not for them, as Cynthia's main target, my desires in that aspect would definitely be magnified to the extreme. This wouldn't just be a beautiful dream. Klein habitually reached out his right hand to touch his face, changing back into Amirius Revelt's appearance. As the others weren't in danger for the time being, he carefully observed the room as his spiritual perception was triggered. Taking a few steps forward, Klein came to the spot where Cynthia had vanished. He bent down to pick up a necklace from the pile of torn clothes on the bed. The necklace had a pendant the size of a knuckle. It was completely black and shaped like a miniature rhinoceros horn. Its surface was extremely dim and covered in cracks. Apart from giving off a sinister vibe, it didn't have any spiritual luster. This is the dangerous item that caused Cynthia's mutation. As it has already connected to that existence that can't be looked at directly, it has completed its mission and injected all its powers into Cynthia's body. Klein made a preliminary guess based on the pendant's situation and his previous experiences. After checking for a while, he didn't find anything else. Hence, he pulled out a paper figurine and cleaned up the traces at the scene. He also removed the restrictions of the charm before walking to Secretary Luan, who had traces of corrosion left after being temporarily devoured by the flower. He raised his knee and kicked him a few times. With Amirius's character, it's unlikely he would squat down and shake his secretary awake. That fellow's arrogant attitude from before is really annoying. I really want to beat him up. Klein stopped as he watched Luan slowly wake up with a solemn expression. Your Excellency. Luan was momentarily confused as though he couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. As a superior, there's no obligation to explain. Klein looked down at him and said in a deep voice, Wake up all the lightly injured here. Wake up all the lightly injured here. A portion of you will treat the remaining people. A portion of you will immediately investigate the Naturism sect on Oravi Island. They worship an evil god known as the Mother Tree of Desire. Yes. Start investigating the people around Cynthia. I'll be waiting for the report in the study. With that said, he held the cracked miniature rhinoceros horn pendant and turned to walk out of the master bedroom's door, entering the silent study that wasn't affected. As an important figure in the military, although he was helpless when facing the kingdom's upper echelons, he had to selectively ignore certain matters. For example, the telegram to dismiss Aston as Governor-General only for the new Governor-General to arrive. This meant that the new Governor-General had set off a long time in advance. And as the highest commander of the Central Sonia Navy, Amirius Revelt hadn't received any news at all. However, on Oravi Island, he still had absolute authority when facing Luan's secretary, the local police, and the members of the naval base. There was no need for him to investigate on his own, as he had plenty of manpower to do so. A demigod only needed to be wary of any accidents and wait for news. There was no need for him to rush about. Inside the study, Klein listened to the chaotic footsteps and horrified screams, questions, and conversations outside. He couldn't help but recall the resplendent starry sky and the star that bloomed with bright light. What does this symbolize? Klein frowned as he sat on the chair behind the desk, his figure immersed in the darkness brought about by the curtains. He quickly made a connection. Due to the myths and legends of the City of Silver and Emlyn White's description of the Sanguine, he confirmed that the moon pathway had the authority to reproduce. This matched Cynthia's intentions and actions. A resplendent starry sky. Mr. Dorr told Roselle the Great that the goddess's corresponding tarot card is star and not moon. Could this illusory starry sky be a symbol of her? The primordial moon is suspected to be a particular deity, angel, or high-level devil. As for the goddess, she has the honorific name of Crimson Moon. Could it be that she is impersonating the primordial moon and occupying the corresponding spot, allowing her to grasp the necessary authority? Although Klein knew that such thoughts were blasphemous, he couldn't help but suspect the Evernite goddess. However, he quickly rejected this guess. This was because be it the vampire ancestor, Lilith, or the primordial moon, what they showed was purely reproduce. They didn't involve hunger, arrogance, or the desire for recognition. This was contradictory to the previous victims, and the other honorific titles of the Evernite goddess didn't include the corresponding domains. This does match the characteristics of the devil pathway. A desire apostle is an expert in such matters. Could it be that the one replacing the primordial moon is really a high-level devil, or even the devil king who calls himself the dark side of the universe, Sequence Zero Abyss? This is very likely, but the problem is that this shouldn't be an illusory starry sky and bright stars. Be it the moon or the abyss, they have nothing to do with such symbols. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this guess. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly thought of a concept. It was a concept that often appeared as important content in his knowledge of mysticism, but it had never been described or explained in detail. That was the astral world. Apart from a small number of organizations like the Life School of Thought who believed in the knowledge of the absolute rational world, in most mysticism, the world was made up of reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. There was no need to mention reality. The knowledge of the spirit world was the foundation of many ritualistic magic and beyonder powers. Only the astral world was basically a blank in Klein's knowledge. So, the illusory starry sky represents the astral world, and the bright stars are a certain existence in the astral world. I've always suspected that the astral world is the residence of a true deity. Then, it's not impossible for this symbolic scene to represent the primordial moon. Klein didn't think too much about it. As he recalled the details from the past few days, he waited for the results of his subordinates' investigations. As time ticked by, Klein finally heard familiar footsteps approaching the stairs. The blonde secretary, Luan, knocked on the door and entered. He lowered his head and calmly reported, "Your Excellency, we've found the Naturism sect and captured their leader. This is a clue provided by Miss Cynthia's parents. This sect has been rather active in Oravi in recent years. They don't wear clothes, return to nature, and indulge their natural instincts. They believe that humans can achieve the liberation of their spirituality in such a state. Reproduction is a byproduct of this philosophy." After a pause, Luan added, "Their leader is a beyonder, a sequence 8 lunatic. Their leader is a beyonder, a sequence 8 lunatic. A lunatic of the prisoner pathway? A lunatic of the prisoner pathway? It's related to Rose School? Yes, there are two factions within the Rose School of Thought, temperance and indulgence. The latter's philosophy matches the present situation rather well." Klein was alarmed, but he maintained his composure. "Bring him over." Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 641. The leader of the Naturism sect was called Flight Ken. He was a man in his 30s with a brown beard on his thin face and a sinister green tattoo on his neck. When he was brought to Klein by Luan, he was extremely dispirited, as if he had suffered severe mental torture. "Your Excellency," in the process of being captured, he repeatedly exchanged his rationality for strength. He's already on the brink of a mental breakdown. The blonde secretary, Luan, didn't care if Admiral Amirius could tell the exact details as he reported the matter. That's perfect. Klein had been worried that Flight Ken would turn into a lunatic and resist the mental pressure, refusing to answer his questions. In that case, he would have no choice but to risk being suspected, dismiss his subordinates, and attempt to communicate with him. Staring coldly at Flight Ken in front of him, Klein's left hand was covered in a layer of gold with the help of the table. Creeping hunger switched to the interrogator's soul, and the interrogator was sequence 7 of the arbiter pathway that Admiral Amirius was from. In the depths of Klein's eyes, two sparks of light flickered like lightning, completely overlapping with Flight Ken's reflection. Psychic Pierce was ready to be unleashed. However, Klein didn't directly use this beyonder power because it was only at the level of a sequence 7. Once he used it in front of Luan, the blonde secretary would immediately see through his identity. With Psychic Piercing's suppressive might at the spirit-body level, Klein sat there as though he was the real Admiral Amirius. "Do you know Cynthia?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand and let the black pendant that resembled a miniature rhinoceros horn slide down from his palm. It swayed in the air. "What does it do?" The dispirited Flight Ken trembled all over. He felt as if his spirit was being pressed against by a sharp dagger, about to be pierced at any moment. He couldn't help but lower his head and stutter, "Yes. Cynthia, Miss Cynthia wishes to have a child with beyonder powers with you, Admiral. She was introduced to me by her parents. That's a reproduction necklace made from the aura bestowed by the gods. As long as you consume its powder and wear it for a long time, you'll be unable to resist it, Your Excellency General." Klein listened in silence, half believing and half doubting Flight Ken's words. Part of what he believed was Cynthia's goal. Perhaps this beautiful lady had her own thoughts, or perhaps she had been pressured by others, but she did wish to have a child with Admiral Amirius. This could be seen from how persistent she was after her mutation. Although the nobles of the Kingdom of Ruin didn't like or even ostracize illegitimate children, it depended on the situation. A child who had inherited many of his father's Beyonder characteristics and was successfully born would also be given enough attention. The ancient families that knew many secrets valued this aspect even more, including the Revolt family. Furthermore, Admiral Emirius is someone who looks stern and old-fashioned on the outside, but he's a sentimental person on the inside. Even if it's an illegitimate child, he'll definitely love and value it. This might be the true reason why Cynthia is so eager to have a child. Klein sighed inwardly. His doubts towards Flight Ken's answer focused on the true effects of the reproduction necklace, as well as if the Heavenly Body sect had deliberately misled Cynthia on this matter. Slowly increasing the pressure brought about by psychic piercing, Klein silently stared into Flight Ken's eyes until he couldn't bear it any longer and lowered his head once again. What other uses does this necklace have? Klein shook the cracked pendant in his hand again. His tone was calm, as though he already knew all the secrets. His question was only to obtain the final confirmation. The indescribable pressure inundated him as Flight Ken, who was already on the brink of a mental breakdown, couldn't take it any longer. He plopped to the ground and shouted in a nearly maniacal manner. It can even corrupt you. As long as Cynthia consumes the powder it grinds and devoutly chants the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire, it can corrupt any man who has sex with her and successfully conceive a child with her. It can make you a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire, become her blessed. So that's how it is. Klein immediately understood the whole story, and he no longer had any doubts about what had happened tonight. The Naturism sect's goal was to use Cynthia's reproduction necklace in its ordinary state to corrupt Admiral Emirius, making this important figure in the Ruin Kingdom's military become a devout believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. He would then take care of their sect's development and even provide protection. The key to the success of this method was that it was discreet enough and normal enough. It had nothing to do with words like powerful, surprise, or scary. Therefore, Cynthia, who had been rejected by me 3 times, was unable to expel the corruption from the reproduction necklace's powder in her body. She gradually exceeded her limits and eventually formed a connection with the Mother Tree of Desire, resulting in a seemingly sudden mutation. Therefore, her mutated monster is actually unable to pose enough of a threat to the real Admiral Emirius. Even I can use the 9th law charm to easily resolve it. This is because this isn't the outcome the Naturism sect wishes to obtain. They only wish to secretly corrupt Admiral Emirius and not clash with a demigod. Klein silently glanced at the blonde secretary, Luan. Luan also roughly understood the entire situation. He immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." He immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, this was our mistake. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here. We didn't extend it to their family, relatives, or friends. I'm willing to accept any punishment for this, even if you send me to a military court." How would the real Admiral respond? Klein once again immersed himself in the role of Emirius, experiencing the pain, helplessness, sorrow, and anger he had recently suffered. He maintained his upright posture and said with a solemn expression, "We'll talk about this later." The hidden meaning behind this sentence was it depends on your subsequent performance. Luan was taken aback for a second, as though he couldn't believe that the punishment given by the Admiral would be so light. Klein half closed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "It depends on your subsequent performance." Luan was taken aback for a second, as though he couldn't believe that the punishment given by the Admiral would be so light. Klein half closed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "My father, the late Earl Revolt, once taught me something. He said to forgive your subordinate's first mistake. Luan, you, as well as the other guards, have to thank him for his benevolence." As Luan's eyes shimmered, he silently drew a breath. He was no longer as calm as before. He said rather sincerely, "I'm impressed by your magnanimity. You will be the only one I will be loyal to, apart from principles, gods, and the king. The arrogance in your heart is very exaggerated." Klein didn't believe it as he said in a seemingly calm manner, "There's still a second half to the previous sentence, severely punish them for their second mistake." Luan nodded, not surprised by this. Klein cast his gaze back at Flight Ken, who had collapsed to the ground, and pressed without a change in expression. "Who ordered you to do this?" From his point of view, Flight Ken's answer was likely a ploy. After coming into contact with Cynthia and understanding her needs, as well as knowing who her lover was, the Naturism sect boldly had the thought of corrupting Admiral Emerius. Flight looked left and right somewhat nervously as he spoke in a timid manner. "Why I tease the mother tree of desire. She instigated us to do so in the dream. I only wanted to lend the reproduction necklace to Miss Cynthia in the beginning to wear it. I didn't plan on letting her consume the powder. The mother tree of desire ordered it. This is equivalent to an oracle to a certain extent." Klein almost frowned. Although Admiral Emerius is an important figure in the Lun military and one of the highest rulers of the central Sonya Sea, with considerable status and power, it's not to the extent of attracting the direct attention of an evil god. However, I'm not an evil god. I have no way of understanding their train of thought. Perhaps there are more plans after corrupting Emerius. I can't eliminate the possibility of Flight Ken lying. Let's wait and confirm it. When did you have that dream? Flight squeezed out a smile filled with fear. Yes, it was February 4th, last Friday night. I remember it very clearly. I just liberated a lady's spirituality. February 4th. Klein mulled over the date and couldn't think of anything special about it. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "What's your relationship with Rose School? What's the relationship between the mother tree of desire and the chained god?" He wasn't worried that Admiral Emerius actually knew about this matter. Furthermore, the blonde secretary, Luan, also knew about it to a certain extent. This was because this could be understood as a confirmation question. Flight Ken revealed a fervent look that he tried his best to hold back. "We are a branch of Rose School. My mentor is Rose School's saint, Zatwin. The chained god is an embodiment of the mother tree of desire. The mother tree of desire is the true and only deity that surpasses the 7 deities and the true creator. Your Excellency, you are a candidate for her bless. Who doesn't know how to brag? Can it be understood that the mother tree of desire is the chained god's alternate identity? According to the description of the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici in the underground ruins, the prisoner pathway and the devil pathway are interchangeable. Therefore, it's very normal for the chained god of the Rose School of Thought to be able to magnify the various desires of creatures. They also have the temperance and indulgence factions within them. This matches the present situation." Klein thought for a moment and turned his head to Luan. "Go out for a moment." He planned on asking Flight Ken about the evil deeds he had done to see if he could be used as food for creeping hunger. "Yes, Your Excellency." Luan didn't ask why as he quickly walked out of the study and closed the door. With a light click, the entire study suddenly fell silent, as though it was isolated from the outside world. The beyonder powers of a baron of corruption. Twisting the meaning of closing the door to seal the study? That's very considerate. Klein thought for a few seconds and recalled a previous connection. Hence, he suddenly asked, February 6th, Sunday evening. "What did you do?" Flight Ken was taken aback for a moment. We followed the revelation given by the mother tree of desire. With the help of the reproduction necklace and the hair of a particular tramp provided by a believer, we held a ritual and magnified the other party's appetite. Admiral Emerius's original tramp substitute was indeed killed by them. It was to prevent the admiral from leaving, allowing him to step into a trap and have a relationship with Cynthia, resulting in him being corrupted. Klein instantly connected everything together. And my appearance provided another possibility. I coincidentally foiled this plan. Coincidence? That's not right. As the words coincidence flashed across his mind, Klein suddenly recalled what was so special about February 4th, which the mother tree of desire had given Flight Ken's dream revelation. That was the first day he arrived at Oravi Island. Chapter 642. Don't tell me this matter is targeted at me. Klein was alarmed as he immediately became abnormally lucid. As a person who had experienced such matters numerous times, he was already a little delusional in this aspect. There's really such a possibility. Just as I arrived at Oravi Island, the mother tree of desire used a dream to give Flight Ken a revelation and began the entire plan. When I first met Built Brando, The naturism sect held a ritual to make that tramp's stand-in die from gluttony. If it's targeted at Admiral Emirius, the plan needs to ensure that he can't find another helper without a stand-in, or that he has no other means of concealing it. Clearly, this isn't certain. My involvement is proof of that. If the target is me, the above problem can be explained. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression as he silently watched Flight Ken. With this conjecture, more doubts emerged in his mind. But how did they determine that Built Brando would seek me out? The news of German Sparrow being able to transform into anyone was spread by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. It's a factor that the Mother Tree of Desire can't control. Of course, this can be viewed from another angle. It's precisely because of the spread of this information and my arrival at Oravi Island that the Mother Tree of Desire sent down a revelation to push for this matter. But the problem is, why would she corrupt me? My grudge with Rose School isn't enough to attract the attention of an evil god. All I did was kill a Sequence 5 Wraith, a Sequence 6 Zombie, and a Sequence 7 Werewolf with Miss Sharon and the others, as well as snatch the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. The hunt against Admiral of Blood was halted before it even began. Before it could be carried out, all I did was kill Steel Mavetti. The vengeance that comes because of these matters can't even exceed the level of a saint. Is it because I'm special to begin with? The moment I arrived on the island, I had a certain degree of resonance with the items formed from the Mother Tree of Desire's aura. But when I was in Beekland and Tingen City, I didn't see any holy artifacts left behind by deities showing any abnormal reactions. Also, I had previously divined above the grey fog, and the revelation I received was that the tramp's death was a coincidence. It wasn't the work of a mythical creature or a Grade 0 sealed artifact, but the outcome wasn't like that. This is the first time the divination above the grey fog has been truly disrupted. And I was unknowingly disrupted. Klein's thoughts stagnated as he realized that this was the most serious problem. Previously, when it came to 0-08, he had only failed to obtain an effective revelation, and it wasn't because of interference. Therefore, it's a power that exceeds the level of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The Mother Tree of Desire personally interfered, and she is a true deity. However, it's very difficult for the 7 deities to directly influence the real world. There needs to be a corresponding ritual. I've also divined the danger level of acting as Emirius above the grey fog. The revelation I received was that it was bearable. The development of the matter matches the outcome, so I wasn't disrupted again. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the entire matter was shrouded in mystery. What he couldn't understand the most was that if the target of the corruption was him, why didn't he suffer any particularly difficult tests? He had resolved the problem in a relatively simple manner. This made the Mother Tree of Desire's arrangements seem like a joke. Just as the heavy feeling was about to overwhelm Flight Ken, Klein asked again to confirm his guess. What surprised him was that over the past week, the Naturism sect had never held a ritual to pray to the Mother Tree of Desire to interfere with the divination. Nor did they make any special arrangements for the failure of the plan. Strange. Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it to make a final confirmation. Even without divination, he was almost certain that Flight Ken wasn't lying. Firstly, it was because he had already suffered a mental breakdown and didn't possess the ability to weave a reasonable explanation. Secondly, Flight Ken's answer was logical, matching the details that Klein had deliberately left out. The gold coin landed in his open palm with the king's portrait facing up, indicating his confirmation. Combined with the divination statement, Klein finally confirmed that Flight Ken wasn't lying. Temporarily suppressing the doubts in his mind, he looked at Flight Ken again and asked without a hint of a smile, "What have you done that violated the kingdom's laws and social customs?" Flight Ken was stunned for a few seconds before his mental state seemed to improve. From his point of view, the scheme related to Admiral Emirius was the most serious crime. It was something that could easily infuriate the important figure in front of him. The rest were just trivial matters that weren't worth a demigod's attention. So, skipping the important parts and coming to the ordinary topics meant that he might have a good ending. Flight Ken couldn't help but reveal an inconspicuous smile as he hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. In order to steal someone else's property, I tortured their family for a whole night, killed them, and threw them into the forest. Then, I used forged documents to successfully obtain a considerable amount of wealth. I deliberately induced many believers to indulge their desires and watched them slowly become nourishment for the mother tree of desire in the emptiness and regret after the matter. I deceived many ladies, using the excuse of liberating their nature and obtaining the salvation of the spirit to possess them. I tortured believers who attempted to apostatize to death, mainly by slicing off all the protruding parts of their bodies. He recounted one crime after another, as though he didn't wish to hide anything. Klein found it unbelievable when he heard that. He had never imagined that human nature could be so evil. As Flight Ken became more excited as he spoke, he saw Admiral Amirius stand up with a deadpan expression. He circled around the desk and walked in front of him, raising his left palm. In the middle of the left palm, a terrifying mouth cracked open. 2 rows of illusory, white, and ice-cold teeth could be seen. No! No! A shrill and horrified scream echoed in the study for a long time. After a while, Klein bent down to pick up the grayish-white blob of light that resembled a miniature brain. This was a lunatic's Beyonder characteristic. Unfortunately, Flight Ken had been searched before he was brought here. He didn't leave any cash or items behind. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers and ignited all the remaining pieces of clothing. Looking at the wound on his left shoulder that was beginning to heal, he sat behind the desk and remained silent for a long while amidst the dancing scarlet flames. When all traces were no longer obvious, he pulled the corresponding rope, causing the bell outside the door to ring. The blonde secretary, Luan, dispelled the seal and entered. He instinctively scanned every corner. Instruct the guards and base to cooperate with the Oravi police system to clean up the Naturism sect. It's best if we can find clues and apprehend a number of Row School members. Klein gave the order in a staid manner. Yes, Your Excellency, Luan replied respectfully. He didn't ask where Flight Ken had gone. It was as though the leader of the Naturism sect had never existed. Klein didn't pay too much attention to the apprehension operation on Oravi Island. He used the excuse of suffering a minor injury to cancel all the arrangements for the next 2 days. This meant that he didn't need to worry about how he could reveal the might of a high-sequence Beyonder of the Arbiter pathway at critical moments after losing the 9th law charm. Your Excellency, Mr. Aston hasn't left on the liner. The new Governor-General, Ben Conrad, has sent you an invitation to attend a banquet he'll be holding tonight. Close to noon, Luan knocked on the door and entered to report. Ben Conrad. The person who replaced Aston as Governor-General. According to what I know, Viscount Conrad's family is a loyal supporter of the royal family. Talim likely got to know Prince Edisac when he was Viscount Conrad's youngest son's equestrian teacher. Klein nodded gently as he immersed himself in Amirius Revelt's complicated emotions. He fell silent for a few seconds. Tell Governor-General Conrad that I'm injured due to the Naturism sect's attack. It's not convenient for me to attend the banquet. Apologize to him on my behalf. Yes, Your Excellency. Luan didn't persuade him as he calmly left the room. A demigod had the right to be willful. As long as he didn't participate in a conspiracy or commit a grave mistake, he wouldn't be harshly criticized no matter what he did. This was because any faction would be willing to accept a half-deity. Watching Luan's back disappear at the door, Klein shook his head indiscernibly and sat behind the desk. The peaceful day passed quickly. When it was almost dawn, Klein, who was sleeping in the guest room, suddenly woke up and sat up. His intuition told him that someone had entered the house. Klein focused his gaze towards the window and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat. He had black hair and blue eyes. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly. He was none other than Admiral Amirius. Phew, he's finally back. Klein stood up slowly and asked cautiously, "What item did you give me before?" He was afraid that the Admiral Amirius in front of him was also a faceless in disguise. Admiral Amirius stood there and replied with a solemn expression, "That's right. 9th Law Talisman." Without waiting for German Sparrow to speak again, he took 2 steps forward and calmly asked, "Has anything happened in the past few days?" Klein controlled his facial muscles and said, "Your secretary made a mistake and got hurt." Anything else? Admiral Amirius nodded with a deep and reserved expression. Klein tried his best not to look away as he stared straight at him. Your brother has been relieved of his position as governor, and a new governor has been appointed. Your Miss Cynthia turned into a monster, and I purified her. Some of your guards and servants have been infected and are currently being treated. Amirius's expression couldn't help but turn dumbfounded. His eyes moved slightly, as if he was wondering if he had returned to the wrong place. It had only been 3 days. P.S. Normal updates will resume today. Chapter 643. Amidst the frozen silence, Amirius quickly controlled his expression and said in a deep voice with a dignified and deep voice, "It's time for a battle. Tell me the details." Klein did not hide too much. He first started with Aston Revelt's questions, then mentioned the mysterious person's warning in his dream, telling him not to go against the trend of the times and the choice of history. Then, he briefly talked about the telegram that suddenly came. Finally, he briefly described Cynthia's mutation, the situation at the scene, the secretary's arrogance, his own response, and the subsequent investigation. The only thing he hid was that the 4th of February was the first day he arrived on Oravi Island, as well as the corresponding guesses. Of course, he described the exact details of the battle in a very vague manner. He believed that Admiral Amirius would be able to understand. After all, what a Beyonder was good at and what unique powers they had was one of their greatest secrets. If it were to be leaked, it would be understood by others and they would be targeted. It was even possible for them to die at the hands of enemies of a lower sequence. Below high sequence Beyonders, many Beyonders could be very powerful or very weak. Amirius listened in silence. His expression didn't change in the darkroom, but the fact that he didn't interrupt or ask any questions was indicative of the situation. After a few seconds of silence, he said solemnly, "The mysterious person who invaded your dream emphasized the fate of the era and the trend?" Yes. Klein had reverted to his German sparrow face. He did not deliberately explain that the mysterious man did not mention Austin Revelt's specific plan. Amirius fell silent for a moment again. "You keep my appearance in your dreams?" "Yes, this is my secret," Klein replied succinctly. Amirius nodded inconspicuously and silently paced a few steps in a small area before looking at German Sparrow again. "There is no problem with your choice." Hearing this, Klein seemed to have received the most effective feedback, and the potion in his body was digested quite a bit. As his deep voice resounded, Amirius turned his body and cast his gaze out the window. He said without any emotions, "That's right. Originally, I didn't plan to sign a contract with the substitute. Instead, I was going to tell Cynthia that there were signs of losing control and that I couldn't get close to her for 5 days. But then, some reasons made me change my mind. If it wasn't for the restriction of the temporary contract, even if I could endure the usual temptation, I wouldn't have been able to resist the magnified desire last night. Of course, if Cynthia knew of the 5-day limit ahead of time, she wouldn't be in a rush to consume the powder ground from the reproduction necklace. That way, she wouldn't sense the mother tree of desire and experience any anomalies. But this way, the Naturism sect would have the initiative. They could find another excuse to make Cynthia consume it. This matter is really targeted at me. What does the mother tree of desire want? Also, what's the reason that made Admiral Amirius make such an important change? Klein vaguely grasped the crux of the matter as he looked at Amirius's side profile. What reason? Amirius spoke without any expression. You don't need to know. For the first time in his life, Klein hated such a response. After some thought, he took out the cracked pendant and threw it to Amirius. This is the reproduction necklace that originates from the mother tree of desire. Amirius raised his hand to catch it and looked down. You can leave now. Go to Built and collect your payment. Aren't you worried that I'll know something I shouldn't know? That's right. Austin and Company's plot has already been exposed and learned of by their political enemies. As for Amirius, he clearly wasn't involved in it. Therefore, it's fine even if I don't know anything. Klein imagined that there would be a long-term confidentiality agreement, but he never expected that he could leave just like that. Noticing that Amirius didn't take the initiative to mention another matter, he pointed at him. Clothes. Only then did Admiral Amirius look up. He silently took off his tailcoat that included a shirt and vest. Klein originally wanted to use the reason that the difficulty of the mission exceeded the previously agreed-upon limit as an excuse to obtain additional payment, but after he vaguely confirmed that Cynthia's matter was because of him, he gave up on the idea out of guilt. He quickly took off his comfortable sleeping robe and changed into his tailcoat. Following Amirius's guidance, he jumped out the window and silently left the garden villa under the guard's blindfold. Amirius put on his sleeping robe, held the reproduction necklace, and walked to the window. He looked at the crimson moon and a few stars in the dark night as he stood there in silence. He stood there without any expression, not changing his posture for a long while. Pa. His tightly clenched left hand loosened slightly, and the shrunken rhinoceros horn-like broken pendant fell to the ground in fragments, piece by piece, piece by piece. At noon the next day, Klein, who had a good night's sleep, left the hotel. He took a carriage to Sweet Lemon Bar and met Bilt Brando in the room on the second floor. "It's over?" Bilt asked, feeling somewhat relieved and pleasantly surprised. Klein nodded. "Admiral Amirius is back. Where's the rest of the payment?" Bilt revealed an unconcealable smile. After sending the bodyguards out the door, he personally went to the safe and took out the remaining 500 yuan and a blue cufflink. "This is a mystical item made from the murloc bladder you provided," introduced Bilt. "It can provide illusory scales hidden under your skin, making you as hard to catch as a fish. It can also help you withstand a certain amount of damage. With it, you can dive at least 15 meters unprotected and move freely underwater for 10 minutes. It doesn't have many negative effects. It just makes you more tired than normal in hot or dry places. In other words, try not to mix this cufflink with the sun brooch." Klein reached out to take the money and items. "Aren't you worried that there will be problems?" Bilt joked. "Your business is here," Klein replied calmly. What he meant was very simple. If there was a problem, he was not afraid of not being able to find the person responsible. Bilt's smile froze for a second. "It doesn't have a name yet. You can give it one." "Murloc cufflinks." Klein did not waste his brain cells. "Good name. Very vivid." Bilt forced a smile. He paused for a moment before continuing. "That artisan said that he can solidify the ritual to summon a spirit world creature on materials with spirituality. It can last for up to a year and a half, but he needs you to provide detailed information." "Heh, according to the agreement, I'll pay for it. You don't have to worry." "All right, I'll make it into a harmonica." Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled down the ritual to summon his messenger. "Messenger? That's rather rare. It's very difficult for Beyonders outside the death pathway to find a suitable messenger." Bilt took the piece of paper and casually glanced at it. If I accidentally summon a messenger during the crafting process, I need to give her a gold coin. What happens if I don't give it?" "Heh, spirit world creatures are always strange. I've seen those who love music, and I've also seen those who linger around feces. What happens if I don't give it? Perhaps Maram Rionette Tynker will bring you and the artisan's heads to me. She's a creature with a castle in the spirit world. She might even be stronger than me. Under the circumstances where I don't use the sea god scepter." Klein lampooned and said in a deep voice, "We'll talk about the third promise in the future." "All right." Bilt didn't have any objections to this. Following that, he asked out of curiosity, "Mr. German, how did you hide from Secretary Luan, Governor General Aston, and Miss Cynthia that Admiral Amirius mentioned?" Klein tried his best not to twitch his face. Carefully figure it out according to the information. He didn't go into detail as he stood up, held his hat, and bowed. "It's time I bid you farewell." "It's a pleasure working with you," Bilt replied with a smile. After watching German Sparrow's figure disappear through the door, he shook his head with a chuckle. He muttered to himself, "This powerful and crazy adventurer is actually a natural actor." After lunch, his subordinates delivered the day's newspapers. As Bilt sucked on his cigar, he casually flipped through it. His expression suddenly froze. Last night, the newly appointed Governor General, Ben Conrad, held a banquet at his manor. Newly appointed Governor General? Aston Revelt has been relieved of his post as Governor General? Bilt picked up the other newspapers in surprise and saw the same news. With his connections in Oravi, He should have long heard of a major matter like the change of Governor General. But this time, it had happened extremely suddenly. Most people only learned of the situation after the new Governor General officially appeared. After a while, a collaborator who secretly served Admiral Amirius entered the room. His Excellency wants you to investigate the people around you and find all the Naturism sect believers. Throw them into the sea, the collaborator conveyed Amirius's instructions. All right, Bilt asked in puzzlement. What exactly happened? Ever since yesterday, the Naturism sect has suffered a heavy blow. His Excellency was assassinated by the Naturism sect. Miss Cynthia was killed, and Secretary Luan was injured. His guards lost quite a number of people. The collaborator gave a simple description. Ah! Bilt was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the person Admiral Amirius mentioned when he was acting? I even specially emphasized it to German Sparrow. Now, Miss Cynthia has been killed, Secretary Luan is injured, and Aston Reveldt has been relieved of his post as Governor General. Bilt's expression turned sluggish as the corners of his mouth twitched. East Chester County's capital, Stone City. Audrey silently listened to a noble lady's words. From time to time, she would chime in and provide an explanation. Audrey, you really are an angel. After chatting with you, I feel a lot more comfortable. Towards the end, the noble lady sincerely praised her. At this moment, Audrey saw a female priest from the Church of Evernite enter. Hence, she humbly greeted her with a faint smile. This priest looked like an ordinary person on the surface, doing the lowest level of preaching, but in fact, she was a secret member of the psychological alchemy. Audrey, the potion formula has already been sent to me, but you need to make sufficient contributions to obtain it, the female priest whispered while no one was paying attention. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly. No problem. However, Maram Smine, can you tell me its name? The female priest who was addressed as Smine looked around and suppressed her voice. Hypnotist. P.S. Resuming normal updates. Requesting monthly votes tilde. M. Chapter 644. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein directly returned to the hotel. Just as he was packing his luggage, the gigantic skeleton messenger suddenly appeared. It had originally wanted to pat Klein on the shoulder, but due to its height of nearly 4 meters, its head had passed through the ceiling, so it failed. All it could do was throw the letter forward as it disintegrated and vanished. Mr. Aztec has finally replied. It's been almost a week. Did the messenger change? It's very similar to the original one. It would give a corresponding reminder. Klein caught the letter and unfolded it. I'm sorry that I didn't reply until today. Perhaps it's because the memories I recovered exceeded the limits of what my body could withstand. I had to sleep for several days before I could adapt. The matter you described is indeed in line with the characteristics of the Marauder pathway. Their corresponding sequence 4 is parasite. From this point onwards, they possess the beyonder powers of parasitizing others. According to what I know, there are 2 forms of parasites. The first is the basic form. The parasite uses the host to hide itself, extend its lifespan, and recover from its injuries. It can see everything the host sees and hear everything the host hears, but it is unable to interfere with the host's thoughts or steal their thoughts. Therefore, if the host wishes to communicate with the parasite, it has to take the initiative to speak. The other form is full control. The parasite and the host's spirit body are nearly fused. It knows the host's thoughts and intentions, and it can take the initiative to take over the host's body. Against the first form of parasite, it can warn the host through dreams or subconscious conversations. There's no need to worry about being discovered, because the parasite needs to use the host's senses to sense what's happening around it. In the second form, there's no way to bypass the parasite to communicate with the host, but there's also a chance to eliminate it. That is to rely on the host's faith. It's very difficult for me to accurately describe such matters to you. All I can tell you is that when you open your heart and pray, the faith's target will discover the parasite's existence. Through certain rituals, it will give feedback and complete the separation or elimination. Of course, the prerequisite is that the host doesn't know what will happen. Otherwise, the parasite will definitely be alarmed and stop it. Wasn't the situation after what happened to Little Sun back then? He prayed to me in a daze, allowing me to see the existence of Amorn's avatar. Then, I hid my intentions and taught him the secret deed ritual, using it to purify the parasite. Klein had a deeper understanding of the matter from before. But I have no way of ascertaining what state the poet is in. When he was in Tingen, he would occasionally mutter to himself. This might be a manifestation of the first type of parasite, but the problem was that it had already been months. The parasite might have already taken complete control of him. I need to confirm this matter before I know what to do. Otherwise, entering the dream blindly will only lead to the parasite discovering my goal ahead of time, making the problem more serious and harder to solve. If it's the second parasite, Bard believes in the goddess, but the goddess has tens of millions of believers. It's unlikely that she would pay attention to a red glove who isn't a blessed or a saint. For example, I, the fool, am different. I always check on any prayers and often provide one-on-one services. This is the state of entrepreneurship. As Klein thought about it, he suddenly felt a little wistful. He had originally planned on entrusting Emlyn to secretly monitor Leonard Mitchell to figure out if he would often mutter to himself. But considering that the matter of Tinder had already made Emlyn appear in front of Leonard and the parasite, there was a high chance that he would become a target of vigilance and investigation, so he could only rationally give up on this idea. Miss Magicians is only a sequence 8, a trick master. She doesn't have the ability to monitor a parasite at the angel level and a red glove. Miss Justice's identity is a very good disguise. Furthermore, she's also a believer of the goddess, but the problem is that she's now back at her family's fief. She'll only return to Beekland in June. Mr. the Hanging Man and Maram Hermit are at sea, and Little Sun isn't even able to communicate with the outside world. There aren't enough members in Tarot, and there aren't enough factions to develop themselves. I can't even find a suitable candidate to help me complete this matter. Among the people I know, Miss Sharon should be the best at concealing herself when it comes to such matters, but I can't contact her, even if I use Miss Magicians and Emlyn. Sigh, I was in too much of a rush when I fled Beekland, so I didn't consider the consequences. Klein rubbed his temples. Thinking that Leonard was an elite red glove of the Nighthawks, with high-ranking deacons and the church watching over him, the parasite wouldn't dare to do anything for the time being. Therefore, he decided to temporarily suppress the problem and wait until he found a suitable helper. Perhaps after I finish digesting the potion, I'll head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids and complete my advancement. Then, I'll return to Beekland and do it myself. The experienced Klein no longer hesitated as he quickly made up his mind. Inside Sweet Lemon Bar. After the uneasy Bilt dealt with 2 of his trusted subordinates from the Naturism sect, he finally received good news. You said that Admiral Emirius has set off for Bayam today, he asked as he stood up with a cigar in hand. His deputy, Suthoth, nodded gently. Half an hour ago, his fleet left the harbor and headed for the Rorsted archipelago. Phew. Bilt heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it, confirming that the Admiral wasn't blaming him. Thinking back to how German Sparrow, a stand-in, had caused the Admiral's guards to suffer heavy losses in less than 4 days, causing the Admiral's younger brother to be relieved of his Governor-General position, his secretary to be injured, and his mistress to die tragically in the villa, he couldn't help but doubt his abilities. Although the responsibility for these matters wasn't necessarily on German Sparrow, with all of them erupting at the same time, it still made people feel that this was the problem of a crazy adventurer. At the very least, he was sufficiently unlucky. And as the person who recommended and hired him, Bilt believed that there was no way he could shirk the responsibility. He would definitely suffer Admiral Emirius's punishment. As expected of a demigod. You didn't let your anger blind you. Praise the Lord. May the storm be with us. Bilt clenched his right fist and punched his left chest. At this moment, one of the subordinates he sent rushed back. Boss, German Sparrow has disappeared, the subordinate reported anxiously. Bilt frowned slightly. Disappeared? Yes. After he checked out, he carried his suitcase and circled the streets a few times before disappearing. The subordinate said truthfully. It's indeed very difficult to monitor an adventurer who can transform into anyone. Bilt sighed. That's all. There's no need to search for him anymore. Having been targeted by the Mother Tree of Desire once, Klein carefully changed his looks, identity, and residents to prevent himself from being targeted again. And with the gains he gained from acting as Admiral Emerius, he decided to quickly digest the potion through practice. Riding a carriage to the Oravi Hospital Foundation, Klein entered it once again. The person in charge of registration was still Maram Wana. She looked up and said, "You want to volunteer?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. Wana took out a form and skillfully asked, "You want to volunteer?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. Wana took out a form and skillfully asked, "Name?" Klein replied with a smile. Sinbad Warrent. The weather in Eastchester County in April was comfortable with lush vegetation and beautiful scenery. It was the perfect season for hunting. Audrey was wearing a black riding suit that hugged her waist and a helmet that protected her head. Together with her maroon mare, she chased after a brightly colored pheasant. With a whoosh, she shot an arrow and accurately hit her prey. As a psychiatrist, her physique had clearly been enhanced. Together with the shooting education she had received from a young age, be it guns or bow and arrow, she was considered pretty good. A golden figure pounced forward and quickly bit down on the prey that had lost its life. It was none other than Susie. "It was a pleasure working with you." The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as she gave Susie a high five with a bright smile. At this moment, the aristocratic scions that surrounded her, either praising her hunting skills or her training of the hunting hounds. Audrey felt a little ashamed when she heard the latter half of what she said. She had never trained Susie before. The aristocratic scions quickly dispersed and continued their pursuit of their prey. As for the low-ranking priest of the Evernite goddess, Maram Smine, she came over and suppressed her voice to Audrey. "This is the last mission. Once you complete it, you will receive the hypnotist formula." Finally, Audrey's eyes lit up as she silently nodded. Frankly speaking, if she was still the delicate and inexperienced aristocratic lady from before, she would have long given up on accumulating contributions over the past 2 months and requested to purchase the hypnotist potion formula from the tarot. But now, she knew very well that accumulating contributions was also a way to fuse with psychological alchemy and gain more trust. This was a process that would lay a good foundation for obtaining higher sequence potion formulas in the future. Therefore, she patiently did those things that were either interesting or boring. Of course, Audrey didn't waste the past 2 months. She had been listening to the aristocratic scions and their personal maids, guiding them to talk about their troubles and helping them overcome their negative mental states. She was a qualified psychiatrist. During this process, she realized that she had unknowingly grasped the personality flaws and habitual thoughts of the people around her through listening, observation, and guidance. She believed that if she were to deal with any one of them, she could make them suffer or even break down without them noticing. She could even make them take the initiative to help her achieve her goals without them realizing it. It has to be said that this is actually a little terrifying. It's like the monsters in myths and legends that control the mind. As she recalled, Audrey couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Smine wasn't used to riding a horse as she carefully surveyed the area and said, "Stowen University's Associate Professor Michel is a collector. Stowen University's Associate Professor Michel is a collector. We wish that you can buy a notebook from him during the 20-Year War." The 20-Year War referred to the war that happened between the Ruan Kingdom and the Faesac Empire in the year 621 to 642 of the Fifth Epoch. The former lost the ancient Elf Island, which was also known as Sonia Island. P.S. I recommend a book. Student Seal's Tales of the Cabinet. Yes, it's a very strange name. Chapter 645. Stowen University. Associate Professor Michel. Notes from the 20-Year War. Audrey extracted the keywords from the words and glanced at Susie, who was happily running in front of the mare. "Madam Smine, what kind of notebook is this?" "We don't know. We only know that it belongs to the 20 Years' War and is part of Associate Professor Michel's collection. One of its important features is that the patterns on the cover vaguely form a giant dragon." Smin did not hide anything and gave all the information she had. Audrey listened to her quietly while restraining the purplish-red mare. At the same time, she was already thinking about how to complete this mission. It's not too difficult to visit Associate Professor Michel, visit his collection, and make a purchase request for one of them. Although I'm embarrassed to admit it, no matter how you look at it, the possibility of him rejecting me isn't high. Audrey, don't rely too much on these things. The biggest problem with doing this is that it's abrupt. I didn't even know Associate Professor Michel before, so it's difficult to explain why I suddenly want to visit him. Also, I don't know what that notebook means to him. Rashly making a request to buy it might cause him to be vigilant. Jane's brother is a student at Stone University. At the last gathering, he displayed the trait of liking to narrate and discuss. If I were to invite the siblings to an afternoon tea and guide the topic to history, archaeology, and collections, he would likely mention Associate Professor Michel. There definitely aren't many people in a university who can be called a collector. With this as a prelude, I can send someone to visit Associate Professor Michel and make a request to view the collection. Then, during the first visit, I can try not to show my needs. I can observe the host's performance and guide him to show his truest attitude. This will help me make the right request at the right time and in the right way. After confirming her train of thought, Audrey nodded at the female priest, smiled, and smiled. I'll try my best to complete it, but I can't guarantee success. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her legs and clamped the reins of her horse. She shot out like an arrow towards a reddish-brown fox that was moving around in the hunting circle. On the turbulent sea, the Blue Avenger was like a leaf that had been blown into the air by a gale. Sometimes it flew, sometimes it fell. However, it maintained an astonishing balance and showed no signs of capsizing. In the captain's cabin, Alger Wilson floated by the window and stared at the mountain-like waves outside. Strong winds swirled around him silently. After an unknown amount of time, he landed on the carpet with his feet. Wind-blessed is indeed a sequence that can be easily played according to its name. The only problem is that I have to occasionally make myself irascible to match the characteristics of the wind. Alger sighed inwardly without any expression of joy. Over the past 2 months, he hadn't obtained the ocean songster formula through his own channels or through transactions in the tarot. After all, it was a sequence 5, the level closest to a demigod. The corresponding formula was already in a situation where there was a demand but no supply. Even if one had a pile of money and was willing to pay a significant premium, it was still very difficult to buy. Normally speaking, joining a corresponding church or organization was the most effective way to obtain a similar formula, but as a bishop of the Church of the Storm, Alger couldn't rely on this method. Due to certain secrets, he had to conceal his strength in exchange for freedom of movement and weak surveillance. This was so that when he had sufficient confidence, he could head to a certain place and complete his long-awaited goal. To his delight, he didn't waste the past 2 months. At the very least, the digestion of the wind-blessed potion was progressing well. Wind-blessed is simple, but ocean songster is said to be quite difficult. Does it have to be sung often? Alger couldn't help but turn his head and look at the deck. Although they were separated by rooms, he could still hear drunken sailors singing excitedly, creating a noise that could compete with the sound of the storm. Alger couldn't help but frown. Beekland, Sherwood Borough, Cindy's Circus. Aren't you performing magic tricks? Why are you dressed like this? A youth asked the woman in front of him, who was wearing a pitch-black pointed hat and a long dress of the same color. I don't know why I dress like this either. Perhaps it's because my brain was frozen by the cold weather the very first time, and it became a fixed style after that. Force touched her face, which was painted with red butter, and replied with a smile, in ancient times, magic tricks were often mistaken for witchcraft. But this has nothing to do with why I dress like this. She picked up one of the 3 large ceramic cups in front of her and inverted the white ball at the bottom. Then, she quickly switched the positions of the cups and smiled at the youth who had just asked the question. Guess which cup the ball is in? Isn't this one of the gambling methods invented by Roselle the Great? The youth said with interest. But you aren't the croupier, but the trick master of this circus. So, I'm guessing that the ball has already been switched by you. All the cups are empty. Force smiled and said, Congratulations. Congratulations, you got it wrong. She suddenly picked up the cup in the middle, and a white figure suddenly flew out from it. It was a pigeon, and the original ball was where the pigeon had left it. Oh, God. Beautiful magic trick. Very exciting. Amidst the exclamations, Force looked at the cathedral bell not far away in a pleased manner. She put away her props and returned to the tent where the circus leader was. Are you really resigning? I can double your salary. The circus leader came up to her and said anxiously. Unfortunately, I concluded the Trickmaster principles in mid-March, and I've already completely digested the potion last week. If it wasn't for the fact that the contract ends today, I wouldn't have come. Although it feels good to be treated as a Trickmaster, it can't stop me from advancing to astrologer. Teacher said that he'll be coming this week to give me the formula, ingredients, and a gift. What will the gift be? Sigh, the ravings of the full moon are getting more and more terrifying. If not for Mr. Fool, I'd definitely have lost control and become a monster. Force reached out her right palm and covered her mouth. She yawned lazily and said with a smile, "It's like this. I'm actually a best-selling author. My next book's theme is related to the circus, so I came to apply for a job here." A best-selling author? The circus leader's eyes lit up as he asked worriedly and expectantly, "Will you write bad things about us? Is there anything bad here? I've been having a good time these past 2 months." Force took off her black pointed hat. The circus leader revealed a sincere smile. "Wall, Maram Wall, can you mention the name of our circus in your book?" I will pay you for the advertising fee. Of course, it won't be too much. As you know, I have a lot of people to feed. You can do that. Captain Shaw is smart. This was the first time Force knew that advertisements could be published like newspapers and magazines. Furthermore, it was done in a more concealed and natural manner. Amidst the undulating waves, the liners with rows of cannons on both sides steered on a safe course, not daring to deviate at all. To the east of Oravi Island, once one deviated from the correct course, it often meant that one would disappear. Even the pirates didn't dare stray too far from the safe zone. This sea was filled with unexplored regions, filled with all sorts of sensational legend. After more than 2 months of volunteer work and finding 4 opportunities for true acting, Klein bade farewell to his work of carrying patients, scrubbing toilets, and cleaning vomit before boarding the ship that headed for the Gargas archipelago. On the Taro in early March, he had successfully hired the hermit Catlear through a private conversation. He was to rendezvous with her at the Gargas archipelago's capital, City of White, Nars. He would then take Admiral of Stars's ship to the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea, which was a dangerous and illusory sea, in search of the mermaids that lived there. Catlear seemed very interested in meeting the Taro members in real life. Back then, she only thought for a few seconds before agreeing to the world's request. However, due to the level of danger, she offered a relatively high price. £3,000. Klein's first reaction was to give up and take Mr. the Hanging Man's ghost ship. However, considering the fact that the latter had quite a number of sailors from the Church of the Storm with him, he didn't have much freedom. Furthermore, heading to the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea was indeed very dangerous, so he finally agreed to Maram Hermit's request. As for the other party, she would wait near the Gargas archipelago for a month starting in early April. Beyond that, the cooperation would be terminated. In order not to waste the £1,000 deposit, Klein didn't wait for the digestion to be completed. He set off from Oravi Island and headed straight for the Gargas archipelago. Of course, with the conclusion and the opportunity for true acting, he was already very close to digesting the faceless potion. Even if he didn't do true acting and continued his activities as German Sparrow, he could still complete it in 2 to 3 weeks. Due to this reason, coupled with the identity of the world being bound to German Sparrow, Klein turned back into a crazy and powerful adventurer after leaving the hospital. However, he did a certain disguise. Looking at the undulating sea outside the cabin, Klein finally saw the port city that used white rocks as the main building material. The easternmost colony of the Fasak Empire, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, Nars. I've finally left the country. Klein watched as a fishing boat loaded with whale meat sailed into the port. The boorish vibe seemed corporeal. At the same time, he discovered that many ships flying pirate flags were docked at the port without any reservations. Indeed, the east side of Oravi Island is a paradise for pirates. Klein wore his hat and carried his luggage. After the liner came to a stop, He walked out of the cabin and took the ladder to the dock. After taking a few steps, he saw a group of pirates who seemed to be in conflict with a local gang. Both parties drew their weapons and clashed loudly. Klein calmly passed by without any intention of stopping them. At this moment, he saw a suspected local take out a few cans of food from his pocket, open the lids, and throw them into the middle of the road. What's the meaning of this? Klein nearly laughed as he thought of an item famous at sea. Canned wolffish. Canned wolffish that was popular on the east coast of Fasak, the Gargas archipelago, and other places. Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, an indescribable stench drilled into Klein's nose. His face twitched a few times as he forcefully endured the discomfort in his body and quickly left the area. As for the pirates who were attacked, a small number of them vomited on the spot. The rest hurriedly dragged their companions and fled, as though they had lost all their combat strength. A minute later, in a hidden corner, the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, squatted down and silently retched. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 646. The smell of canned wolffish is really pungent. Not only is it smelly, but it's also disgusting. It's basically a biochemical gas. Klein squatted in a corner and took more than 10 seconds to recover. In that instant, he had underestimated the smell of canned wolffish and failed to respond effectively. He didn't use paper figurine substitutes or create invisible air tubes to pretend that he was breathing underwater. Now, he finally realized how wise his decision to not open canned wolffish in public was. Phew. Klein exhaled and slowly stood up. He picked up his luggage and walked out of the dock. His first impression of this city called Nars was that most of the houses were white, and stone materials were widely used. Secondly, it wasn't too far north, but the temperature was rather cold. Even though it was already April, the temperature was only a few degrees Celsius. Thirdly, there were many whaling houses. Gigantic beluga whales were dismembered into skin, meat, fat, bones, and grey amber. The latter two could be used to make a skirt for a banquet dress, and the other was a top-grade spice. Be it as incense or as a perfume, it was a luxury that only wealthy nobles could enjoy. As for the white whale's skin, meat, and fat, they also had their own uses. They could be made into clothes, food, and refined into oils. In Nars and the Gargas archipelago, the cooking of the white whale had already formed a unique culture. There were all kinds of techniques and famous restaurants. Klein passed by one whaling house after another and saw the separated fat being carried by a carriage towards a factory that was spewing black smoke not far away. It was an oil refinery that was extremely unique to Gargas. The white whale's fat would be refined into whale oil there. It would be filled into bottles and barrels, becoming an outstanding fuel and the blood of certain industries. Very unique. Klein exhaled white gas as he stood by the side and watched for a while. After leaving the harbor and arriving in the city, he heard a cacophony of Fasak. Having mastered ancient Fasak, which was the origin of the northern continent's language, Klein was already familiar with the language of the northern barbarians. He turned his head and looked over. He saw tall people with blonde hair holding banners as they marched on the streets. The banners at the front clearly stated their demands opposed the indiscriminate hunting of white whales. We need sustainable development. Fut. Klein almost lost his composure. He immediately believed that the concept of sustainable development was 99% invented by Roselle the Great. Turning his gaze, he looked at the banners behind him and became more and more aware of the purpose of this demonstration. Whaling for survival, not for pleasure. Humans are not as noble as the white whale. Greedy demon, leave Nars. At this time, policemen in grey uniforms with shields, pitchforks, and clubs stopped the march. After a short argument, the scene quickly became intense. Many young people in the parade threw open cans of wolffish and lit bottles of liquor stuffed with cloth strips. The police also stopped restraining themselves and pushed back, using their shields to block the blows. Klein pinched his nose and looked at the fire on the street. He found that many pedestrians did not feel anything. Apart from a small number of onlookers, the rest were heading to their destinations as usual. It seems like this is something that often happens in Nars. Could it be that demonstrations have evolved into conflicts? As expected of the Fasak Empire, Klein mumbled to himself, circled around the street, and found a random hotel to stay in. He still used the name German Sparrow to register. He wasn't worried that the information spread by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would make the Church of the Evernite Goddess treat him as a faceless. This was because he didn't plan on searching for mermaids who had become believers of the goddess on the whaling route. He planned on heading straight for the dangerous zone in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. As for his safety in the Gargas archipelago, there was no need for him to worry about it. This was a colony of the Fasak Empire, and the only legal religious organization was the Church of the God of Combat. They were extremely hostile towards the Church of the Evernite Goddess. Klein was originally worried that he would encounter many faceless here, the kind that would encounter 7 or 8 faceless when he went next door to enjoy whale cuisine. After serious consideration, he rationally eliminated such a possibility. Firstly, Beyonders of the Seer pathway were rare to begin with. Klein had only encountered 3 Beyonders that exceeded Sequence 8. Secondly, Sequence 6 Beyonders weren't weeds that could be found everywhere. Even though this was a paradise for pirates, those with a bounty of £5,000 were considered rare. Thirdly, faceless were prepared. They would board a whaling ship to search for mermaids. They would either begin to believe in the goddess, sink to the bottom of the sea, or become a researcher. Otherwise, they would be extremely intelligent. They would seize the opportunity to advance successfully and leave safely. Few of them would stay in the Gargas archipelago for too long. In all of Nars, other than me, there aren't more than 2 faceless. Klein straightened his clothes. He wasn't in a rush to contact Admiral of Stars Catlear. In a good mood, he went to the streets and searched for delicacies according to what he had heard during his travels. Raw beluga whale slices, fried whale steak, skinned whale oil, roasted whale meat. Klein was like an authentic tourist as he went to 3 different restaurants and tasted different foods. It's not bad. It's quite unique. The fishy smell isn't too strong. Instead, it's very appetizing and tempting. Burp. Klein covered his mouth and came to the streets. He discovered that there were few street lamps, but the houses on both sides of the street were brightly lit. To a certain extent, it alleviated the darkness of the night. The cold wind tore through the sea, causing Klein to raise his hand to pull up his collar. The blue cufflink converged its luster as it was deeply embedded into his wrist. Compared to a ring, an item like a cufflink was more in line with German Sparrow's persona. Therefore, Klein didn't blame the artisan for changing the requirements without permission. As for the harmonica that was enchanted with the ritual of summoning a spirit world creature, it was completely in line with Klein's intentions. It could be used for a year and a half, and it was silvery white in color, exquisite and beautiful. When he received the harmonica, Klein imagined this scene, a crazy and powerful adventurer leaning against the side of a ship in the quiet night under the deep moonlight, playing a sad melody with the harmonica. Unfortunately, the harmonica couldn't produce any sound. It could only be used to summon Rionette Tynker. Shaking his head indiscernibly, Klein walked steadily on the cold and empty streets of Nars and returned to the inn. After using sleep to adjust his condition, he went to Grey Amber Street the next morning and entered a grocery store called Crazy Whale Dance. Looking at the white-haired boss who was a head taller than him, Klein rapped the counter with his finger and said in Fasak, "You're right. Buy whale oil." The boss's face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, but he only wore a coat made of beluga whale skin. The light-colored patterns on the coat had a strange sense of beauty. "How much?" The boss was gulping down strong alcohol and didn't care about the messy display of goods. 1¼ buckets, Klein replied according to the agreed code. The boss slowed down his drinking as he placed the brownish-green bottle on the counter. "Do you want a sip?" The purest Nepos, the mistress of all Fasak men, this was a special distilled alcohol of Fasak. It was brewed from potatoes or grains, and it was famous for its high alcohol content. It was as stimulating as flames. Compared to Sonia Bloodwine, it was cheaper and more popular among ordinary Fasak people. "There's no need." Klein shook his head. The boss chuckled softly. "What kind of man are you if you don't drink Nepos? Is there only a lady left in ruin?" He gulped down another mouthful. "Who introduced you?" "Marum Geertmuis, Klein said a name that was a mix of styles. The boss suddenly exhaled, and the strong smell of alcohol immediately lingered in the surroundings. He staggered to his feet like a white bear performing in a circus. After instructing the staff, he led Klein all the way to a small room on the second floor of the warehouse. "Let me find it. Let me find it," the boss mumbled as he squatted down. Klein controlled the twitching of his face as he recalled a popular joke in the Kingdom of Ruin. Question: when are the men of Fasak not drunk? Answer: when they are in their mother's womb. After waiting for a while, Klein saw the boss find a pure crystal ball. Then, the drunken white bear had his back facing Klein as he rubbed the crystal ball with both hands and began muttering in ancient Hermes that was difficult to pronounce. The room gradually darkened as all the dark corners seemed to emit a strange suction force. The crystal ball quickly lit up as the figure of a woman in a classic black robe appeared. She had an oval face and very fair skin. Her eyes were dark purple with a hint of mystery. "I've seen the true appearance of another tarot member." Klein took a step forward and took the crystal ball. On the other side of the crystal ball, Katleer also saw world clearly. He had black hair, brown eyes, and a thin face with sharp edges. She narrowed her eyes and hesitated for a second before opening her mouth. "German Sparrow?" She found that the true strength and standards of the tarot members were much stronger than she had expected. World was actually the Mad Hunter German Sparrow, a pirate admiral. "There's nothing wrong with my previous judgment of the world. Reserved, deep, experienced, and ruthless." Admiral of Stars didn't find herself too surprised. "Yes, Madam Katleer." Klein gestured for the boss to leave the room. When it became extremely quiet, Katleer spoke again. "I'm curious, how did you recognize me? I'm always careful when I go to parties." Back then, the world, who had requested a private chat, had immediately called her Admiral of Stars. It had truly given her a fright. It was also because of this factor that she chose to accept World's commission. "It's a secret." Klein smiled politely. As he didn't want the other party to associate it with Mr. Fool, he added calmly, "That's right. Your eyes are very special. Can I take that as a compliment?" Katleer smiled in realization. She believed that the world had only suspected that she was Admiral of Stars through her eyes and other details, but he wasn't certain. Therefore, he had probed her with words, and her reaction told him the correct answer. Klein didn't respond and instead asked, "What's the matter? When are we leaving?" Chapter 647. Admiral of Stars Katleer thought for a moment before answering, 8 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock tonight, Pier 6. Not bad. There's no delay at all. Klein nodded slightly. "All right." Just as he said that, the light in the crystal ball suddenly converged. The figure in the classic black robe turned darker and more blurry before quickly vanishing. With the crystal ball that had become extremely ordinary, Klein turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Looking at the boss who was leaning against the wall and gulping down alcohol, he casually threw the crystal ball at him. As the boss caught it in a fluster, Klein unhurriedly walked down the stairs and left the warehouse. After exiting the frenzied whale dance, he took out his golden pocket watch, pressed the switch, and looked at the time. It's almost noon. Most bars are open. Klein stopped a rental carriage and told the driver in Fasak that he was heading to Lairdal Bar. In the local language, it meant Dawn Bar. It was a place where adventurers gathered in the Gargas archipelago. To Klein, the gathering of different intelligence and information was rather meaningful. This might help him make the most accurate judgment at a critical moment, allowing him to escape the misfortune of losing his life. Therefore, even though he didn't like bars, he had to frequent them. He would order a glass of beer with rich wheat fragrance and quietly sit in a corner of the bar, listening to the people around him discuss the interesting and important matters that had happened at sea. In addition, he also wanted to know if Roy King, who was imprisoned in the City of Generosity Bayam Governor General's office, had been rescued. Over the past 2 months, Snake of Mercury Will or Septin hadn't entered a dream again. Similarly, Fate Counselor Ricardo hadn't summoned a messenger to provide clues to powerful mystical items. About 20 minutes later, the carriage came to a stop as a huge sign, Lairdal Bar, appeared in front of Klein. He habitually took out a 2 soldi note and paid the carriage driver. Only when he saw the carriage driver's slightly boorish face did he suddenly recall something. This was overseas. This was a colony of Faysac. It had its own common currency. The smallest was the kopeck, followed by full ion, and above that was the gold horn. They maintained a very user-friendly decimal system, making the conversion very easy. I forgot to go to the bank to exchange for kopecks and fulva. I've already used up all the money I had previously at the hotel and restaurant. Klein was just about to observe if there were any banks around when the carriage driver happily received the 2 1-soldi notes. He checked them a few times and smiled until the coarse skin on his face glowed. Thank you for your generosity. Are gold pounds, soldi, and pence also hard currency here? Yes, the Gargas archipelago isn't too far from Tuscata and Oravi. Many items are sold to these 2 places. Furthermore, many Ruan adventurers like to head to the White Whale Sea. It's indeed normal for the local people to privately circulate the currency of the Ruan kingdom. Ruan's industrial and economic strength are stronger than the Faysac Empire. It can even be said to be much stronger. Gold pounds are much stronger than kinhorn. Wait a minute. Klein alighted the carriage and walked towards the Ladle bar as he recalled the carriage driver's surprised face. Suddenly, he recalled something. 1 gold pound could be exchanged for 5 gold horn. That also meant that 2 soldi was worth 5 fulva. And in the City of White, the cost of renting a carriage for an hour was 4 fulva. Anything less than an hour was counted as an hour. It was no wonder the carriage driver was so happy. Klein looked back, but he had no idea where the carriage had gone. Phew! With a light exhale, Klein pressed down on his hat, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the Ladle bar. In this world, bars near the docks or industrial zones often sold lunch and dinner. Therefore, they would open at around 11. At that moment, there were already many adventurers who had nothing to do gathered in front of the bar. They ordered liquor, smoked fish, and greasy soup. They ate happily with bread, drinking Lanti-proof and Nepos for lunch. Are they planning on getting drunk the entire day? This custom of Faysac is really hard to accept. Klein mumbled as he walked to the bar counter with a deadpan expression. He sat in a corner and rapped the wooden counter. 2 pieces of toasted bread with red sausages, a portion of smoked whale meat, a portion of thick vegetable soup, and a glass of grass beer. Grass beer was rather popular on the east coast of Faysac. It wasn't uncommon in places like Sonia Island and the Gargas archipelago. Newcomer? The bartender looked up at Klein. That's a total of 4 fulva and 6 kopecks. He's a newcomer if he doesn't drink liquor. Klein ignored the bartender's question and threw a 2 soldi note over. It was worth 5 fulva and 5 kopecks. Realizing that he was German Sparrow, Klein resisted the urge to get the bartender to give him change. He treated it as a tip. Of course, in a bar in Beekland, such a large amount of food would cost about 2 soldi. After receiving the tip, the bartender didn't ask any further. He quickly poured a glass of grass beer and pushed it in front of Klein. The beer was black in color and had thick foam. It had a charred flavor when it entered the mouth. Amidst the mellow flavor, there was a hint of stimulation. It made Klein feel that the alcohol content was on the high side, and he suspected that liquor had been mixed in. While waiting for the food, he sipped his beer and quietly listened to the adventurers around him chat. And the group's topics were mostly focused on who had made a fortune, who had been killed by pirates, who had killed the pirate captain without asking for the bounty, and instead took over the other party's subordinates, who had an illegitimate child with a woman in Nars, and who had performed poorly in a brothel, becoming a laughing stock. When the Gargas specialty soup made of beets, onions, cabbage, carrots, fish, and cream was served to Klein, he finally heard something interesting. An adventurer lowered his voice and said to his companions, "Have you heard? There's a quaternary ruin to the east of Gargas." "No." "Who discovered it?" his companions asked in surprise and curiosity. The adventurer looked around and said without much thought, "Garrett discovered it. As you know, he's a navigator who's good at diving. As he was drunk, he was blown off the deck by a storm and sank to the bottom of the sea. To his surprise, he discovered the wreckage of a steel building. It's definitely a human steel building, and then His companions pressed. The adventurer chuckled. Garrett followed the wreckage and discovered an abandoned well of unknown depth. It was already filled with seawater, but it still gave him an extremely deep and terrifying feeling. Holy Lord of Storms, this might lead to the core of the planet. He said that something inside seemed to be summoning him. He didn't dare explore it and floated to the surface in fear. Deep sea well. A strange sense of attraction. This might not be a ruin from the fourth epoch. Perhaps it's from the third epoch or the second epoch. Little Sun once said that in the Dark Epoch, sea monsters submitted to Elf King Saniathrim and helped him rule the bottom of the sea. Sweet, salty, and slightly sour. Klein drank a mouthful of the soup and picked up the smoked beluga whale meat. The adventurers didn't talk much about Garrett's encounter, because there were no exciting gold, jewelry, mystical items, or Beyonder ingredients appearing. They quickly chatted about a few adventurers who weren't on good terms with each other. They mocked the adventurers for marrying beautiful local girls, but after a few years, they had all turned into fat and muscular women, the kind whose strength was comparable to a low-sequence Beyonder. Finally, they concluded that this might be due to the small amount of giant blood flowing in the Phasacian's veins. They didn't talk about anything of value until Klein finished his lunch and focused on drinking. However, there were more and more people in the Lairdal bar. Suddenly, the heavy door opened and slammed into the wall. A young man wearing a top hat with obvious Loney's ancestry rushed in and shouted nervously, "Don't worry. Is there anyone from the Adventurer Association?" "Yes, Built still owes me an item creation." When Klein saw the young man nervously look back, he instinctively believed that he was being chased by someone. Before he could decide whether or not he should help, 3 adventurers stood up from different corners. One of them was more than 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and bulging muscles. His hair was light yellow, and his blue eyes were deep-set. He was very eye-catching. His strength feels like it's corporeal. This is a Beyonder of quite a high sequence. Klein retracted his gaze and turned back into a spectator as he looked at the bar's entrance. Soon, a man in a linen shirt and a brown jacket appeared. He was of medium build, and his lips were purple. His brown eyes hid a strong malice that he tried to hide but could not hide. Klein immediately thought of the portrait on a certain wanted poster. It belonged to King of Immortality Agalito's second mate, Slaughterer Kerchase, with a bounty of £9,500. This is a notorious pirate. Klein tensed up as his gaze locked onto the man. His left hand hung down naturally as his body prepared to pounce forward at any moment. Kerchase swept his gaze at the 2-meter-tall giant before looking at Klein. Suddenly, he retracted his gaze and turned to leave the Lairdal bar's entrance without any hesitation. Very decisive and alert. Klein frowned slightly. He believed that he hadn't revealed any killing intent. Even his gaze was controlled very well. Is he worried about the giant, or is his intuition that sharp to a certain extent? Just like a devil's premonition of danger. Klein gulped down the rest of the glass beer and didn't participate in the private conversation between the Adventurer Association members. Instead, he left the bar and came to the streets. Now, he didn't wish to stir up any new problems other than finding mermaids. Surveying the area, Klein discovered that Slaughterer Kerchase was long gone. Hence, he silently returned to the inn. City of Silver, inside the spire. Derek Berg met the 6-member council's chief, Colin Iliad, once again. He clearly remembered that nearly 70 days ago, the other party had told him that he would be going on an exploratory mission in about 2 months. He needed to be prepared. Chapter 648. Are you ready? Colin's back was facing the window as he asked in a normal tone. Derek, who was wearing the axe of Hurricane, lowered his head slightly. I'm ready. Over the past 2 months, with the help of his repeated patrol missions and arduous practice, he had completely grasped the various Beyonder powers of High Priest Sunday. He wasn't too far from digesting them. What he wished for the most now was to obtain the Sequence 6 potion formula of the Sun Pathway in the next 2 or 3 tarot gatherings, so as to establish a foundation for his continued advancement. The release of Shepherd Lovia gave him a strong sense of danger. He believed that only by reaching the same Sequence 5 could he effectively restrain her and eliminate the latent danger of the City of Silver. However, with his proficiency in the acting method and no lack of beyonder ingredients, as long as he could survive the repeated patrols and exploration missions and accumulate enough contributions, Sequence 6 was definitely a target he could aim for. However, Sequence 5, which required a specific ritual, was rather difficult. The grizzled, disheveled Colin nodded. In another 2 days, I'll lead an exploration team to the vicinity of the giant King's Court. I'll do a second cleanup of Afternoon Town that we previously found. And your powers are very suitable for such matters. Afternoon Town. Derek, who had been crazily revising on his mythological knowledge in the past few months, wasn't unfamiliar with this term. This was the path that the Kingdom of Silver had to take to head to the giant King's Court. There, humans and giants lived together in the town, surrounding the residence of an ancient god that was forever frozen in dusk. It was like the final door from the real world to the mythological legends. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek couldn't find a reason to reject. City of White, Nars, in a particular hotel. Klein sat behind a table, looking out the window at the constantly changing clouds as he quietly waited for the evening to arrive. At 8, he would board the flagship of the Star Pirates at Pier 6, the Future, and head for the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea. Regardless of what happened in the Gargas archipelago and this sea region that was known as a pirate's paradise, it would no longer have anything to do with him. That was why he was tolerant of the pirates who walked the streets and alleys, mingled in bars and casinos, and did not attempt to hunt them, lest they disrupt his plan to find mermaids. My spiritual intuition tells me that Slaughterer Kerchase from Noon seems to be targeting me. If he really wishes to deliver himself to my doorstep, I wouldn't mind it too much. Yes, I'll look down on him strategically, but I'll pay attention to him tactically. Without using the Sea God Scepter and Tinder, I'm, at best, slightly stronger than him. I'm better at being well-rounded and uncanny. Klein half closed his eyes as he imagined the countless spheres of light gathered together. Using this, he quickly entered a cogitation state to maintain his spiritual acuity. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception was triggered and he opened his eyes. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. The fiery red color was burning the sea, and the shadow of the curtain was very long in the room. The shadow seemed to come alive. It first swayed and swayed, then twisted and stood up, projecting itself onto the wall. It was pitch black and gloomy, as if it was formed from the viscous malice at the bottom of the human heart. Klein watched this scene without any expression. He raised his left palm and slowly extended his fingers. The pitch-black shadow's voice was coarse as though it was holding a piece of sandcloth in its mouth. It looked at Klein and said, "German Sparrow, don't interfere with what happened at noon. This is the will of the King of Immortality." With that said, the shadow slid down like flowing water, dispersing into the darkness and returning to its original state. Klein didn't pay attention to the shadow's changes. Instead, he cast his gaze outside. He could sense that the person controlling the shadow was somewhere on the opposite street. Therefore, he had no intention of attacking the illusory entity. Indeed, Slaughterer Kerchase recognized me as the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who enjoys hunting pirates. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave at noon. He wasn't necessarily afraid of me, but there were other relatively powerful adventurers back then. The powers he displayed just now resembled that Desire Apostle from Beekland. He's becoming more and more like a beyonder of the Devil Pathway, using the King of Immortality to scare me. Do you think that will make me submit? I had no intention of interfering at all. In that case, I'm a little curious. Forget it. Finding mermaids is of utmost importance at present. I can't create any accidents. Klein retracted his gaze as he lampooned inwardly. He was originally thinking of reporting this matter to the Church of the God of Combat in Nars, but after serious consideration, he realized that it was meaningless. The Church of the God of Combat was the only legal religion in the Faesac Empire. It did have more high sequence beyond us than the Church of the Evernite Goddess, but only by a little. Even with the demigods of the Faesac royal family and the military, with its vast territory and numerous colonies, they were similarly lacking in manpower because there were too many critical places that needed protection. Far from the empire, the Gargas archipelago, which was located in an ordinary location and only had a flourishing whaling industry, was undoubtedly second in line. There were no saints guarding it. According to Klein's prior knowledge, the Gargas Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat was only a Sequence 5 guardian. Together with an executioner from the tribunal, a baron from the royal family, and a brigadier general from the military, they formed the top beyonder combat power here. Of course, the existence of sealed artifacts was key to ensuring the rule of this place. Klein suspected that the Church of the God of Combat in Nars had at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact. Only then could they cooperate with the fleet and beyonders to ensure that the whale oil refinement industry and the grey amber trade industry weren't controlled by pirates. They also ensured that this place wouldn't become a vassal of one of the four kings. They ensured that they could last until reinforcements arrived in the event of a sudden attack. It was precisely because of this that the official forces of the Gargas archipelago were constantly in a defensive state. As long as the pirates didn't cause any major trouble, they were allowed to freely enter and leave the archipelago. It's useless to report it. It's no wonder this place is called a pirate's paradise. It's no wonder Bilt wants to organize an adventurer association. Klein sighed and gave up on his previous plans. After dinner and some rest, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Seeing that it was already 7, he began the ritual. He summoned himself and responded to himself, bringing different items in and out of the grey fog to adjust his equipment. As he was going on an adventure at sea on the future, the Murloc cufflink and various charms from the sea god's domain were necessary. Therefore, Klein left Tinder and the Brooch of the Sun above the grey fog. With creeping hunger as his main force, he matched it with the biological poison bottle and a revolver loaded with different beyonder bullets. He still had 7 purification bullets, 13 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullets. After putting on his coat, Klein stuffed the brass Aztec whistle and the wallet containing £50 into his inner pocket. Then, he put the silver adventurer's harmonica and the charms together. After doing all of this, he touched the pistol under his armpit and wiped the blue cufflink on his left wrist. He buttoned up his double-breasted frock coat, wore his half-top hat, and picked up the black suitcase that only contained a change of clothes and a few daily necessities. He opened the door and walked out of the inn, taking a carriage to the harbour. After waiting at Pier 6 for a while, he saw a gigantic sailboat slowly appear in the distance. Based on his limited knowledge of ships, Klein knew that a sailboat of such a length wasn't scientific. However, this didn't stop it from slowly advancing over the dark sea as it steered towards the lighthouse that emitted light. As the sailboat approached, the flag gradually became clearer. The crimson but weak moonlight allowed the people at the harbour to see 10 white stars of the same size. And those stars circled a cold eyelashless eye. Admiral of Stars! The future! The pirates and sailors guarding the ship let out exclamations of astonishment. All the docks in the harbour were instantly filled with a restless mood. After more than 10 seconds, the cannons on the 2 sides of the mountain nervously adjusted themselves and aimed at the gigantic sailboat that didn't attempt to conceal itself. Gong! 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 The distant cathedral emitted a melodious and ethereal chime. It happened to be 8 o'clock. As the tension in the harbour became more and more obvious, the future came to a stop. At some point in time, a lady dressed in a black classic robe had appeared at the bow of the ship. Her clothes were covered in different symbols and magic labels, making her look like a powerful warlock from ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, the area in front of her suddenly lit up. Resplendent starlight scattered down, forming a long, transparent bridge. The long bridge kept extending forward and landed on Pier 6. She's quite impressive. As expected of one of the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she's an admiral that's on a higher level than Iceberg and Ailment. As Klein sighed, he wished to cover his face with his hand. He didn't wish for others to know that the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, had cooperated with Admiral of Stars Catlear. At this point, all I can do is maintain my persona. Once I'm done digesting it and return to the northern continent, there won't be a German Sparrow anymore. Klein walked out of the shadows, pressed down on his half-top hat, and steadily walked up the long bridge that was condensed from starlight. His feet were firm and as firm as metal. Klein straightened his back as he unhurriedly walked to the future that was docked outside the harbor under the sights of the cannons and indecipherable gazes. The long bridge beneath his feet was transparent as the dark blue seawater that was nearly black gently swayed. It made people with acrophobia turn limp. Thankfully, I'm already a clown. I've even jumped over bell towers. Klein walked the last 10 meters with a cold expression before stepping onto the future's deck. Facing Admiral of Stars Catlear, whose eyes were black and hair purple, he wasn't nervous at all. He took off his hat and bowed. Good evening, Ma'am. Chapter 649. As Klein bowed, Catlear, whose black hair was simply draped over her shoulders, converged her purple eyes, as though they had turned into an abyss that could suck in souls. The mysterious aura that she had to begin with became even more obvious. She saw that deep in German Sparrow's ether body, the astral projection's surface was a lightless, pure darkness. In the fine spots, there were dark currents surging with infinite changes. She saw that German Sparrow's left hand was bright, but it was dyed with a rich blood color. She saw that German Sparrow's cuff had an azure blue luster, and in his left pocket, there was silvery white flowing. The colors were bright, as though they were connected to the illusory spirit world. Around them, there were many objects that resembled tides and illusory winds. She saw that green and black light intersected in German Sparrow's right pocket. Under his armpit, there were 2 points of gold, silver, and bronze. His chest was grayish-white, as though it was rotting death. 4 mystical items, beyond artifacts or spirituality charms in units of 10. Catlear's eyes were a little dazzled as she couldn't help but close them for a moment. She nodded. Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. Even though he was a powerhouse who had been famous at sea for many years, a veteran and outstanding figure among the 7 pirate admirals, she rarely met a person who could arm himself to the teeth with Beyonder items. Of course, it wasn't as though she had never seen or possessed more mystical items, Beyonder artifacts, and spirituality charms. However, they had secret organizations backing them, with several ships and more than 1,000 pirates under them. Many of the items had to be handed over, distributed, or sold to maintain and strengthen their factions. There weren't many items that could be left in their hands. This not many was relative. It was almost comparable to what German Sparrow had now, but through various exchanges, Catlear had reduced them to two items that were sufficiently powerful and mystical, matching the identity of a pirate admiral. Apart from the luster that represented different items, Catlear's black eyes that were tinged with dark purple could vaguely tell that German Sparrow wasn't real enough, as though he was hidden in a thick curtain of shadows. This is the reason why he gave me the feeling that he wasn't a living person on the tarot. His secret isn't small. At the very least, it involves a sequence 3 saint, or even a higher-level angel. Catlear didn't dare to take another look. Her eyes weren't as deep as before. At the same time, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. She found some of her guesses regarding the world and German Sparrow comical. Involving a sequence 3 saint, or even an angel of a higher level. There's no problem with that because he's like me, a member of the Tarot Club. It definitely involves Mr. Fool, who's suspected to have awakened an ancient god. After exchanging greetings, Catlear didn't make any small talk. She led him to the cabin's entrance. At this moment, the stopped future set sail once again, drawing a long arc on the surface of the sea as it followed the whaling route east. The tense atmosphere in the Nars port dissipated as a result. Gazes from the sailors were cast over, but Klein didn't feel uneasy at all. Instead, he surveyed the area and said in a relaxed tone as though he was returning home, "There are fewer people than I imagined." Catlear turned her head to glance at him and simply replied, "It's extremely dangerous to head east of the whaling route. It's extremely dangerous to head east of the whaling route. Only Ludwell frequently heads there, as though he's searching for something. Apart from the future, the other pirate ships won't head there. Similarly, I've placed most of the sailors on other ships. There's only the minimum number of sailors left to ensure the voyage." A very rational move. Ludwell, that Admiral Hell Ludwell? When Mr. the Hanging Man first mentioned him, it was said that he had begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea. Klein nodded slightly and didn't speak further. This was a bearing that belonged to German Sparrow. He observed his surroundings in silence and discovered that the deck, walls, and masts of the future were covered in mysterious and abstract symbols. The entire structure seemed to overlap into a gigantic ritualistic magic. Just like the Golden Dream, it's a sailboat of the mystical type, but it's not at the level of a ghost ship. Compared to Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg, Tracy, who has only been a pirate admiral for a few months, is clearly weaker. There's nothing special about the Black Death. Klein retracted his gaze and followed Catlear to the cabin's entrance. Waiting there was a man in suspenders and a white shirt. He was in his 30s and had a muscular build. His hair was so thick that his exposed forearms seemed to be covered in a brown sweater. He wore a round-brimmed hat with a dent in the middle. He revealed a hearty smile and extended his right hand. The future's first mate, Frank Lee. Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. Frank Lee, poison expert with a bounty of £7,000. Klein instantly recognized him. Considering how German Sparrow didn't have the habit of shaking hands, he bent his back slightly. Good evening. Frank Lee retracted his right hand and glanced at Catlear. His smile didn't diminish. As he said, "You seem to know me." "That's right. I once took a photo that appeared on my wanted poster. Don't mind what poison expert. I'm a very friendly person, as long as I don't face those darn fellows. My greatest hobby is to study soil, crops, and hybridization techniques. Believe me, this is the future of humanity. But the people from the Church of Earth Mother don't believe it." Catlear introduced him to Klein in an extremely secretive manner. "He's originally someone from Earth Mother. The hybridization technology is quite good. Only by increasing production can we feed more humans and increase the poverty threshold." Klein looked at Frank Lee and said calmly, half politely and half sincerely, "You're right, Frank Lee. That's a good thing. You are indeed an adventurer who doesn't care about the views of the secular world. Excellent, excellent. There are too few people like you in this world." Frank Lee's blue eyes revealed a clear look of pleasant surprise. "I only attempted to hybridize bulls, cows, and wheat, allowing calves to grow like wheat, but I was nearly sent to court by the Church of Earth Mother. Merciful Mother, they don't truly understand your will. Hybridizing bulls, cows, and wheat. You devil." Only then did Klein realize that the hybridization techniques he understood were completely different from what Frank Lee was saying. He maintained his expression and didn't give any explanation. Under Frank Lee's sudden surge in enthusiasm, he walked down the corridor with Admiral of Stars Catlear. After stepping onto the staircase and arriving at a higher level, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he cast his gaze towards the shadows to his side. The darkness distorted as a figure grew out. It was a thin but pale figure. The skin on his cheeks was nearly transparent, and his nose bridge was incongruously high. He had a sickly look to him. "This is the second mate of our future, Heath Doyle," Frank Lee introduced with a smile. "Bloodless Heath, whose bounty is higher than yours, reaching £7,600. Klein quickly matched it with the correct bounty. Heath nodded as a form of greeting before silently shrinking back into the shadows. "Here's a rose, Bishop." On the way to the captain's room, Frank Lee enthusiastically talked about Heath Doyle's matter. "He directly told me his second mate's sequence." Klein nearly pricked up his brows. He secretly glanced at Admiral of Stars Catlear and discovered that she looked a little helpless. "Are you very curious and worried? Are you afraid that he's a devout believer of the true creator, a corrupted lunatic?" "No, haha, he's a lucky fellow. Due to an accident, he was sprayed with a potion concocted from a rose bishop's Beyonder ingredients despite being an ordinary person. It slowly seeped into him, and he managed to survive, eventually becoming a rather special Beyonder. As he didn't experience the listener stage, he wasn't corrupted and didn't become a lunatic. As long as he doesn't proactively use Beyonder powers like listen, he will always be an ordinary person," Frank Lee said in a flaunting manner. "What an enviable fellow. He instantly reached sequence 6, and he didn't lose his mind like sea serpent Cavituous." Klein sighed inwardly as he watched Admiral of Stars open the door to the captain's cabin. Catlear pointed inside and said, "Your room is diagonally opposite. Your room is diagonally opposite. Frank will bring you there." If there's anything you need, you can come here to find me. You can have your meals at the dining hall. You can also get Frank to send someone to deliver food to your room at any time. It mainly depends on the method you prefer. Admiral of Stars handles matters very efficiently. Yes, a mature and intelligent lady. Klein praised inwardly as he replied without a change in expression, you can have your meals at the dining hall at any time. All right. Seizing this opportunity, he took a look at the layout of the captain's cabin and found that there were bookshelves, full-length mirrors, tables, and carpets. He actually knows how to read. Isn't he unable to digest the knowledge instilled by the hidden sage? Klein thought in amusement. At this moment, Frank Lee, who saw that both parties had finished their conversation, enthusiastically promoted his product. Mr. Sparrow, would you like a baked potato tonight? It tastes like beef, but it really is a potato. Will I get sick if I eat it? Klein replied coldly, I don't eat supper. Fine. Frank Lee shrugged and was about to lead Klein to his room. At this moment, Catlear thought for a moment and said, that's right. Mr. Sparrow, you must have hunted many enemies and obtained many spoils of war. I wonder how many Beyonder characteristics you have left. Maybe we can use them to offset the rest of the fare. Klein pondered for a moment before answering frankly, that's right. Most of them have been sold. There's still Interrogator, Pugilist, and Madman left. He didn't mention the all-black eye, nor did he mention the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic. As expected of the most famous adventurer in recent months. Even after selling most of them, there are still 3 Beyonder characteristics left. Catlear sighed inwardly as she pondered. I want Pugilist. She had a warrior subordinate from the Gargas archipelago who had long accumulated enough contributions to apply for an advancement. P.S. Thank you for your well wishes, everyone. Chapter 650. With regards to Admiral of Stars's request, Klein had no reason to reject it. £700. Very fair. Catlear did not bargain. Under normal circumstances, a Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic was worth £600 to £700, but if one encountered someone in urgent need of it, a premium was common. After all, such an item might only appear once in a long period of time at a Beyonder gathering. Klein didn't immediately complete the transaction. His expression didn't change as he lifted his suitcase. I'll give it to you tomorrow. He didn't bring the Pugilist Beyonder characteristic with him. Most of the valuable items had been thrown above the grey fog. Admiral of Stars Catlear wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's answer as she nodded. No problem. She had encountered many similar situations. This often meant that there were items placed together with the Pugilist Beyonder characteristic that couldn't be known to outsiders. Therefore, it was impossible for German Sparrow to open the suitcase in front of her and complete the transaction on the spot. A crazy adventurer always had some secret. Catlear paused for a second and added, yes. Your room won't have any prying devices. She had seen what she needed to see. It doesn't matter. Klein curled his lips and smiled indifferently. His previous plan was to use Aztec's copper whistle, or Septon's paper crane, and other items during the ritual or when he entered the world above the grey fog to resist the prying eyes of mysticism. Then, he would use the bathroom to avoid physical surveillance. Of course, he wasn't worried that Admiral of Stars would go overboard. This wasn't because he believed that she was afraid of the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, but because he felt that there was no need for Catlear to do so. She likely had softer and more covert means of observation. For example, inviting a Beyonder of the spectator pathway. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and followed poison expert Frank Lee to his room. Watching him leave unhurriedly, Catlear turned around and entered the captain's room. She picked up her thick glasses and put them on the bridge of her nose. Beekland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. In the eyes of ordinary people, Bishop Utravsky, whose height was already that of a half-giant, put down the Holy Bible in his hand and looked around the prayer hall. There are more and more believers. Really? Emlyn White, who was wearing a brown priest robe, wiped the candlestick and spoke without even lifting his eyelids. He knew that after the great smog of Beekland, the number of believers of Mother Earth had increased significantly. In the past, It would be a miracle if 3 to 5 people came to pray on weekdays and evenings. Now, it was often close to 10. Father Utravsky looked down at the busy vampire priest and chuckled. As long as you're not blind, you can see it. You've contributed a lot to this. If you hadn't concocted the potion, cured the plague, and sincerely taught the students about medicine, it would have been very difficult for our faith to be accepted by the people of this area. Emlyn held the cloth, straightened his back, and raised his chin slightly. I'm just acting. Wait, what do you mean by our faith? Who's with you? His face twitched a little, then he smiled and said, speaking of blind people, I recall a joke I saw previously. It said that there's a shortage of blind people in Beekland because they're widely believed to be the most suitable candidates to be referees. Father Utravsky skipped the joke and said benevolently, regardless of the goal, you've made an outstanding contribution to the spread of the faith of Mother Earth. And this also proves that you have a kind heart. Pooey. That's what I said back then. Why didn't you believe me? Emlyn looked up at the father's massive figure and silently retracted his gaze. After he was done with the church, he changed into his normal clothes, wore a silk top hat that blocked out the sun, and walked to Rose Street. He secretly sized up his surroundings, but he didn't find any signs of being monitored. That red glove named Leonard really hasn't appeared again. I thought that after exposing his secret and buying Tinder, he would keep investigating me in secret. Emlyn White shook his head indiscernibly, his heart filled with puzzlement. In the beginning, he had wanted to use the theory of the hanging man to bring in the Red Glove's investigations to interfere with the surveillance of the upper echelons of the Sanguine. He would then use the Church of Earth Mother and the Blessed, Father Utravsky, to achieve a perfect balance. However, things didn't develop as he had expected. Leonard Mitchell seemed to have quickly left Beekland. At the end of February, Emlyn took a detour to 7 Pinster Street during one of his trips, only to discover that no one lived there. Without thinking about it, he walked to the end of the street, got into a rental carriage, and headed straight for the Odora family's villa. After being led to the study on the first floor by an attendant, Emlyn saw several Sanguine who had just come of age, including a fellow Sanguine who had already become a baron. He's not looking for me alone. He thought for a moment, stood at the closed door, and said to the owner of the place, Cosme Odora, Baron, wasn't it Lord Nibs who summoned me? His Lord Baron was spoken calmly as if he was calling the other party's name directly. That was because he was also a vampire baron, but it had not been announced yet. Cosme was a middle-aged gentleman with an air of elegance. You are all the elites of the blood race's younger generation. My grandfather has entrusted me to give you some tests. What test? Asked Russ Bathory, the other Sanguine baron who had inherited the inheritance. Cosme drank a mouthful of the dark red blood mixed with wine and surveyed the area. Perhaps you aren't aware, but the life school of thought Snake of Fate has been missing for some time. As Emlyn White and the other Sanguine exchanged looks of surprise and confusion, Cosme continued, but I believe all of you should know very well that the Life School of Thought is an organization that barely holds together. But I believe you should know very well that the Life School of Thought is an organization that barely holds together. The Beyonders who believe in fate and regard themselves as transcendent and rational, and the believers who worship the primordial moon and seek the essence of life and spirituality formed an alliance under the immense pressure of the 7 churches in the early 5th epoch. Due to the existence of the Snake of Fate, there haven't been any major problems internally. The worship of the primordial moon has always been limited and fixed in a symbolic sense. Furthermore, it has been fused bit by bit through master-disciple inheritance and the exchange of formulas. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the Snake of Fate, this process has been disrupted. The believers of the primordial moon quickly became fanatical, and a schism appeared between them and the faction that represented fate, resulting in an intense conflict. This matter was used by Rose School, causing them quite a bit of damage. Seeing that Emlyn White, Russ Bathory, and the other Sanguine were still somewhat puzzled, Cosme, who had explained the background, went straight to the point. Those who worship the primordial moon are our eternal enemies. They have been hunting us all this time to concoct potions to obtain strength. Now, we can't let go of this opportunity. There's a name list here that records the situation of a few primordial moon believers. Whoever can find their whereabouts and kill them will be the victor of this test. My grandfather, as well as the various lords, will not be stingy with their rewards. If a portion of it is completed, it will be calculated in terms of quantity. Of course, these have all been selected. They are within your strength. The rest will be tracked by the various lords. When Emlyn White heard the first half, although he was filled with contempt and hatred for the artificial vampires, he had no intention of joining in. He felt that it was too troublesome, tiring, and noisy. He might as well stay at home and converse with his puppets. When he realized that this was a competition between themselves, he vaguely sensed the gazes of Russ Bathory and the other Sanguine on him. Emlyn suddenly straightened his back and raised his chin. No problem. His scarlet eyes slowly swept the other creatures in the room. On the future, in a spacious room that had an attached bathroom. Klein stood by the window, looking at the undulating blue sea as he breathed in the cold winds that blew from the north in a good mood. This flagship of Admiral of Stars had already separated from the other ships and was beginning its own voyage. After an unknown period of time, 2 whaling ships appeared in front of him. The moment they noticed the future's fluttering flag of stars and eyes, they immediately reacted in a nervous manner. They quickly adjusted their positions so that their sides were facing this direction, and their cannons were ready to fire. At the same time, the cannons that used explosives to fire javelins and harpoons also turned in the same direction. The tall, blonde fishermen of the Gargas archipelago held their spears as they stood or crouched. They were abnormally vigilant. Klein noticed that there were women who were about the size of Hulk. It was obvious that they were especially heavy and capable of fighting. The future didn't mind their welcome as it continued driving deep into the whaling sea route. After sailing for a while, Klein saw a few pirate ships in front of him. They were surrounding the periphery of the sea route, seemingly up to something. The future didn't stand on ceremony as it approached. The pirate ships immediately retreated into the distance like birds that had been shot. Sensing the future slowing down, Klein turned around and left the room in puzzlement. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he saw Admiral of Stars Catlear walk out. This lady wore a pair of thick glasses on her nose bridge, concealing her mysterious purple eyes. She glanced at Klein and succinctly said, "Someone discovered a ruin from the 4th epoch at the bottom of the sea. Someone found a relic from the Quaternary at the bottom of the sea here. Someone discovered a ruin from the 4th epoch at the bottom of the sea." Bottom of the sea? A ruin from the 4th epoch? Klein instantly recalled the rumor he had heard in Lairdal Bar. So this news has already spread. I was wondering why it was so easy to hear, he muttered inwardly in enlightenment. Divine Sovereign of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 651. Klein was somewhat curious about the results of the exploration, so he didn't ask further. He walked past the captain's cabin and headed down the stairs. After taking a few steps, his throat felt itchy. He couldn't help but press his fist to his mouth and cough. Klein wasn't surprised by this situation because it was something that was bound to happen. He had definitely carried the biological poison bottle for more than 2 hours last night. Only when it was late at night and he confirmed that Admiral of Stars had no intention of attacking did he move the mystical item into the black suitcase. As a result, he tragically fell ill. Of course, he hadn't carried the biological poison bottle for too long. His body wasn't in a weakened state, so his illness was relatively mild. It was just a simple sore throat. Catlear, who was slowly following behind, saw this scene, but she didn't find anything wrong with it. Instead, she felt that it was normal. Mystical items definitely had negative effects. This was a rule that knowledgeable Beyonders knew. Furthermore, they had learned from the 7 churches and labeled items with severe negative effects that were difficult to carry around for long periods of time as sealed artifacts. The reason why Catlear had sold or exchanged many of her low and mid-level mystical items was firstly because she wanted items that were stronger and could raise her survivability. Secondly, the variety of negative effects was also a problem. Often, one could avoid one, but not the other. Some of the negative effects would even stack up, resulting in an effect that was greater than 2. To Beyonders, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. She discovered that German Sparrow had used mystical items, Beyonder weapons, and spirituality charms to arm himself to the teeth. Amidst her surprise, She was already guessing what kind of negative effects he would suffer. From the looks of it, it was only a simple illness for the time being. With steady footsteps, Klein came to the deck and immediately saw Frank Lee. He was still in his white shirt and overalls. His sleeves were rolled up high, and his arms were stained with mud. He didn't seem afraid of the cold winds that blew down from the clear sky. "Good morning, German." Frank waved his hand warmly. "Come, take a look at my latest product. This is definitely the most popular item on the sea." As he spoke, he raised his other hand. In his palm was a thick and fat fish of unknown species. "No, I don't want to know what kind of monster you've created." Klein stopped and looked at him coldly. Frank Lee didn't notice anything wrong with his attitude. He took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the fish. Then he made an opening. The gurgling blood flowed out and accurately fell into the large beer mug on the deck, but there was not the slightest smell of blood. "Can you smell it? What an intoxicating aroma." Frank Lee half closed his eyes and said fervently, "This is a fish with red wine as its blood. The wine also contains a lot of nutrients." Klein found himself at a loss for words. Frank looked at the sailors around him in excitement and said to German Sparrow, "Captain, I'm here. Do you know what troubles us the most at sea?" That meant that the wine had run out and they had yet to reach the shore. "As long as this fish can quickly reproduce and become the main product of the sea, no matter where we go, we will never lack for alcohol. Yes, they will be divided into different species. Some produce Lanti-proof, some produce Nepos, some produce red wine, and some produce beer. Beer has to be made from sharks or whales, otherwise, there won't be enough to drink. Isn't the most troubling problem the lack of water? Of course, most of the time, you use beer to replace water because it's less likely to rot. Poor fish." Just as Klein was pondering over how to respond to Frank, Katlear came to the deck. She walked past him and asked her first mate, "What's the matter?" She walked past him and asked her first mate, "Is Nina ready?" "Yes, she's already finished a bottle of Nepos." Frank pointed to a shadow created by the sail. The so-called preparation is to drink a bottle of Nepos, a specialty of Faysac. "Nepos that can be struck with matches?" Klein suddenly felt that the lady named Nina mentioned by the first mate likely had Faysac blood. "Captain, I hope it's a bottle of Sonia blood wine." A female figure slowly stood up from the shadows and walked out. She was more than 1.8 meters tall, and her blonde hair was casually tied into a high ponytail. Her facial features weren't outstanding, but she had clear Faysac characteristics. Her skin was white and her eyes were light. This lady named Nina wore a tight-fitting black outfit that looked like it was made of fish skin. It seemed to fuse together from top to bottom, completely outlining her hot figure. This style was rather sexy to begin with, and Nina's breasts were the type that exceeded the limits of foul play. It was obvious what the surrounding pirates were looking at her with. Klein was a little embarrassed and wanted to look away, but he realized that German Sparrow wasn't such an inexperienced person. All he could do was empty his gaze and look at Nina's face. "German, this is our bosun, Nina. She's also the navigator's assistant. Haha, her sequence name is Seafarer." Frank Lee continued introducing without holding back. "This poison expert is very simple when it comes to researching hybridization. I remember now. This Nina's bounty is 3,600 pounds. Her nickname is Seabed Killer. Sigh, I've seen too many wanted posters. I can't even recall some of them." Klein looked into Nina's eyes and nodded calmly. "Good morning, Maram." Nina held back a smile as she sized up Klein. "Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I'm very curious. Is Vice Admiral Ailment as charming as the rumors say?" As a female pirate who had spent a long period of time in the lower echelons of society, she had always been frank and direct when it came to men and women. She wasn't bashful at all. She originally wanted to directly ask German Sparrow if she wasn't charming enough, or if he was the cold type, which resulted in him completely ignoring her without any reaction. However, considering that the person standing in front of her was a powerful fellow, an adventurer who had nearly successfully hunted Vice Admiral Ailment, a lunatic who could draw his gun and shoot at any moment, she rationally retracted her teasing words and asked about Vice Admiral Ailment in a roundabout manner. How am I to answer you? Klein fell silent for a moment. Her bounty is very charming. Nina was taken aback for a second, unsure of how to continue the topic. All she could do was turn to look at Admiral of Stars. Captain, shall we begin now? Cat Lear, who had her bounty flashed in her mind for some baffling reason, nodded at Nina. Begin. Just as she said that, Nina strode to the side of the ship. With a push of her right hand, she jumped straight into the sea and swam downstream like a black fish. At the same time, with a few splashes, a few sailors jumped down to provide support. She began without any buffer. This lady has the bearing of the Church of the Storm. As expected of a beyonder of the sailor pathway. Klein looked out the ship and couldn't help but cough twice. Are you sick? Frank Lee asked directly. Klein nodded indifferently. A little. Frank thought for a moment and didn't greet him. He ran back to the cabin and ran off somewhere unknown. By the side, Cat Lear nudged her thick glasses and smiled. Frank is a toxicologist and an excellent doctor. She's indeed from the plantar pathway. Klein didn't ask further as he stood there, waiting for Nina to complete her initial exploration. Noticing the sudden silence, to the point of awkwardness, Cat Lear took a few steps forward and casually said, "In another day, we'll leave the whaling channel. In another day, we'll be out of the whaling channel." We're still at least a week away from that ocean, Klein thought and raised a question. In fact, it'll be even further north, and there's a roundabout route. I know of a secret sea route that can allow us to reach the ocean you want in 2 to 3 days. Cat Lear's gaze pierced through the thick glass and landed on Klein's eyes, as though she was trying to figure out what he knew about the extremely dangerous ocean. Klein thought for a moment and simply said, "Very good. Very good, that's exactly what I wanted. In addition, that ocean is closer to an illusion than reality." Cat Lear retracted her gaze in thought and looked at the cabin's entrance. Frank Lee ran out, holding a green apple in his hand. "This is another result of mine. I've crossbred medicine and fruit, turning medicine into enjoyment." He handed the apple to Klein with a beaming smile. "I'm afraid that my condition will worsen if I eat it." Klein glanced at Admiral of Stars and saw her nod gently. Although he appeared calm, he reluctantly accepted the apple and bit down on it. It had the taste of a normal apple, but there was more liquid and the flesh was softer. After taking a few bites, Klein realized that his throat suddenly stopped hurting. He had no idea when his coughing stopped. "I have to say that this is truly miraculous. As long as it doesn't involve animals or humans, Frank Lee should be considered a genius that's highly regarded in the Church of Earth Mother. Unfortunately, he eventually became a devil-like fellow." Klein looked at the poison expert and said frankly, "I've been cured." "Very good. Very good." Frank didn't praise himself as he casually introduced the pirates on the deck to Klein. After a while, Nina and the supporting sailors swam out of the sea and returned to the captain. In her hand, she held a metal bar that was so rusted that its original form was indistinguishable, and a patch of hard black soil covered in honeycombs. She grumbled to Cat Lear, "Captain, there's no such thing as a deep-sea well. That well isn't even as big as my breast. Of course, it's very deep and dark. I don't know what it is hiding." She gestured in front of her. Exaggeration is a common trait of pirates and adventurers. Cat Lear nodded, not using the word exaggeration. "The diameter of the well is so small?" Klein looked at the item in Nina's hand in puzzlement. He politely avoided Nina's body, which was dripping with water. Cat Lear synchronized her gaze with his and said, "Tell me the details. P.S. Tomorrow's 2-night watch time is normal, but please recommend tickets for Monday in advance. Tilda." Chapter 652. Nina was a pirate who had worked her way up from the lower ranks. Although she was irritable most of the time, she was definitely experienced. She was considered a relatively reliable person. After some thought, she described seriously, "That well is rather deep at the bottom of the sea. I needed sufficient buffer time to adjust to the pressure and temperature there, so it took me a long time to reach it. It wasn't easy to discover, but the remnants of the steel buildings were rather obvious. I found them the moment I adapted to the environment. They had completely collapsed and rotted. There's no way to imagine what they originally looked like. However, I can tell that they were definitely not small in the past. It's just that they've shrunk a lot now." When Nina said that, she chuckled and swept her gaze across all the men present. A real female pirate is indeed different. Klein immediately sighed inwardly. From his point of view, be it Admiral of Stars Cat Lear, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, or Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, none of them were considered pure female pirates. This was because they came from large factions or secret organizations. When they were low sequence beyond us, they were either not at sea, following important figures, doing relatively safe things, or they were independent adventurers. They weren't influenced by the style and atmosphere of low and mid-ranking pirates. After Nina finished laughing, Cat Lear pointed at the rusty object in her hand that was difficult to describe as a metal strip. "This is a portion of those steel buildings?" "Yes, Captain. As you know, I don't know much about history or mysticism, so I could only bring some back for you to study. You're an expert in this area." Nina smiled as she handed over the metal strip. Then, she pointed at the remaining black soil that was covered in honeycombs. "Not far from the steel ruins, I found that well. It's really not big. If this can be described with the word huge, then I must have seen many huge cannons. Those drunk adventurers are better at bragging than us pirate. This is the soil inside that deep well. I can't imagine how these marks were formed." Nina's fingers repeatedly struck the honeycomb-shaped spots on the black soil. At first, Klein thought that they were traces left behind by the concentrated shooting of small objects, but after careful observation, he suspected that they were the remnants of a corrosive pattern. Each spot was very shallow, and the edges of the spots spread slightly and irregularly in all directions. As Nina handed the black soil to Admiral of Stars Cat Lear, she continued describing it. "That well is really very small. Even a child from Nars wouldn't be able to crawl into it. It's very deep. I even feel like it has no bottom. In that environment, its interior was dark and gloomy, as though something was slowly calling out to me. Yes, slowly. I found a few stones nearby and threw them in, but there was no response. In short, it was filled with water." Cat Lear raised the metal bar and the black soil. Through the thick glass lens, she carefully examined it. "Since the mouth of the well is very small and humans can't enter it directly, there's no need for us to start exploring now. It'll be very dangerous. Once I figure out the secrets hidden in these two items and if the ancient well is valuable enough for us to take the risk, we'll return to make an attempt." "All right, Captain." The drenched Nina shivered from the cold wind, causing the surrounding pirates to stare straight at her. Cat Lear nudged her glasses and said to Nina, "You can drink a bottle of Sonia blood wine today. You can drink a bottle of Sonia blood wine today. Everything else is unlimited. Long live Captain." Nina cheered in extreme joy. An ancient well at the bottom of the sea that humans can't enter. Klein, who had no desire to explore it, summarized Nina's description inwardly. Suddenly, he had a wonderful idea. Just because humans couldn't enter the ancient well at the bottom of the sea didn't mean that non-humans couldn't. Many deep-sea fish weren't that huge, so there was a high chance that they could pass through the well. And as a sea god, when wielding a scepter, he had sufficient means to control sea creatures. "There's no rush. I'll see what Marum Hermit can figure out from these two items before deciding if I should explore it on the return trip. Otherwise, I might incur some exaggerated danger. There's currently a lack of information on such matters, so there's no way to divine it." Amidst his thoughts, Klein remained expressionless. At this moment, Cat Lear turned her head to glance at him curiously before retracting her gaze without leaving a trace. "Why is she suddenly looking at me? Why is she looking at me? It's impossible for her to know that I have the sea god scepter, allowing me to control sea creatures. No, she knows. But she knows that Mr. Fool wields the godhood scepter left behind by sea serpent Cavituous, not the world. Unless she's seen through the fact that the world is the fool. But that's even more impossible. Even Mr. the Hanging Man is still stuck at the level of the world being a blessed. She didn't even realize this. Let's change my train of thought and consider it from the perspective of Admiral of Stars. She's a person pursued by knowledge, and she has followed Queen Mystic and is loyal to the Moses ascetic order. She has roamed the seas for many years and has seen and experienced many things. It's not strange for her to know that the sea god domain has the beyonder powers to control sea creatures. Therefore, after discovering that humans can't pass through the ancient well at the bottom of the sea, she naturally made the connection to the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand. She plans on requesting the corresponding help in the future. She thinks that I'm observing to see if the world has the corresponding information and if he has similar thoughts. Klein immediately thought of many things. With the powers of a clown, he forcefully maintained his indifferent expression and didn't have any abnormal reactions. When Nina went to collect the Sonia blood wine, Klein pressed down on his hat and returned to the cabin's entrance. As he approached the door, a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. In a room on the upper level of the cabin, the windows were tightly shut and the curtains were covered. A pair of blurry eyes hid behind the curtains as it silently watched the people on the deck, watching German Sparrow. Who is it? Klein didn't stop in his tracks. His body didn't show any signs of stiffness as he entered the cabin normally like before. At 3 in the afternoon, bright but not scorching sunlight shone upon a garden near Stowen University. Michel Duth, who was already a senior associate professor at the age of 40, was wearing a long tuxedo for banquets and a beautiful bow tie as he waited patiently by the door. Yesterday evening, he had received a letter. The sender was an attendant of the most powerful noble family in Eastchester County, Earl Hall. The writer was the daughter of the extremely influential Member of Parliament, Miss Audrey Hall, who was known as the most dazzling gem in Beekland. This noble lady mentioned in the letter that she had heard from a gathering that Mr. Michel Duth was an outstanding collector. As an enthusiast in this field, she wished to pay a visit. Michel Duth had no reason to reject it. Soon, an elegant carriage with the family emblem drove to the door. 2 servants, who had already received instructions, opened the outer door made of steel fences and led the carriage around the garden to the front of the house. A housekeeper walked down first, followed by the guards and maidservants. Following that, a hand wearing a long white gauze glove reached out. With the help of the maidservants, Audrey gracefully stepped onto the carpet that Michel had laid out ahead of time. Michel was first taken aback before his eyes lit up. She felt as though the flowers in the garden beside her had lost their color. He took 2 steps forward and took off his hat to bow. "Welcome, honorable lady. Your visit is an honor for me and my family." Audrey took off her gauze hat and handed it to the maidservant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she followed Michel Duth through the living room and into the collection room on the first floor. Here, Michelle seemed to have regained her confidence as the owner. She started from the left side and pointed at the collection. Starting from the left edge, she pointed at the collection and introduced, "This is a helmet that appeared during the White Rose War. After a long period of research, I can confirm that its owner is a member of the Sauron family. Back then, they were still part of the royal family." The golden helmet was intricately designed. There were decorations that resembled flying birds, and the visor was made up of metal scales. "My ancestor obtained his first noble title during this war," Audrey replied with piqued interest. She had adjusted her mental state ahead of time, making it seem as though she was really here to visit. The defeat in the 20-year war caused the kingdom to suffer many years of humiliation, but it also produced many heroes. Michel flattered her indirectly. The White Rose War happened after the 20-year war and before the Battle of the Violated Oath. Ruan defeated Intis and became powerful again. Michel continued introducing her collection as Audrey listened attentively. From time to time, she would raise questions and interact with her. Finally, Michel pointed at a notebook with a black cover. It belonged to a knight who was stationed on Sonia Island during the 20-year war. This knight's name has already vanished into the annals of history. Only this notebook proves that he once existed, and that he once defended Sonia Island to the very last moment. Not only is this notebook first-hand information for studying that period of history, but it also hides certain problems. That knight has many unusual habits when it comes to grammar. This might be a clue that can help us figure out his exact identity. Audrey instinctively believed that this notebook was her target, so she leaned closer. Indeed, she found inconspicuous lines on the black cover. Together, they outlined a rather abstract dragon. From Associate Professor Michel's tone and subtle expressions, His interest in this notebook is mainly focused on the content and not the notebook itself. He doesn't particularly cherish it. I have a high chance of buying it. Audrey calmly made a judgment. She turned her head and smiled at Michel Duth. What kind of unusual habits is it? He likes to use short sentences, very short ones. Michel described as though he was showing off. Audrey had always been a good listener. She looked at her with a smile and listened attentively, allowing Michel to say more. As she listened, she suddenly felt that the knight's grammar habits were somewhat familiar. That's... Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she quickly recalled the source of the familiarity. It was a grammatical habit of Dragonese that she had seriously studied and basically grasped. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendations for Monday Tilda. Chapter 653. A knight who knows Dragonese, to the point where he mainly uses Dragonese during critical stages of his growth. It's no wonder psychological alchemy wishes to obtain the notebook he left behind. Audrey came to a realization as she reined in her thoughts. She happily and seriously discussed the grammatical problems with Michel Duth. Soon, they ended their discussion of the notebook as Michel began introducing the subsequent collections. Time ticked by as the tour gradually came to an end. Audrey had originally planned on raising the request to buy it the next time, so as to make the matter appear unclear, but the friendly atmosphere and the natural foreshadowing made her acutely sense that this was an opportunity. Hence, with the powers of lie, she blushed in embarrassment. Mr. Duth, the Sauron royal family helmet that originated from the White Rose War is a very good item to commemorate my ancestors. Pardon me for asking, but can I buy it from you? There's also the notebook from the 20-Year War. As I'm very impressed with the knights who defended Sonia Island, I similarly wish to have it. I know this isn't a polite request, but I hope you can understand my feelings. Of course, you have the right to reject it. Her eyes darted around as she dodged his gaze. She was doing it on purpose, making herself appear timid and pitiful. Michel instantly subconsciously moved her gaze away as she said with a gentle voice, I'm a collector. I'm a collector. I won't sell my collection. His tone and choice of words aren't firm enough. The information I've gathered indicates that he's a gentleman who places great importance on his reputation. Directly using money to buy his collection is probably something he can't accept. The psychological alchemy didn't get someone else to complete this mission. On the one hand, it's to accumulate contribution points for me, and on the other hand, it's likely because of Mr. Associate Professor's attitude towards this matter. I have to use a different method. Before Audrey came here, she had already carefully formulated a different plan based on the information she had gathered. After some thought, she diverted the topic and asked, Mr. Duth, I heard that you are seeking to establish an antiquity research institute within Stowen University. Yes, that's my goal for the past few years. Michel looked at Audrey again and answered frankly. Audrey smiled faintly and said, I'm very interested in this field of research, and I respect you very much. I hope to see you achieve your dream. Oh, I wish to donate £1,000 in cash to Stowen University and your college, as well as 2,000 acres of land nearby, as well as a rather profitable manor. I want to establish a foundation for the collection and preservation of antiquities. I know that this isn't enough, but I will lobby the ladies and gentlemen I know to make a certain contribution. Note 1, Mr. Duth, you are the most professional antique collector and researcher I know. Are you willing to be the person in charge of this charity fund? 2,000 acres of land near the university is worth about £6,000. Adding the manor and cash, Miss Audrey has donated nearly £10,000. With such a charity foundation for the collection and preservation of antiques, the difficulty of applying for my research institute will be reduced to a minimum. Michel fell silent for a few seconds before revealing a sincere smile and bowing solemnly. Honorable Miss, I'm touched by the importance you place on academics. Its brilliance is comparable to your beauty and upbringing. I believe I have no reason to reject your invitation. I've already copied the notebook's contents. I'll send it and the helmet to your mansion tonight. This is a gift from a sincere friend. Success. Audrey was delighted, wishing to praise herself. However, she maintained a reserved expression and didn't do anything rude. It's my honor, she said sincerely. Although the two collectibles were definitely not worth £10,000, she wouldn't suffer any losses from it. In her plans, this proposal contained 3 goals and 3 rewards. The first goal was naturally to obtain the items and complete the commission, allowing her to successfully obtain the hypnotist potion formula from psychological alchemy. The second goal was to raise her reputation, status, and image by donating to research and preserving ancient objects. This was something most nobles and tycoons did. Even without today's donation, Audrey would still donate £3,000 or more to various charitable organizations every year. Therefore, she believed that her father, Earl Hall, wouldn't stop her from doing something similar with the small amount of property under her name. The third goal was to establish a foundation that focused on the collection and preservation of antiques. It was easy for her to come into contact with valuable historical information and mysterious items. Audrey didn't need to appear personally. Just by sitting at home, she could obtain items that could be of help to her. It was equivalent to using £10,000 to leverage more funds and establish her own faction. Of course, if Michel Duth didn't accept the exchange, she had other plans. The Hall family was in the kingdom's higher education commission, as well as the noble friends she knew. As long as the associate professor had the corresponding needs, she would definitely be able to find a way to satisfy him. However, Audrey didn't like such a method. She found it dishonorable, as though it harmed the public's interests. After discussing the matter, Audrey stayed for a while longer and chatted for about 15 minutes, making the ending of the matter seem less abrupt. Following that, she bade farewell and left Michel's place, taking a carriage back to the Hall family's villa in Stone City. At around 8 in the evening, she received the Sauron royal family's helmet and the notebook from the 20-Year War as promised. Audrey wore a pair of white gauze gloves and sat in front of the desk with piqued interest. She placed the helmet to the side and seriously flipped through the notebook's contents. She discovered that the records were very fragmented. The early stages were mainly about how the knight stationed at ancient Elven Island learned how to brew Sonya bloodwine, how he chased the ladies around him, and how he spent his boring time. The middle and later stages of the 20-Year War were mainly about cursing the Phaeacians, grumbling about his companions, and considering how to defend his position. It ended after Sonya Island was lost for the first time. Apart from the fact that the grammar is similar to Dragonese, there aren't many problems with it. I can't tell where the clues are hidden. Audrey frowned slightly as she closed the notebook. She had used mysticism methods to check it, but she still didn't find anything. This made her not wish to waste any more time. She planned on handing it over to psychological alchemy. As her thoughts raced, she suddenly had a new idea. Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, always considers problems from different perspectives and gives suggestions. Should I learn from them? Thinking about it from another angle, assuming that there's nothing wrong with the notebook's contents, then what psychological alchemy pursues is the notebook itself. What's so special about it? I didn't notice it just now. It belongs to a knight who's used to using Dragonese. That knight must have experienced something. Divination. Right, divination. Perhaps I can use divination to find the knight's final whereabouts or initial traces with the help of this notebook. And this might very well be related to a dragon. Since it's a dragon, there's a high chance that it's a mind dragon. It's a representative of the spectator pathway. The clues related to it are indeed worthy of psychological alchemy's attention. Audrey, that's a good train of thought. Audrey's eyes lit up, as though there was an obvious radiance hidden in them. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the golden retriever sitting beside her. Susie glanced at her owner and barked. Audrey, do you want me to praise you? No, there's no need. Audrey turned her head back in shame. Then, she discovered an important problem. She didn't know how to divine, or it could be said that the accuracy of the revelations she received from divination was very low. There's no way to verify it. No, I can still seek help from Mr. Fool. A secret deed ritual? This seems like it can only be used on me and not on external objects. Artificial sleepwalking? It's similar to a secret deed ritual, so it won't work either. Sacrificing it to Mr. Fool and letting him help with divination before bestowing it to me. No, that won't do. That's not respectful enough. He isn't my father or teacher, but a true deity. Using such a method is too casual and a little blasphemous. Audrey's train of thought gradually developed from Mr. Fool to divination. Although she wasn't very good at divination, she still had a certain understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge. She quickly locked onto a particular type of divination method. That was to use a certain ritual to request a third party's power, to request an unknown, mysterious existence to give an answer. The most typical example of such a method was magic mirror divination. Yes, it's indeed very dangerous, but the danger lies in the fact that the person I'm praying to might be filled with malice or that mere contact will cause me to break down. As for me, I don't have such worries at all. I'm making a request to Mr. Fool. Audrey blinked and repressed the excitement in her heart. She turned her head to the golden retriever and said, "Susie, guard the door. I'm going to use mysticism methods to check this notebook." "Didn't you just use it?" Susie asked in puzzlement. "She's getting harder and harder to fool." Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she said frankly, "I plan on trying magic mirror divination." "Don't worry. I have a safe target to request it from." "All right." Susie confirmed that Audrey was telling the truth. It took a few steps before turning around and exhorting her. "Audrey, you have to be careful of being possessed by the projection of a mysterious existence." "I know," Audrey replied without the slightest worry. From her point of view, if Mr. Fool really wanted to harm her, he would have had countless opportunities. There was no need to wait until now. After Susie opened and closed the door, Audrey sat in front of the desk and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name to request for the use of magic mirror divination. After a while, Klein, who was on the future, entered the washroom and went above the grey fog. He heard Miss Justice's prayer. "That's possible." "That's right. As a mysterious and unknown existence, I can indeed act as a third party in magic mirror divination." Klein gave a yes answer in amusement. Audrey immediately picked up the notebook, sat in front of the dressing table, and lit a candle in front of the mirror. Note 1. Acres in this book refer to acres. In the mid to late Victorian era, land in the suburbs was about £100 to £130 per acre, which translates to £2 10 shillings to £3 5 shillings per acre. Well, except for the London suburbs. Of course, this isn't necessarily accurate. I calculated it by deducting the cost of building a house from the total cost of buying land and building a house. P.S. Requesting for monthly recommendation votes. Chapter 654. The curtains on the windows were tightly shut, and the lights in the room were dimmed. Audrey completed the corresponding preparations according to the requirements of the magic mirror divination. Of course, she didn't deliberately choose a suitable time period, because it wasn't that troublesome to make a request from Mr. Fool. Looking at the candle in front of her and the mirror that reflected the candlelight and herself, Audrey picked up a bottle of extract with interest and unease. She dripped a few drops of the liquid onto the dim yellow flame. A refreshing and elegant scent entered her nose, and for some baffling reason, Audrey recalled the time when she was still a mysticism enthusiast. She would also make all sorts of mistakes in the beginning. At the critical juncture of the ritual, she would realize that she had forgotten to prepare the essential oils and extract that would please the deity. All she could do was make do with perfume, and the outcome was undoubtedly a failure. In fact, according to the information revealed by Mr. Fool, even if I were to use my own perfume to replace this bottle of extract, he would still respond to me. Audrey took a slow breath and used cogitation to completely calm herself down. She knew that her uncontrollable thoughts weren't normal. Her tiny bit of anticipation and nervousness had been magnified by the lie necklace. After adjusting her state of mind, Audrey clasped her hands and placed them in front of her buried mouth and nose as though she was praying. She sincerely began chanting in a low voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The secret incantation gently reverberated. After repeating it 7 times, Audrey realized that there seemed to be something indescribable in the surrounding darkness. It was like an undercurrent hidden at the bottom of the water. Looking up, Audrey reached out her right hand and passed by the candle that didn't waver at all. She stroked the mirror from top to bottom. At this point, the magic mirror divination process was completed. If a mysterious or unknown existence was interested in it, it would use the mirror to give a certain response. Above the grey fog, in the ancient and magnificent palace, Klein saw the crimson star that represented Miss Justice first expand before shrinking, emitting an illusory glow. Finally, they were dyed with a deep sense of concealment that was nearly black, condensing into a mirror-sized halo that seemed to lead to the outside world. The effect is different from the previous rituals. Interesting. Klein leaned back in his chair and emanated his spirituality, making contact with the dark circle that resembled a hole. Without a sound, his vision changed. The long bronze table, the crimson stars, and the spacious room illuminated by candlelight inexplicably overlapped, but the boundaries were clear. At that moment, Klein felt like a mirror had become an extension of his body and eyes. It helped him clearly see and interfere with the world above the grey fog. Yes, very clear. Everything in Klein's line of sight was no longer blurry and grey. Everything was presented clearly in his eyes. His gaze suddenly froze for 2 seconds. In front of him was a young girl wearing a pure white dress with golden lace. Her long golden hair was casually tied up, soft and glossy. Her green eyes reflected the pale light of the fire. They were as deep as the sea and as pure as the purest gems. Her facial features and the shape of her face created a soul-stirring beauty. Her temperament was elegant and pure. Klein looked away guiltily. I nearly imagined that she was a demoness of a high sequence. Thankfully, I remembered that Miss Justice is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. It's impossible for her to become a demoness. The fragrance of the extract is pretty good and very special. This subtle reaction. Is that a mystical item made from a faceless beyonder characteristic? Miss Justice turned it into a necklace. Klein's gaze landed on the mystical item disguised as a diamond necklace. Then, he heard Miss Justice say with anticipation, "That's right. Magic mirror, please tell me the whereabouts of the owner of this notebook." Audrey knew that she was seeking Mr. Fool's advice, but she had always wanted to recite the words of magic mirror ever since she heard stories about it when she was young. Now, she finally had a chance to put it into practice. The previous failure doesn't count. Yes. Audrey nodded inwardly for herself. Klein immediately looked at the black notebook placed between the candle and Miss Justice. He realized that his spirituality could easily spread out with the help of the mirror and hold the divination medium like a hand. Above the grey fog, he quickly wrote the corresponding divination statement, the whereabouts of the original owner of this notebook. With one hand holding the notebook and the other holding the piece of paper, Klein recited as he leaned back into his chair. With the help of cogitation, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Audrey opened her green eyes and looked seriously and attentively at the mirror, waiting for Mr. Fool's response. After a few seconds, she finally saw ripples appear on the mirror's surface. I succeeded. The magic mirror divination is really useful. Audrey's eyes widened as she reflected the scene that flashed in the mirror. It was a bird's eye view of a village. The scene got closer and closer as the drawings of the dragons on the various buildings gradually became clearer. A cathedral quickly occupied the main body of the mirror before being replaced by a cemetery. Finally, the scene stopped at a tombstone in the corner. The inscription on it had long been blurred by the sun, the rain, and the strong winds. Only the name Lindalila could be vaguely seen. At this moment, the mirror suddenly darkened before returning to normal. It reflected Audrey and the candle in front of her. Isn't this the village that has the custom of worshipping dragons? The knight who wrote the notebook is named Lindalila, one of them. He returned to his hometown after losing the 20-year war and died. Or could it be that he was transported back to his hometown in the form of a corpse? That village belongs to East Chester County. Stone City also belongs to East Chester County. It's normal that Associate Professor Michel obtained the notebook from there. There's indeed a mind dragon that lives in the sea of people's collective subconscious. In enlightenment, Audrey thanked Mr. Fool and ended the magic mirror divination. Under the candlelight, she stared at the notebook for a while and finally decided to hand it over. She wanted to see what psychological alchemy could divine and investigate. At the very least, I still don't have the strength to make contact with that mind dragon. This is all I can do. Besides, even if psychological alchemy really discovers something and gains something, when I grow stronger and rise in the organization, a portion of it will belong to me. Audrey's mood quickly turned good again. Above the grey fog, Klein rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers. Combined with Miss Justice's previous statement, he made his judgment. That village with the notebook is related to a dragon, and dragons often mean treasure. Unfortunately, Miss Justice's strength isn't enough. Otherwise, I would have encouraged her to explore it herself. If anything happens, she can pray to the sea god, and I'll provide support from various aspects. Yes, it's too dangerous for her. I can only give it up for now. If psychological alchemy doesn't discover any problems, I might be able to try it in the future. Klein suppressed his regret and recalled the magic mirror divination experience. This kind of divination is excellent for a third party. It doesn't require much of a price to connect to the real world. If I wanted to, I could even drill out of the mirror in the form of a spirit body, but to the user, it's indeed very dangerous. Without any protection, I would appear under the gaze of an unknown and mysterious eye. I would then be possessed, controlled, cursed, and corrupted. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't worried that Miss Justice would misuse the magic mirror divination because she had the best and safest target to pray to. She didn't need any external help. In other words, me. Klein retracted his finger and sat at the end of the long bronze table. He sat there in silence for 20 to 30 seconds. Soon, he returned to the real world. He didn't stay any longer. After all, he was on the future, and he was being watched from the shadows. After leaving the washroom and putting away Aztec's copper whistle and Will Orceptin's paper crane, Klein looked at the crimson moon that was obscured by the clouds and thought silently for a moment. He wore his half-top hat, opened the door, and came to the corridor. After taking a few steps forward, Klein deliberately slowed down his footsteps and glanced at the first room to his left through the corner of his eye. Based on his judgment, the mysterious pair of eyes that had been silently watching the deck and him during the day was in this room. Klein walked slower and slower until he almost stopped at the door. He didn't hide anything as he extended his left palm towards the handle. A portion of the scene inside naturally surfaced in his mind. Not far behind the door was a clothes rack with nothing hanging on it. The weak starlight scattered across the clean floor. It was silent, serene, and lacked any human presence. The window had been opened at some point, and the sea breeze blew in, lifting the curtain that wasn't too thick. No one else. Klein was just testing the waters. He immediately retracted his left palm and walked toward the stairs as if nothing had happened. Arriving at the deck, Klein walked leisurely near the ship's railing with a cold and indifferent expression. It seemed that his main purpose was to come down for a walk. Suddenly, he saw a man in suspenders and a white shirt sitting in front of him. Frankly, Klein didn't stop. He moved closer step by step. The man sensed something and turned around to look at the approaching person. He was poison expert Frank Lee, but there was no longer a smile on his face. His mouth and chin were covered in blood. Klein raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Frank Lee suddenly raised his hands and grabbed a silver-scaled fish from each side that hadn't been struggling. He said dejectedly, "I failed. Their lifespan is much shorter than I expected. They can't reproduce at all, even if they're planted in the soil." As he spoke, he raised the silver-scaled fish in his right hand and sucked in a mouthful. "This is a good thing. Otherwise, I'm really worried that I'll cause some kind of ecological disaster." "So, you're drowning your sorrows with wine, no, fish?" Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 655. Klein couldn't go against his will to console Frank Lee, nor could he say that it was a good thing that the red wine fish couldn't reproduce. All he could do was pretend that it was a trivial problem and didn't respond. He took 2 steps diagonally and circled to the side of the ship, looking at the rough sea. At that moment, the clouds high in the sky had thinned a little. The crimson moon's light made the dark night a little brighter. In such an environment, Klein could clearly see the scene not far away. There were dark clouds that hung low, and he could see corporeal hurricanes sweeping back and forth, enveloping an unknown expanse of the sea. Under the illumination of the silver bolts of lightning, the dense rain danced in the wind, creating a scene of the apocalypse. Such a terrifying disaster might be just a few nautical miles away from the future or even closer, but it didn't seem to affect the ship. Only the winds turned a little stronger. This is the meaning of a safe sea route. Proceeding in between storms. If one doesn't have a qualified navigator, one might end up being embroiled in a disaster just by proceeding normally. Klein turned his head to look in front of the ship and saw that it was dim and foggy. Visibility was extremely low, making it difficult to distinguish the dangerous and non-dangerous zones with the naked eye. Such a situation wasn't obvious on the west side of Oravi Island, but here, in a hidden sea route, it was normal. Klein was just about to retract his gaze when he suddenly saw a black behemoth hiding at the edge of the storm. A sea monster. He suddenly recalled the rumors he had heard at the bars at sea. After departing from a safe sea route, it was easy to encounter all kinds of monsters. Some of them were large in size and possessed strong offensive abilities. Once they surfaced, they would devour the ship. The future didn't stop advancing, and it didn't take long for it to close the distance between it and the dark behemoth. Klein finally saw it clearly and realized that it wasn't a sea monster, but a sailboat that was even larger than the future. The sailboat was nearly 200 meters long. It was raised high from the front and back, making it look like a crescent moon. Its surface was painted black. The cannons by the side of the ship were arranged in 3 rows, one above the other. The parts that protruded out of the deck, apart from the masts, were similarly tall and massive. They were at least the size of a 5-story house. The strangest thing about this ship was that it only had one sail, and on it was a black tombstone. Death Announcer. A heavy voice rang in Klein's ears. At some point in time, Frank Lee had abandoned the silver-scaled fish that had red wine as its blood and walked to his side. The first mate, who had a bounty of 7,000 pounds, had a sullen expression on his face. His muscles were tense, as though he would attack at any moment due to the slightest change in the huge sailboat. Death Announcer. Klein was stunned for a moment before he remembered what the name represented. It was one of the most famous and legendary ships in the 5 seas. It was the flagship of King of Immortality Agalito. I actually encountered one of the 4 kings. Klein clicked his tongue and couldn't help but be on high alert. However, he maintained his indifference and calmness on the surface as he continued looking at the Death Announcer from afar. Recalling how the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Kerchase, who had a bounty of 9,500 pounds, had recently appeared in Nars and warned him, Klein immediately felt relieved. He was no longer puzzled as to why he would encounter the Death Announcer not far from the Gargas archipelago. After putting this question aside, he thought of more rumors. And among these rumors, a number of them could be confirmed to be true. King of Immortality Agalito is a middle-aged man who is so pale that he looks like he's about to rot at any moment. His bounty alone is as high as 100,000 pounds. The people who were once his enemies, be they pirates, adventurers, or a particular naval fleet, are all dead. Only the other 3 of the 4 kings are still alive. He has never directly clashed with the official demigods. In this aspect, he appears to be extremely restrained. Almost no one knows his exact sequence. No one understands his beyonder powers. He's cruel by nature and has a penchant for slaughter. He might attack any person or ship at any moment. He likes to find excuses to renege on his promises. Apart from the title of King of Immortality, he's also widely known as the non-believer. Thankfully, I'm currently on the future. The King of Immortality will likely give Admiral of Stars some face. After all, Maram Hermit is one of the 7 pirate admirals. No, the 4 kings and the pirate admirals, apart from being able to coexist peacefully during the pirate conventions convened by the kings of the 5 seas, they would either cooperate or oppose each other under normal circumstances. Furthermore, it's mostly the latter. A few months ago, Admiral of Blood and Vice Admiral Dusk had a huge battle. Together with the King of Immortality's style, this matter might not be limited to a mere encounter. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard a deep bugle. Whoosh! The resting sailors in the cabin instantly woke up. Without bothering to put on their clothes, they either ran for the different cannons or came to the deck to prepare to engage the ship. The future instantly went from a peaceful state to a state of war. Klein turned his head and looked up. He saw that the window of the captain's cabin had been opened. Admiral of Stars Cat Lear was standing there in her unchanging black robe, staring in the direction of the death announcer. She wasn't wearing her thick glasses. Her pitch-black eyes were tinged with a deep purple color, making them look deep and mysterious. Indeed, she's also worried that the King of Immortality will suddenly launch an attack. Klein retracted his gaze and looked back at the death announcer that had its bow and stern raised. At this moment, the two ships had already brushed past each other. The pirates on the other side could be vaguely seen. Those pirates were similarly looking over. They were either as silent as statues, as though they didn't have any emotions, or brandished their sabers or blew at their guns in an extremely provocative manner. At this moment, just a match was enough to ignite the tense atmosphere, causing the battle to erupt. Finally, the death announcer didn't take any action. It remained silently in its spot as it watched the future pass it and gradually leave. Phew! Frank Lee, who was beside Klein, didn't hide his exhalation. He smiled again and said to Klein, "Heh, there have always been many rumors regarding the King of Immortality's strength. Some people say that he's indeed a demigod, while others say that he's only a sequence 5. He only reached sequence 4 with the help of the death announcer. But no matter what, he's already lived long enough. Tell me, if I crossbreed him with my fish, will it increase their lifespan?" Frank suddenly had an idea. "First, you need to be able to capture the King of Immortality, or make him interested in your fish." Klein lampooned and calmly said, "That's right. You can discuss this matter with him." Frank Lee was stunned for a moment before he sighed dejectedly. "He won't agree. He'll just plant me in the soil." Just as he said that, the death announcer, which had opened up a distance from the future, suddenly turned its sails. A sharp and malicious laughter sounded from hundreds of meters away, enveloping the entire future. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter kept reverberating. At times, it was hoarse and messy. At times, it sounded like ravings, and at other times, it sounded like a song. The sailors on the deck fell to the ground one after another, forcefully covering their ears as they struggled in pain. A number of Beyonders began to grow fish scales on their bodies. Klein was similarly affected as he felt his mind fill with all kinds of thoughts. Some were good, some were bad, some were bright, and some were dark. They were abnormally large and messy, and when combined with the constantly changing laughter, it produced a swelling feeling as though his head was about to explode. Klein's face contorted slightly as inconspicuous granulation tissue began to stir beneath his skin. If he hadn't experienced the true creator's ravings and Mr. Dawes' cries for help, and if he hadn't suffered such devastation every time he traversed the grey fog, giving him a certain level of resistance, Klein would have been like poison expert Frank Lee. He would have pressed his head and squatted down, wearing a ferocious expression as he resisted the pain brought about by the terrifying laughter. Klein noticed that Frank's face was growing some short brown fur as though he was transforming into a gigantic bear. At this moment, the symbols and magic labels on the future's bulkhead, deck, and mast lit up clearly, like a resplendent sea of stars on a moonless night. The sharp and hoarse laughter didn't weaken, but it seemed to widen the gap between it and the crowd. It came from a place even further away, appearing empty and illusory. The swelling in Klein's head was immediately alleviated as he finally had the strength to look up. Behind the open window in the captain's cabin, Admiral of Stars's face had dark marks on it. They looked as though they would crack at any moment, or disgusting things would grow out at any moment. At that moment, Cat Lear's palms were pressed against the windowsill. There were specks of starlight lingering around her, as though they corresponded with the resplendent sea of the future. Whoosh! A strong wind stirred as the sails automatically adjusted themselves. Despite losing the control of the sailors, the future's speed didn't decrease but increased as it quickly distanced itself from the death announcer. Klein looked at the room where the mysterious eyes had been watching the deck during the day. He discovered that the windows were creaking from the strong winds, but there was nothing abnormal about it. Whoosh! Amidst the strong winds, starlight descended, forming an ice floe that carried the future as it rapidly flew. Finally, the death announcer's figure vanished into the distance. The terrifying laughter that could make people lose control or go mad turned more illusory and distant. Frank Lee lowered his hands and panted heavily, barely managing to recover. The sailors on the deck were still struggling in extreme pain, but the situation didn't worsen. The King of Immortality's power is truly powerful. It's almost impossible to defend against. It's no wonder he's one of the four kings. Klein frowned slightly as he sighed. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, this was the first time he was being directly attacked by a demigod in the truest sense of the word. He discovered that even Agalito, who was ranked last among the four kings, similarly made him feel weak. It was as though there was no way he could resist. With Agalito's style, would he allow the death announcer to keep chasing after him? Although there's a high chance that he'll wait for Slaughterer Kerchase to return, I can't eliminate this possibility. If he were to chase after me, I'll pray to myself and use the sea god scepter to give him a whirlpool, a storm, and a bolt of lightning. After making up his mind, Klein looked at Admiral of Stars Catlear once again. This pirate admiral's face had already turned extremely pale, but there were no signs of darkness. The starlight lingering around her was slowly extinguishing. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 656. As the starlight around her completely disappeared, Catlear lowered her head and said to Frank Lee, who had just recovered, "Calm them down." This referred to the sailors who were still struggling in pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Catlear retracted her body, and the window closed with a clang. At that instant, Klein vaguely saw a green vine grow up from below, wrapping around Admiral of Stars in layers. As there was no sense of danger or evil, he instinctively believed that this was a mysticism method Marum Hermit used to heal her injuries and restore her energy. The powers of her Beyonder pathway? Or a mystical item that belongs to her? Isn't she worried that the death announcer would chase up to them by allowing Frank to deal with the chaos on the ship? How far did the future fly in its final flight? Klein stopped craning his neck and turned to look at Frank Lee beside him. This first mate, who was both a poison expert and a formidable doctor, had already taken out a flexible tube from his overalls pocket. One side of it was connected to a small glass bottle, while the other side was embedded with a long, thin, and sharp needle. "I made a sedative injection," Frank Lee said with a forced smile, still feeling the lingering fear. "I've bought similar items before, but I've given them to Zombie Marek." Klein surveyed the area. "I'm afraid that's not enough." "No, not for them. I need to find a helper first. They have the help of tranquilizing beer. Haha, they are always noisy when they are drunk, so I added the necessary elements to most of the beer barrels," Frank explained casually. Drugging him without a word. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally realized that the title of poison expert was well deserved. Just because the pirates were drunk and noisy, Frank added a modified tranquilizer to most of the alcoholic drinks. Moreover, he didn't feel guilty at all, nor did he feel guilty at all. It was as though he was doing something very normal and ordinary. This guy is a warm and straightforward good person in some aspects, but in other aspects, he's even more terrifying than a devil because he doesn't think that what he does is evil at all. How did the Church of Earth Mother raise such a mad scientist? Klein controlled his expression and followed Frank Lee for a distance before he found Bosun Nina wriggling in the shadows of the bulkhead. The pirate with an exaggerated figure was lying there, twisting in pain. Her hands were constantly scratching the deck, making ear-piercing sounds that made one's teeth ache. She scratched out distinct bloodstains. Just looking at this scene made Klein's fingers hurt. "German, do me a favor. Help me hold her down so that she doesn't struggle." Frank waved the needle and tube in his hand. Klein did not refuse, but he did not say anything either. He calmly squatted to the side and pressed his hands on Nina's shoulders. As soon as he touched her, he felt that his hands were slippery, and it was difficult for him to grab her. It was as if his target was not a lady, but a giant fish covered in slippery scales. Klein instantly adjusted himself, and with the help of a clown's precise control, he grabbed Nina's shoulders firmly. However, the strength with which she struggled was extremely great, much stronger than Klein's. Soon, his fingers turned limp and sore, making it difficult for him to maintain his grip. As expected of a Sequence 7 of the Sailor Pathway, and I'm not a Beyonder who's good at strength. If I don't need to be fed, I can activate Creeping Hunger, switch to Steal Mavetti's soul, and use the powers of a zombie. That's the most appropriate way. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw Frank approach. He squatted down and pressed his knees on Nina's back. His muscles bulged, and he quickly stopped Nina's struggle. The strength of a plantar pathway beyonder isn't weak either. However, Mr. Frank Lee, it'll probably be difficult for you to get a girlfriend if you treat a lady in such a crude manner. Of course, you definitely won't mind it. You can just let your child grow out of the soil. Klein lampooned as he watched Frank Lee insert the needle into the back of Nina's hand. With the small bottle of sedative injected, Nina no longer made any attempts to struggle. Klein released his hands and stood up. After a few seconds, Nina tidied her hair and stood up. She complained to Frank Lee, who was next to her. She grumbled to Frank Lee, "Why are you always as crude as a bear? Can't you do it in a different way?" As she spoke, she flailed her hands, unable to hide the pain on her face. Unlike when she was diving, she was now wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat. She looked no different from an ordinary pirate. Frank didn't mind Nina's grumbles. He asked in puzzlement, "How am I crude?" "All right, let's not argue about this. Let's help them first. Go and bring out the wine barrels. We'll work together to fill them with wine. German, you don't mind participating in this matter, right?" Klein glanced at the sailors on the deck and deliberated for 2 seconds before asking, "The goal is to calm them down?" "Yes." Frank Lee nodded heavily. "The goal is to calm them down?" Klein asked calmly. "Can I knock them out directly?" Klein asked calmly. "This should be similar to the effects of sedative alcohol, and it's even more efficient," he added inwardly. Nina turned her head in surprise and looked at German Sparrow, momentarily at a loss for words. Frank Lee thought seriously and said, "Sure. All right. All right." Klein walked to a long saber that he had long locked onto, picked it up, and used the back of the saber to strike its owner's head. Bang! Under his precise control, the pirate who was writhing in pain calmed down and lost consciousness. Nina stared blankly for a second before returning to normal. She then walked past Klein, slowed down, and suppressed her voice with a smile. "I've heard rumors about you, but I never expected you to be more exaggerated than the rumors. Under normal circumstances, it should be the opposite." Your train of thought is very, very unique. It's completely different from ours, and very similar to Frank's. This might be the reason why he treated you as a friend in such a short period of time. No, there's a difference between lunatics. German Sparrow isn't at Frank's level. Klein calmly observed and replied inwardly. He ignored Nina and walked on the deck with the long saber in hand. He knocked out the sailors and waited for them to wake up naturally. Frank wanted to imitate him, but when Nina asked, "Are you confident that you can only knock them out and not kill them?" Hence, he gave up the impulse and entered the cabin. He brought out the wine barrel and acted according to his original plan. Bang! 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 Klein knocked all the way to the front of the deck. At this moment, an elder in his 50s wearing a pointed hat had already recovered. When he saw the cold and crazy adventurer approach, he hurriedly tried to stand up and blurted out, "No, I don't need it. I'm already fine. I'm fine. I'm fine, fine. There's no need to explain. The truth is obvious." Klein held back his laughter and prepared to turn to the bow. At this moment, the old man introduced himself. "I'm the navigator of the future, Ottolov." Navigator? Klein glanced sideways and saw that many books had fallen beside Ottolov. They were either spread open, upside down, reclined, or laid flat. "Ha, I fell from above with them. They seemed to have gone crazy just now," Ottolov explained. Klein shifted his gaze to his eyes and found that there was a hint of the color of the deep sea in his light blue eyes. "It's not the pair of eyes that stared at me on the deck during the day. But this feeling is somewhat similar to Admiral of Stars. The same pathway?" Klein retracted his attention and saw that Nina and Frank Lee had calmed the rest of the sailors. Just as he was about to look back to see if the death announcer had caught up, Ottolov suddenly shouted, "Be careful. Voila!" A huge wave slammed into the bow of the ship, causing the future to shake violently. If it wasn't for his balance as a clown, Klein would have fallen like Frank. As for the huge wave, it splashed down like rain, drenching his half-top hat and double-breasted frock coat. There should be an iron here. It's unlikely for a crazy adventurer to wash his clothes. It would be odd if he didn't. I should have worn the clothes of the Rorsted Archipelago's natives. At that instant, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as his heart ached for him. He saw the torrential rain in front of him as the huge waves came one after another, as though they had formed a mountain. He felt the howling winds and heard the rumbling thunder. Am I at the edge of a safe sea route? Although I managed to escape the death announcer by flying, it also caused the ship to deviate from its course. Klein watched as Ottolov, Nina, Frank, and bloodless Heath Doyle, who had appeared out of nowhere, roused the sailors. They took their positions and nervously and hurriedly operated the future. Thanks to their hard work, the future changed directions in a timely manner, passing through the huge waves and dodging the bolts of lightning before returning to a safe sea route. After everything calmed down, Klein released the sea god domain charm and secretly exhaled. When he turned his head and saw that the death announcer didn't show any signs of chasing after him, he truly calmed down. He felt that the night wasn't peaceful at all. Surveying the area, he saw the pirates either rubbing their heads or constantly gasping for air, looking exhausted and about to collapse. Klein left the deck with a guilty conscience and walked to the cabin. He sighed inwardly. It hasn't been long since we left the Gargas archipelago, but the entire ship was nearly destroyed. It looks like the journey to find mermaids won't be easy. Going up the stairs to the upper deck, Klein slowed down his footsteps when he passed by the captain's cabin. He scrutinized it and discovered that the crack in the door was filled with green leaves, completely isolating him from the outside world. He moved his gaze away and returned to his room, considering if he should pray to the fool before heading above the grey fog. By responding to him, he could control the nearby waters and search for the death announcer's traces. He wanted to let King of Immortality Agalito, who liked to suddenly attack others for no apparent reason, enjoy the same treatment. No, there are eyes watching here. I should try my best not to do such a thing. Besides, doing so will only teach the King of Immortality a lesson and not seriously injure him. It's not worth it for me to take the risk. I can't let my anger blind me. I'll think about it after I successfully advance. Klein finally repressed his urge. 34_9 Heaven's Divine Sovereign. Chapter 657. Beekland, outside the steam locomotive station. Force was wearing a black gauze hat with blue flowers. She stood at the entrance of the subway, waiting for her teacher, Dorian Gray, to arrive. The drizzling rain on the streets and the cold wind blowing from underground made the author shiver a little. She felt that she had underestimated Beekland's spring. I wonder how Zio manages to be busy all year round. Sigh, she said that before her father passed away, she wouldn't even get out of bed at home. Apart from going to the bathroom, servants would bring her food and drink. Now, she can actually leave early every day and only return home at night. Regardless of the storm or the fog, nothing has changed. She completes one commission after another and catches one wanted criminal after another. With this in mind, Force couldn't help but admire Zio. By last week, not only had Miss Sheriff paid off her debts, she had even saved up £200. I have to say that Sheriff is the most suitable beyond a job to be a bounty hunter. Of course, the choices are limited to low-sequence Beyondus. Just as Force's thoughts were about to wander, her gaze suddenly swept across a familiar figure. It was a gentleman of medium height, dressed in the most fashionable black suit in ruin. He wore a half-top hat, and his shoulders were unusually broad, almost exaggerated. This was none other than Force's teacher, one of the few remaining members of the House of Abraham, Dorian Gray Abraham. Force was delighted as she immediately held up her umbrella and walked over. On the crowded street, she hadn't really approached, but she had only made eye contact with Dorian. She saw her teacher raise her right hand, clench it into a fist, and press it against the first button of her black suit. This is danger. Force's expression didn't change as she looked away. With a smile on her lips, she cast her gaze at a young gentleman further behind. Then, as though nothing had happened, she walked past Dorian Gray and walked forward. An ancient family had unimaginable accumulation in all aspects. Dorian Gray had long agreed with Force on the secret signals and hand gestures in some emergency situations. The meaning of the gesture just now was very simple: stay away, don't come close. The young man at the back was stunned by the lazy and mature woman's gaze. He instinctively tidied up his clothes and pressed down on his hat. As soon as he finished these movements, Force had already passed him and continued forward. The rain was still pouring. Force circled around and boarded a rental carriage, heading straight for the Hat Trick Inn at 22 Hope Street in Sherwood Borough. This was the place Dorian Gray had booked in advance. Force, who had been in the mysticism circle for many years and had many experiences, calmly asked for a room facing the street. She stood in front of the window and observed the guests who came to the inn. Finally, she saw Dorian Gray get off the carriage and enter the gate. Force quickly turned around and came to the corner of the staircase. She secretly observed which room her teacher was taken to by the attendant. After waiting for a moment, she took off her hat and messed up her hair a little. Then, she walked to room 2016 and knocked. Her plan was simple. If her teacher's response was fine, she would enter the room to communicate. If it wasn't normal, she would pretend to be a prostitute who had walked into the wrong room or was trying to solicit customers. The door creaked open slowly. Dorian looked at the student in front of her before looking down the corridor. Then, he raised his right arm, spread his fingers, and pressed on the second button on his suit. This meant that it wasn't under control and that the abnormality had passed. Force silently heaved a sigh of relief and instantly entered the room. "Teacher, what happened just now?" she asked worriedly. Dorian closed the door and smiled bitterly. "I saw an acquaintance." He sighed and added, "An enemy." He sighed and added, "An enemy." That was his former student who had rebelled with traveler booties, nearly wiping out the upper echelons of the House of Abraham. According to what Dorian knew, his student had likely joined the Aurora Order and was very likely one of the 22 oracles. "What did he do? Is he very powerful?" Force asked curiously. Dorian fell silent for a few seconds before revealing a little. "Lawrence, Lawborough, or Lisa, and I all belong to the same organization. This organization suffered a serious blow due to the betrayal of certain people. That person just now was one of the traitors." He didn't mention his family, nor did he mention the conflict between bloodline members and his students. He didn't want Force to be emotionally involved. How despicable. Force immediately thought of Mrs. Orlisa, who treated her very well, and the friendly and amiable Mr. Lawrence. "All right, let's not talk about such unpleasant matters." Dorian took out a piece of paper that had been folded several times from his inner pocket and handed it to Force. "The astrologer potion formula. Your digestion of Trickmaster and Apprentice has exceeded my expectations. This is the biggest surprise I've had in the past 10 years. I specially went to the circus." Force didn't hide it. She even felt that it was something she could flaunt. As she spoke, she unfolded the piece of paper, intending to browse through the astrologer potion formula. At this moment, Dorian nodded in relief. "I'm very sorry. Due to the previous losses, I temporarily don't have the main ingredient for the astrologer potion. Just treat it as a final test. However, I have prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notebook from his left pocket. The cover looked very hard. It was bronze green in color and looked rather ancient. The notebook was made up of 3 types of paper. One was a charred yellow, which was rare. The other was yellowish-brown, like goatskin. There were about 10 of them, and the last was a simple and ordinary piece of white paper. On the cover, there was a line of words written in ancient Fasak: "I came, I saw, and I record." Force's gaze moved away from the astrologer potion formula and looked at the notebook. She recognized it as the relic of old Mr. Lawrence. It was the item she had specially sent to Pritz Harbor for her teacher. Dorian smiled. "I believe you're no stranger to it." After Force nodded repeatedly, he sighed and said, "This is a rather powerful mystical item. This is a rather powerful mystical item. Out of all the items I've seen, it can be ranked in the top 5. This doesn't mean that it's more powerful than the next few, but that its negative effects are easily resolved. With the 2 combined, it's extremely valuable." "What's it called? What's the negative effect?" Force couldn't help but feel excited and agitated. Dorian stroked the notebook's cover and said, "It's called Leymano's Travels." "It's called Leymano's Travels, but we prefer to call it Leymano's Spellbook. This spellbook can allow you to record a particular beyonder power while witnessing it. This will be fixed to one of the pages of the notebook and will be stored for a long time. You can use it at any time. However, you have to remember that after using it once, the corresponding page will become blank again, waiting for you to record it again." That sounds impressive. Force felt like she was dreaming. As long as I see a beyonder power, I can record it and use it once. Isn't this another kind of shepherd? The shepherd that little son mentioned. It's only limited to a single battle with preparation. I wonder if I can record a demigod's beyonder powers. If it's possible, I'll be better than a shepherd in a single battle with preparation. Dorian seemed to read her thoughts as she explained in detail. You can say that it corresponds to our apprentice pathway sequence 6 scribe. It can be said that it corresponds to the sequence 6 scribe of our apprentice pathway. Beyonder powers that are higher than this sequence aren't guaranteed to be recorded. There's a chance of failure, and the higher it is, the greater the chance of failure. Furthermore, the effects are only half the original. According to the experience of previous users, the chances of success against a sequence 5 beyonder power isn't low, but at sequence 4, at the level of a demigod, it's rather difficult. It might not succeed once in 10 tries, and I believe no demigod will show it to you again and again. If it's an enemy, they would have already killed you 10 times. Do you see this? This yellowish piece of paper is specially used to record beyonder powers under the influence of godhood. There are a total of 3 pieces, which also means that even if you're really lucky, you can only record 3 demigod-level beyonder powers and use each of them once. Although it sounds like there are many restrictions that prevent the powers of the travels from being unleashed, there are 2 types of people who don't have such an obstacle. One is a lucky person, and the other is someone backed by a large organization or faction, the kind that has the help of a demigod. Force instantly thought of praying to Mr. Fool and asking him to show his powers so that she could record them. But she immediately felt that it was too blasphemous as she hurriedly apologized inwardly. Following that, she sincerely hoped that Marum Hermit, who appeared to be the strongest in the tarot, would quickly become a demigod. Dorian didn't notice that Force's thoughts had deviated as she continued. For example, the goatskin paper can record the beyonder powers of sequence 5 and 6. For example, the goatskin can record the beyonder powers of sequence 5 and sequence 6. There's a total of 10 pages, and the effects are more than half of the original, around 70 to 80%. The remaining records are beyonder powers below sequence 6. There are a total of 25 pages. The effects are close to the original, but they're still slightly inferior. Because of some things that happened before, there are only 5 pages left in the magic book that can be used. Study it yourself. Dorian paused and said with a serious expression, "Before I give it to you, I have to seriously remind you that it has a negative effect. Every time you use it, it will make you lose your way. You will encounter all kinds of dangers and get lost. You have to draw your own blood and smear it evenly on the cover to get rid of this effect. Remember, don't underestimate getting lost. You must deal with it as soon as possible." "Yes, teacher," Force replied seriously. Dorian then handed Leymano's Travels to Force. "This is my gift. Teacher is so nice." Force pursed her lips and blurted out, "What is the name of your student who betrayed you? What did he look like? If there's a chance, I want to avenge you and Mr. Lawrence." "No, don't think about it. You are much weaker than him. When he betrayed us, he was already a scribe. Now, he might even become a traveler," Dorian said solemnly. "However, you do need to remember him to avoid him. His name is Louis Veen. I'll draw him later." "Okay." Force nodded. Inside the pirates' dining hall on the future. Just as Klein walked in, he met Admiral of Stars Catlear walking out. This lady was no longer as pale as last night. She wore a pair of heavy glasses and calmly said, "Be prepared. We will arrive at those waters in a while." "That fast? How far did we fly last night?" Klein was stunned. 34_. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 658. Of course, The days of a single chapter were still very enjoyable. I would write in the morning, read in the afternoon, or accompany my wife to the movies or go shopping. At night, I would play mahjong with my relatives. Yep, I wasn't learning from a certain old thief or playing mahjong with my relatives. Since my eyes weren't feeling well, I basically took turns playing mahjong with my wife. Back to the main topic, because my eyes hadn't fully recovered and the doctor's eye drops had been used up, I had to go to the hospital again tomorrow morning. So, I asked for leave to write the chapter at noon and recover at night. Actually, I had already gone to the hospital this morning. I wanted to register directly, but there wasn't a number, so I could only make an appointment for tomorrow. Plus, I had to take care of my eyes recently, so I couldn't write at night, so I didn't have any drafts left. I could only shamelessly ask for leave. Chapter 659. Although German Sparrow didn't show it, Cat Lear seemed to notice the shock in his heart. She simply explained, "That's not the case." She simply explained, "It's a flight that prevents the death announcer from chasing up." As she spoke, she discovered that German Sparrow had completely changed his attire compared to yesterday. He wore a round neck shirt, a brown jacket, wide-legged pants, and a dark-colored cap. He didn't look like an adventurer, but more like the natives of the city of generosity, Bayam. According to Nina, his clothes were drenched by the huge waves last night. He only has one set of decent clothes. Cat Lear thought for a moment and found the reason. She wasn't surprised by this. She even believed that this matched German Sparrow's craziness. He only prepared one set of decent clothes, spending the rest of his money on mystical items, beyonder weapons, and spirituality charms. Everything was done with the premise of raising his strength. It's no wonder the King of Immortality gave up. He only attacked a passing ship in passing. There wasn't enough hatred to drive him to pursue them. Veteran pirate admirals still have a chance of escaping from the Four Kings. I'm almost there. Man, I haven't completely digested it. However, acting as the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, seemed to be very successful yesterday. The crew of the future gave me a very enthusiastic response. I should be able to completely digest it in another 2 to 3 days. And even if I enter dangerous waters, finding mermaids isn't that easy. There's still time. Klein nodded and repressed the urge to ask. He planned on walking past Admiral of Stars and head to the long table that he was staying at to get breakfast. At this moment, he saw a pirate rush in with a lively blue fish in his arms, heading straight for a corner. Sitting there was the second mate of the future, Heath Doyle, whose face was so pale that it was translucent. His nose bridge was rather uncoordinated. The 1 meter-long fish was placed in front of the bloodless. Heath Doyle reached out his hands and pressed down on the fish. His body bent bit by bit as his head drooped down inch by inch. His face pressed against the scales as though he was kissing them. Suddenly, the fish stiffened. Then, like a candle meeting fire, it quickly melted, turning into a pool of disgusting flesh and blood. The flesh flowed into Heath Doyle's mouth like liquid and covered his skin. Amidst the unbearable wriggling motion, the fish disappeared along with its bones and flesh. Not a single trace was left behind. Heath Doyle's face became very clean. Only his lips turned bright red, like a blooming rose. Rose Bishop. The name of this sequence appeared in Klein's mind. Cat Lear, who was standing beside him, also saw this scene. She nudged her glasses and said, "Every Rose Bishop needs to replenish enough flesh and blood so that they can fully unleash their beyonder powers. Furthermore, it's not easy for them to lose control after being injured in battle." The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she added, "However, the lunatics from the Aurora Order are more inclined towards human flesh and blood. Actually, they can be replaced with something else. From the looks of it, this bloodless with a bounty of 7,600 pounds is indeed very lucky. On the one hand, he accidentally reached sequence 6 without any abnormalities. On the other hand, he joined Admiral of Stars's pirate crew. If not for the various secret knowledge grasped by this lady who is pursued by knowledge, even if he didn't take the initiative to listen to the true creator's voice, he would have sooner or later become a monster due to his desire for human flesh and blood. Klein sighed inwardly. He increasingly felt that the secret suppliant pathway, which was also the shepherd pathway, was the beyonder pathway that made it easy for one to lose control and go crazy. Even the abyss pathway that represented malice was slightly inferior. Klein retracted his gaze, and just as he was about to take a step forward, the entire ship suddenly heaved up and down. In an instant, the scene in front of the future naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The blue sea had been severed by a gigantic rift. Endless seawater poured down like a waterfall into the bottomless darkness. The scene was so magnificent and magical that it made people wonder if they were on a planet. Whoosh! The future couldn't stop as it rushed over the edge and rapidly plummeted. Bang! 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 All the pirates in the dining hall flew up and slammed into the ceiling above. Toast, white bread, butter, cream, beer, pan-fried fish, and other food similarly flew everywhere, unable to land in time. Klein also lost his balance as he couldn't help but head straight for the ceiling. He reached out his palm in time and pressed upwards, quickly adjusting his posture as though he was performing acrobatics. He didn't look like he was in a pathetic state at all. Not far away, Nina showcased her astonishing balance. With the help of the ceiling, she maintained her posture. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but she extended her legs and happened to kick Frank, sending the poison expert flying out diagonally. He slammed into a wine barrel and was drenched by the pale yellow liquid. At that moment, the most relaxed and comfortable person was Admiral of Stars Katleer. Astral light swirled around her as resplendent light took form beneath her feet. She floated in midair, unaffected by the rapid plummet. Apart from her, Bloodless Heath wasn't in a pathetic state. At some point in time, this Rose Bishop had blended into the shadows and vanished. Just as the future was about to completely plummet into the bottomless dark crevice, seawater suddenly surged up like a fountain. It held up the ship and threw it high into the air, throwing it to the other side of the chasm. After feeling light as a feather, Klein believed that the future had landed firmly on the surface of the sea. This prevented the sea god domain charms he clenched in his right hand from being of use. At that moment, the sunlight outside the window turned bright as it shone in, illuminating the dining hall in an abnormally messy manner. Klein, who had long recovered his balance, quickly walked to the window and saw that the boundless sea outside seemed to be burning with golden flames, as though it had been noon all this time. And it was still early in the morning. Klein looked up and narrowed his eyes. He saw that the sky was filled with sun rays. There were no clouds, nor could he see the sun. It was all golden. It was no wonder Rhodes's description of this place wasn't a real sea, but a remnant of a war between the gods. As he swept his gaze across the area, he noticed that there was a ruin not far away from him. Most of the ruins were submerged by seawater. Beyond the surface were grey stones and stone pillars that were stacked into peaks. At the top was something like a dome. It relied on its own curvature to support a sizable space. This ruin must have been huge. Through the transparent seawater, Klein could see that it extended all the way to the bottom of the sea without an end. This is an extremely dangerous ocean. Katleer had arrived beside him at some point in time. Klein turned his head sideways and looked over, waiting for Marum Hermit to continue. Katleer looked ahead and said with a sigh, "That's right. I haven't been here many times, and it was all a long time ago. Me, not us. That also means that back then, I didn't come with the crew of the future. Or was I a subordinate of Queen Mystic?" Klein acutely noticed the problem with Admiral of Stars's choice of words and had a vague guess. Katleer didn't turn her head as she looked at the sky and the sea that was covered in golden flames. No one knows where the end of this sea is, nor does anyone know how wide it is. Do you know what's the most dangerous thing here? If I had known, I would have gotten a Rhodes to explain in detail back then. Klein shook his head frankly. As he had nearly been captured by a demigod under the true creator, he had relied on the die of probability to escape. Therefore, over the past 2 months, he hadn't dared to bring the radio transceiver to the real world. He was afraid that the true creator, who was paying close attention to this region, would sense it. Therefore, he hadn't had the chance to contact Rhodes. His original plan was to use the paper crane to seek advice from Snake of Fate Will or Septin after approaching these dangerous waters. He wanted to grasp the corresponding environment from him, but to his surprise, he encountered King of Immortality Agalito. The future didn't give him any buffer time before arriving at his destination. Cat Lear's dark, purplish-black eyes that were covered by the thick glasses turned adrift for a moment. There are many ruins floating here. There are all kinds of mutated monsters, including demigods and ancient evil creatures who have lost control. This isn't the most dangerous part. If that's all, this sea will become the hunting ground of the 7 churches, a treasure trove for them to harvest high-sequence ingredients or items. Of course, there are many monsters and evil creatures who have lost control. They might not be real. They can really kill us, but they won't leave anything behind after they are killed. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately thought of Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. Whatever this Dragon King thought of, he would appear. Could it be that this sea is the battlefield of the Second Epoch's ancient gods? Klein nearly frowned. Admiral of Stars Cat Lear continued with an airy voice, "In here, you will never be able to guess what kind of danger you will encounter. Here, you'll never know what kind of danger you'll encounter. Maybe you'll melt when you get close to a ruin and turn into a candle-like monster. Maybe you'll turn into a stone in a storm the moment you deviate from the explored route and shatter into pieces. To beyond us at our level, this is the greatest danger." Klein turned his head slightly and sharply asked, "What about beyond us that exceed our level?" Cat Lear sighed with a smile. "These waters are filled with sounds that shouldn't be heard. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to hear them. Therefore, most of the demigods who dare explore this place will encounter problems. They will either go mad or lose control, forever lost here. It's no wonder the 7 churches didn't send any powerhouses to reap the harvest. Most of them have problems. That also means that a small number of demigods can survive here." Klein looked out the window in enlightenment. At this moment, the future had closed the distance between it and the ruins. All of a sudden, a loud and clear panting sound rang in everyone's ears at the same time. 34_9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 660. Phew. Gasp. The loud panting slowly and rhythmically entered Klein's ears, sending a chill down his spine. He felt an inexplicable sense of horror, but he didn't have any premonition of danger. It wasn't only him. Admiral of Stars Cat Lear, poison expert Frank Lee, and all the other pirates heard the panting. They either turned their heads, looked out, picked up their weapons, or were on high alert, clearly showing their rich experience. After a little analysis, Klein discovered that the violent panting originated from the ruins in front of him. It came from the pile of rocks and stone pillars above the sea. At this moment, bloodless Heath Doyle appeared from the shadows. He held his head with both hands and grunted in pain. There's a corpse there. Corpse! A corpse that's panting heavily? As Klein's thoughts raced, he subconsciously took off his heavy glasses and looked at the ruins. Cat Lear's expression suddenly turned solemn as she turned to the pirates in the mess hall. "Quick! Speed up and circle around it. Don't approach it." Her voice had a magnetic quality to it, jolting everyone awake. The sailors immediately ran out of the mess hall and headed for the area that required help. Under Navigator Ottolov and Bosun Nina's instructions, they adjusted the sails and changed their course, crossing the ruins from a distance. Only when the pile of rocks and stone pillars vanished into the horizon did bloodless Heath Doyle lower his hands, his expression no longer in pain. Upon seeing this scene, Klein narrowed his eyes. He felt that this Rose Bishop, the second mate of the future, might be a huge latent danger for this voyage. This wasn't because he was discriminating against beyond us of the secret suppliant pathway, but because he had made a judgment based on Admiral of Stars' description and Heath Doyle's performance. Just now, everyone had heard the loud panting, but only Heath Doyle was in pain. He instinctively believed that there was a corpse buried in the ruins, and Cat Lear's performance after the investigation had indirectly proved his words. In other words, even if Heath Doyle didn't actively listen to the true creator's voice, with his listener beyonder powers, he would still be able to hear more than ordinary people and most low and mid-sequence beyonders in a normal environment. When he encountered the panting sound just now, when the source of the sound was close enough, he would be more affected and receive more information about the danger. Here, avoiding such ruins didn't mean that the corresponding problems could be resolved. This was because, according to Cat Lear, These waters were filled with sounds that could make even demigods lose control. If there came a day when Heath Doyle's condition wasn't good, he might hear the fatal whispers. In a similar aspect, even if a sequence 6 rose bishop is inferior to a demigod who isn't good at listening, it wouldn't be too great. To explain it in terms of the die of probability, all I need to do is throw a 2, not a 1, for Heath Doyle to go crazy or lose control from the sounds he shouldn't hear. I have to warn Marham Hermit, although she should have long thought of it and made the corresponding preparations. Klein retracted his gaze and heard his stomach growl inconspicuously. He had not had time for breakfast. At this moment, light beer was spilled all over the floor, cream was trampled everywhere, fried fish, toast, white bread, and other food were either lying or hanging, all of which had become rather dirty. I should be able to eat it if I remove the outer layer. Klein looked at a loaf of bread leaning against the table leg and hesitated whether he should take action. This was in conflict with German Sparrow's men. When he decided to wait for lunch, Admiral of Stars Catlear instructed the chef. Prepare breakfast for the rest of the people. Give these to Frank. Perhaps he can use them. Raising a monster? Klein cursed in his heart. After a while, he had a less sumptuous breakfast, a smoked pork sausage with 2 slices of toast that were crispy, and a glass of light beer that had not been added as water. As they were cruising in extremely dangerous waters, with unforeseen events happening at any moment, Klein used the dining hall style of his university days to finish his breakfast in just a minute or 2. After leaving the pirates' dining hall, he came to the deck, taking a stroll after his meal and observing his surroundings. At this moment, the sea was still being illuminated by the midday sun, faintly dyed with a layer of gold. Klein stopped and looked into the distance for a moment as he saw a point of light grow bigger in front of him. Under the sunlight's illumination, the point of light refracted a radiant, dreamy, and multicolored luster. It was like a gigantic, transparent gem. As the future continued cruising forward, the dot of light gradually revealed its true form. It first split apart before becoming clear. It was 4 gigantic pillars carved from pure diamond. They were like the gigantic towers that propped up the sea in myths and legends. They extended downwards and stood stably, holding up a sizable floating island. On the floating island, the soil was charred black without any hint of green. In its depths, the light was abnormally bright, brighter than the midday sky. Suddenly, a long hiss came from there. The sound was loud and wanton, but it didn't have the sense of danger that made one's hair stand on end. Before long, Klein heard the sound of galloping horses. He saw 2 steeds that looked like they were made of gold rush out of the floating island. Behind them was a gorgeous golden war chariot. At this moment, Admiral of Stars Catlear's voice was amplified as it hurriedly echoed in every corner of the future. Lower your head. Don't look. Klein was never one to put on a brave front. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his leather boots. He noticed that the sunlight that illuminated the deck was getting brighter before it dimmed and quickly returned to its original state. There's no problem. Catlear's voice resounded on the ship once again without any obvious emotional fluctuations. Only then did Klein look up and discover that the 2 steeds and the gorgeous war chariot that they were pulling had vanished. The gigantic diamond pillar silently supported the floating island as it swirled with resplendent light. What a huge diamond! What a strange floating island! If I hadn't lowered my head and watched the golden war chariot rush out, what would have happened? Klein looked around as he suddenly frowned. A pirate that was about 7 to 8 meters away from him had already vanished. Where he originally stood were 2 pitch-black footprints that oozed oil. Looking at the ashes that scattered in midair, Klein vaguely knew the outcome of not lowering his head. Thankfully, Admiral of Stars had been here a few times in the past. She knew which areas to avoid and which to lower her head. If I had hired Mr. the Hanging Man, even if he was piloting a ghost ship, I would have long been wiped out. No, if the future hadn't arrived at its destination ahead of time, leaving me with no buffer time, I would have long sought Snake of Fate Will or Septon's help. Magicians don't perform unprepared. Besides, if I had hired Mr. the Hanging Man, I would have definitely sought the corresponding information from Marham Hermit on the tarot. Klein first sighed before he regained his composure. He didn't suggest heading to the floating island to take a look or explore it. He allowed the future to pass by from the side as it sailed forward. In the following period of time, the sea resembled the outside world. All that was left was the undulating surface of the water. It was empty, silent, and boundless. Klein would occasionally see bonfires floating on the surface of the sea, but he didn't find any traces of marine life, including mermaids. Time ticked by as lunch was quickly prepared. Just as Klein was about to leave the deck and head for the dining hall, he suddenly felt his surroundings darken. The sky, which had always been in a state of noon, had lost its sunlight and was completely shrouded in darkness. This change was so fast and sudden that Klein's first reaction was that someone had turned off the light. Silently, the future was covered in a layer of resplendent starlight, illuminating the paths that led everywhere. Cat Lear's magnetic voice was amplified once again as it resounded in everyone's ears. Go back to your room or find a corner and fall asleep. Then wait for them to wake up naturally. The poison expert, Frank Lee, asked loudly in puzzlement. What happens if I don't sleep? At this moment, his voice rumbled like a giant bear talking. Cat Lear stood behind the window of the captain's cabin. When we wake up, we'll find that you've disappeared, and we'll never find you again. The nights here are so scary. Klein was curious, but he had no intention of trying to stay awake. He returned to his room and, using the starlight from the future that hadn't been extinguished, unfolded the paper crane, took out a pencil, and quickly wrote, "What matters need to be taken note of when heading to the dangerous sea zone in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea? Where can I find mermaids there?" Putting down the pencil and folding the paper crane, Klein didn't take off his coat and lay in bed. With the help of cogitation, he quickly fell asleep. In the hazy world, he instantly jolted awake as he clearly realized that he was dreaming. I wasn't invaded by anyone. Klein surveyed his surroundings and realized that he was at the top of a mountain. Behind him and to his left and right were black buildings that resembled monasteries. In front of him was a withered tree and a protruding boulder. At the top of the boulder, Admiral of Stars Cat Lear sat alone. She hugged her knees and leaned forward as she stared at the mountain opposite her. She was still wearing the classic black robe that exuded a mysterious vibe. Her expression was indescribably lost. At that moment, she didn't move at all, as though she had turned into a stone statue. Why is she in my dream? Klein took a few steps forward and leaped onto the boulder. Before he could ask, he was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of him. He felt as though his body and mind had been shaken. In front of the boulder was a bottomless cliff, and across the cliff was a mountain covered in countless palaces, towers, and majestic city walls. The buildings were magnificent and gorgeous as they were stacked on top of each other. Individually, they were abnormally huge, unlike places where humans lived. When combined together, it gave off an indescribable sense of history, wonder, and myth. The sun hung far away, scattering the colors of dusk onto the city as the light seemed to freeze. This is a dream shared by all of us. Cat Lear continued hugging her knees as she spoke as though she was in a dream. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 661. A dream shared by everyone? Klein repeated Cat Lear's words inwardly and vaguely understood the present situation. The dark night of this dangerous sea connected the dreams of all the creatures here. Meanwhile, creatures that weren't asleep right now, because their spiritual bodies weren't in this dream, they would lack the necessary protection and suffer from indescribable attacks. As for why this kind of attack would cause them to disappear and not die on the spot, Klein had never personally experienced something like this, so he really couldn't guess. As his thoughts raced, Klein retracted his gaze from Cat Lear and looked at the magnificent city on the other side of the cliff. If this world is really formed from the dreams of the local creatures, then whose dream does this unimaginable city belong to? He stared at her for a few seconds and asked, "What's its name?" What was the name of this city that only existed in myths and legends? Admiral of Stars Cat Lear stared ahead in a daze as she spoke dreamily. "I don't know. Every time I enter the dream, I have the chance to see it, but I can never get close to it." She said that it's somewhat similar to Faceax's Twilight Hall. She should have her own guesses, but she never told me. That Queen Mystic. The Great Dusk Hall is where the Church of the God of War's patriarch is. Klein looked around and deliberated. "I'm going to look around." He believed that the future wouldn't stay in these waters for just a few days. He would definitely encounter more nights and enter the world of dreams more often. Therefore, to prevent any accidents and obtain information, it was necessary to explore. There was no doubt that exploration required companions. Cat Lear was still sitting with her arms around her knees. Her tone was still erratic. Not interested. This isn't something a mature pirate admiral should say. You can be more tactful. Maram Hermit, you are like a willful young lady. Klein was taken aback as he nearly suspected that he had heard wrongly. This conflicted with his image of Admiral of Stars. When he thought of how German Sparrow was also a volunteer who was not afraid of dirty or hard work, he immediately felt relieved and quickly made a guess. Cat Lear wasn't completely lucid in the dream. She knew that she was dreaming, but she was unable to effectively control it. In other words, she would unconsciously reveal the emotions buried deep in her heart and the part of her personality that she usually suppressed. No wonder she said that she would never be able to get close to the miraculous city on the other side, because she had no intention of exploring it at all. Klein thought for a moment and deliberately asked, "We might be able to find something here." "I'm not going." Cat Lear answered without hesitation, but she did not shake her head. "I want to wait here, wait." As expected, he's in a half-awake state. Klein deduced from the other party's reaction and tone. Without wasting any more time, he turned around and jumped off the boulder. Pa. When Klein's feet landed on the ground, he subconsciously looked back. Admiral of Stars Cat Lear was still hugging her knees as she sat there. There was no one else around her, and the solidified dusk of the city on the other side shone down on her, casting a long shadow that intersected with the withered trees. The mountain breeze blew gently as the shadow swayed gently. Cat Lear didn't move as though she was stubbornly waiting for something. At times like this, a psychiatrist is needed to interpret the dream's emotions. This has nothing to do with the revelations obtained from divination. Klein curled his lips as he surveyed his surroundings in search of a direction to explore. He discovered that everywhere to his left and right were black buildings belonging to the monastery. Furthermore, there was a towering wall that separated them from the cliff. Regardless of where he wanted to explore, there was no way to circle around the monastery unless he jumped off the cliff. Since he had no other choice, Klein went straight to the monastery's pitch-black door. The door was nearly 10 meters tall, and it didn't look like it was prepared for humans. Klein sized it up for a few seconds, took a deep breath, reached out his hands, and pressed them against the two sides of the door. A creaking sound immediately sounded. The door's weight exceeded Klein's imagination. His muscles bulged as his face flushed red, but all he could do was slightly shake the target. He was unable to push it open. Thankfully, this is a dream. As long as I believe it logically, I can raise my strength. There's no need to really activate creeping hunger. Klein exhaled, causing the glove on his left hand to turn pale. Amidst the dark green shimmer, he obtained the powers of a zombie. His arms thickened as his legs swelled up. Creak. A heavy grinding sound sounded as the door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. Two dark towers and black buildings were connected to each other by a covered bridge, enclosing a wide grey stone square. The square was filled with holes, with huge arrows stuck in them. There were a few burning bonfires, as though it had been attacked before. Klein passed through the door and entered the square. To his surprise, he saw Frank Lee, Nina, Ottolov, and company there. Is this their dream? It doesn't look like it. Or could it be that everyone's dream is limited to themselves and randomly appears somewhere in this world? Klein guessed with uncertainty. Frank Lee was the closest to him. He was holding a shovel and shoveling gravel. Beside him were the white bread, toast, and fried fish that had previously fallen to the ground. Is he planning on using them as fertilizer to grow something? He's even growing it in his dreams. Klein leaned over and asked casually, "What are you doing?" Frank didn't stop as he revealed a smile. "I'm cultivating some little things. They need to sleep in the soil for a period of time before they can grow and reproduce." "What's their use?" Klein asked curiously and worriedly. Frank said with a beaming smile, "They're a type of hybrid bacteria. They're a type of hybrid bacteria that can allow bulls to produce milk. This way, We can harvest more milk and let more people drink good milk. Let those bulls go. Klein's face twitched. Will it work? The effects are fine, but I'm very worried that they might not reproduce, Frank said with a frown. May death forever favor them. Klein prayed as he walked past Frank Lee and walked towards the entrance of the black building across the square. Along the way, he passed by Nina and navigator Ottolov, who were drinking beside a collapsed stone pillar. Have you ever thought of leaving the pirate crew when you're older, find a man to marry, and find a place to settle down? I don't think anyone wants to drift at sea for the rest of their lives. Ottolov took off his pointed hat, revealing his slightly grizzled hair. His eyes and tone told Klein that he was implying, if you want, can you consider me? Mr. Navigator, you're old enough to be Nina's father. You have to consider your body. Klein, who was passing by, couldn't help but lampoon when he heard the conversation. Nina gulped down a mouthful of alcohol and looked in a particular direction. No, that's not the life I want to live. Before joining you, I once attempted to settle down on the east coast of Fasak and stop being a pirate. However, I couldn't stand the boredom. All I had to do was carry wood and move things. At night, I had to stay at home. I couldn't go to bars or go hunting in the wilderness. My life hasn't changed at all. Furthermore, I had to endure all kinds of criticism and those irritating fellows. I had to worry about the police even if I wanted to beat them up. Although it's boring most of the time, I can often go to different places and experience different things. Heh. Even during the most boring time, I can still torture those fellows and train them into qualified pirates. I can also tell them that the one who performs the best every month can spend the night in my room. Then, I can watch them enjoy the torture in excitement. Of course, spending the night and having sex are two different things. They aren't the same. It all depends on my mood. A true female pirate. Everyone wishes differently. Klein gave an objective evaluation. He didn't believe that Nina's thoughts were necessarily wrong. I won't slander her choices, but if she often kills and plunder, I wouldn't mind exchanging her head for a bounty the next time I meet her. Klein retracted his gaze and came to the spot that was suspected to be the entrance to the black building and tower. Subconsciously, he turned his head and saw that the shadow in the corner appeared normal, but it gave him a different feeling. Bloodless Heath Doyle? Even in a dream, he hides in the shadows. According to my effective psychological knowledge, this is a sign of extreme insecurity. Klein pushed open the entrance door that was also nearly 10 meters tall. Amidst the creaking sound, his gaze suddenly froze. Behind the main door was a vast hall that was propped up by 2 rows of thick stone pillars. There was no candlelight in the hall, making it abnormally dark. As the main door opened, light from outside shone in, making the place clear. Klein saw brightly colored murals on the walls and ceiling. They were connected to each other without leaving any gaps, giving the place a grand and sacred feeling. Thump, thump, thump. A figure had his back facing Klein. He was chopping at a long log with an axe in his hand. It was unknown what he was doing. The figure was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. He didn't look like any of the pirates on the ship. Is there someone else in these waters? Or could it be those mysterious eyes that are watching the deck and me? Klein's heart sank as he slowed down and warily approached. When he came to the side, he saw the figure clearly. It was a young man with short blonde hair that was split in half. His green eyes were focused and serious. What are you doing? What is this place? Klein asked cautiously. He instinctively believed that the person wasn't the owner of those mysterious eyes. The young man raised his hand to touch his earlobe without turning his head. Why are you asking this? My ship has sunk, and I'm busy making a canoe. I don't have the time to talk to you. Klein thought for a moment before asking, Who are you? Who am I? I'm the unlucky Anderson. Ever since I saw that mural, I've been shrouded in bad luck. The young man raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Tracing his finger, Klein saw a mural. The mural was of a burning sea of flames. It split in the middle, forming a path. On the path, there was a long line of people. The members were either reverently bowing their heads or prostrating on the ground. Their destination was the depths of the sea. Their leader was a thin and tall man with long silver hair. He had soft facial features, and his eyes were tightly shut. There were layers of wings on his back. This. Klein's pupils suddenly constricted. He knew the leader on the mural. That was the angel of fate that little son had once displayed. That was Tail Devourer, Ouroboros, divine emperor of the 9 heavens. Chapter 662. After recognizing the leader of the mural, Klein subconsciously suspected that this was the content of his dream. However, he quickly rejected this thought. This was because the unlucky Anderson wasn't anyone he knew, nor was he someone he had met before or had any impression of. There was a high chance that it wasn't an extension of his dream. And Anderson had clearly said that he had become unlucky because of seeing the mural. He had a strong connection with the mural, so it was a part of his dream. Converging his psyche, Klein took a careful look and quickly discovered that the mural here was different from the one little son had seen in the true creator's abandoned temple. The background here was a sea burning with golden flames. The previous mural was a desolate and silent plain. The destination here was the depths of the sea. The previous mural was a distant mountain. At the top of the mountain was a huge cross and a person hanging upside down. Here, the angel of fate Ouroboros's feet were black mud and fish with their heads plunged into it. The previous mural was a meandering river. It's not the same mural. It's closer to a record of the different stages of a pilgrimage. Klein nodded with a guess. A scene had already surfaced in his mind a long time ago. During a certain period in the 4th epoch, Tail Devourer Ouroboros led a team of pious pilgrims or the remaining believers of the true creator. Under the pursuit of many powerful enemies, he took a boat to these waters. Due to certain reasons, he abandoned the boat and relied on the true creator's help or his own strength to directly split the sea and lead the devout believers through this area to enter the forsaken land of the gods. He preserved the tinder of organizations like the Rose Redemption and the Aurora Order. In the forsaken land of the gods, they traversed the desolate plains and built temples on the pilgrimage, which was later discovered by Little Sun and company. From the fact that Snake of Mercury Will Auceptin was forced to restart the cycle and revert to an embryo, the Tail Devourer is likely still alive. Does this mean that he led the pilgrims to their final destination, the true creator's holy residence? Does this mean that the true creator's holy residence is somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods? Thinking of this, Klein suddenly had some inexplicable feelings. If my guess is right, it means that no matter how the City of Silver tries to save itself and pass down the torch, when the true creator fully awakens or returns to his normal state, they will inevitably head towards destruction. When one was very close to the evil god's divine kingdom or holy sanctuary, one's existence had nothing to do with one's own effort. It was like the foam stirred up by the surging sea. When the wave passed, it would disappear. Under the gaze of the evil god, the human race and human civilization were so fragile. No, I can't be so pessimistic. I was just guessing that the one who sent Will Auceptin, the chairman of the Life School of Thought, to reincarnate wasn't Ouroboros. Perhaps the true creator wouldn't recover or awaken so easily. He might be suffering the seal of the 7 deities. Therefore, the City of Silver still has a chance to open up a path between the forsaken land of the gods and the outside world before the evil gods break free from their restraints and move out. This is probably the reason why the City of Silver's chief released Elder Shepherd. They need to use every bit of power they can use. Klein forcefully reined in his thoughts. He immediately felt a little worried, afraid that he had already fallen into the cycle of fate created by the Tail Devourer. At that moment, he instinctively wanted to take 4 steps counterclockwise and go above the grey fog to forcefully retrieve the memories that might have been erased. But in the end, he held back this urge and planned on observing first. From the perspective of interpreting the symbols, there were no circulating rivers here. There were only black mud with fish stuck in it. It meant that there was no cycle of fate, only the entanglement of bad luck. This matched Anderson's word. As a king of angels, Ouroboros definitely doesn't only have one cycle of fate. It's completely logical for different temples and murals to have different powers. Besides, this is a dream. Besides, even if I don't do anything and really fall into a cycle, constantly repeating my conversation with Admiral of Stars to the point of observing, the problem will still be resolved when Monday comes. When that happens, The tarot definitely won't be held as planned. Miss Justice and the rest will definitely pray in puzzlement, and I'll be able to use this to recover my memories. Klein instantly felt confident. The panic and tension in his heart had either vanished or been buried deep within him. He looked up and realized that the hall was very deep. He couldn't see the end at a glance, and the light that shone in from the door was only limited to the entrance. The other areas were rather dark, and the deeper he went, the darker it became. He could only vaguely see wooden doors on both sides, but he had no idea where they led to. Looking at the dark and gloomy scene, Klein's desire to continue exploring dropped to its lowest point. I've already encountered a mural left behind by a king of angels here. Who knows what will happen if I head deeper and enter other rooms? The fear of the unknown was an extremely ancient emotion. Being able to predict danger without knowing the source of the danger was the unknown that brought the most intense fear. Klein observed himself for a few seconds before stopping. He turned to Anderson, who was cleaving at the gigantic tree with an axe. "Why are you here?" Anderson raised his head to look at him and sneered. "I'm a treasure hunter. What do you think I'm here for?" "Treasure hunter?" Klein asked in passing. "There's treasure here." Anderson continued burying his head in creating the so-called canoe as his voice turned deep. "There are treasures everywhere in these waters. As long as you can successfully obtain them and leave alive. That's true. But the problem lies in the fact that it's very dangerous if you aren't a demigod. And it's even more dangerous for a demigod." Klein looked deep into the hall. "Do you know what's there?" Anderson traced his gaze and glanced at it. "I don't know. At least a third of my companions formed a team and explored that area, but they never returned." "Are you referring to the real world or the dream?" Klein asked with careful thought. Bang! After the axe landed, Anderson smiled. "Of course, the real world. The ones who explored the dream were a third of my companions. They similarly never returned." Klein drew a breath and thought for a moment. What happened to their bodies in the real world? They mutated into monsters and killed many of their companions. Anderson pulled out his axe and cleaved down with all his might. Clang! Amidst a crisp sound, his axe shattered into two. As the rupture happened to the back, the fragments shot at him. Anderson's right chest and abdomen immediately bled red blood like a fountain. He used his left hand to cover a wound, looked up at Klein, and smiled bitterly. "I've said it before. Ever since I saw that mural, I've been shrouded in bad luck. Thankfully, I'm not too unlucky. At the very least, they didn't destroy my ordinary handsome face." How did these two adjectives end up together? Klein watched Anderson quickly take out the fragments, treat his wounds, and consume the medicine. He discovered that his emotions were stable, and his methods were practiced. It was as though he was already used to it. With one hand in his pocket, Klein toyed with the coin inside and deliberated before asking. He deliberated and asked, "When your companions began their exploration, did you and the remaining group stay behind to study the mural?" Anderson was taken aback as he tied the medicine bag back to his belt and wiped his mouth. "No. I was part of the third that explored forward." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit, revealing a genial smile. "This." Klein's pupils constricted as he arched his back slightly and raised his left palm. At this moment, blinding sunlight shone down. Everything was first bright white before it faded and vanished. Klein naturally opened his eyes and realized that it was noon again. He took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and glanced at it. "It's only been half an hour. This night is a little short." That unlucky Anderson clearly looked very normal, but I never expected him to be so terrifying. After getting out of bed, he suddenly recalled something. The snake of fate, Will or Septin, had yet to reply to him. As everyone's dreams have been pulled into the world and aren't connected to the spirit world, he isn't able to locate them? Or could it be that he sensed Tail Devourer Ouroboros's aura and didn't dare approach? Or is there something wrong with these waters? As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to verify the matter. As for how to verify it, the method was simple. It was to take advantage of the noon to sleep again. However, he wasn't in a rush to do so. This was because he didn't know if there were any taboos about not sleeping during the day. Wearing his cap, Klein came to the captain's room and knocked on the door. After 3 knocks, he retracted his hand and waited patiently. Before long, Admiral of Stars Katlear opened the door. Her face no longer had the confusion from her dream. She had also put on her thick glasses again. "Can I sleep during the day?" Klein asked directly. Katlear nodded. "Yes." After answering, she hesitated for a moment. "In the dream just now, you seemed to be very mobile." Thinking of the dangers lurking in these waters and how he might be forced to reveal something in the future, Klein decided to take the initiative to lay the groundwork. He looked at Katlear and smiled politely. "Yes. This is a gift from my lord." "My lord." Katlear's eyes shimmered under her thick glasses. She frowned, which was a rare sight, before relaxing it without asking further. Klein thought for a moment and added, "Be careful of Heath Doyle." "Be careful of Heath Doyle." Katlear clearly understood what he meant as she directly replied, "Don't worry. He has a sealed artifact. Its negative effects allow him to only hear sounds that come from very close sources." "That's a clever use of negative effects." Klein didn't waste his breath as he took off his hat and bowed. He turned around and walked back to his room. He lay down again and once again fell asleep with the help of cogitation. In the world of dreams, he woke up and saw the familiar pitch-black wasteland and dark steeple. "Phew, thankfully, I can make contact." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He walked all the way to the tower and saw the scattered tarot cards and new words in the same spot. There are many dangers there, but the most dangerous is the dream that comes after night falls. This doesn't mean that it will vanish if you don't sleep. Do not explore that dream. Absolutely do not explore that dream. Due to the lack of space here, I won't explain the reason. Alright, just kidding. The reason is that it contains certain dreams left behind by certain deities. Chapter 663. Upon seeing Will Orseptin's reminder, Klein's first reaction was to feel lucky. "Thankfully, I didn't court death and didn't continue exploring." He heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. Although he had also seen the mural related to Tail Devourer Ouroboros and encountered Anderson, who had mutated into a terrifying monster for some unknown reason, he wasn't in actual danger. "I wonder if the next time I enter a dream, will I appear in a random area, or will I start from the end of this dream?" If it's the latter, the best thing to do is not to disturb Anderson to prevent agitating him. "I'll return the way I came and leave the Black Cloister." Klein retracted his gaze and continued reading the remaining hints. Apart from the dream, everything else isn't that troublesome. As long as you don't attempt to approach the ruins or ruins, don't look directly at the things that fly across the sky at noon, don't challenge the storms that show signs, and then follow a safe sea route that has been verified by others, then there won't be any problems. As for mermaids, you will definitely encounter them if you keep sailing forward. This is because at their level, they can only live in relatively safe areas, and there aren't many of them. Finally, I wish you all the best. Your sincere friend, Will Orseptin, who is at a critical stage of his development and might often sleep. The final long sentence was a little hard to pronounce, but Klein instantly understood what the snake of fate meant. "Before I'm born, don't disturb me unless it's something extremely important or critical. I'll work hard." Klein replied inwardly with uncertainty. If he could successfully advance this time, it might not take long for him to seek advice on where to find the sequence 4 potion formula for Seer. With more confidence in finding mermaids, Klein immediately left the dream, put on his hat, and headed for the pirate restaurant. Due to the delay in the dream, many of the dishes had already turned cold. However, the pirates ate happily because no one died this time. Since no one died, they were naturally in a good mood after witnessing such a miraculous event. "Would you like a cup of milk?" Frank Lee asked warmly as he sat opposite Klein with a plate in hand. Recalling the conversation in the dream, Klein shook his head with a calm expression. He was very worried that the milk on the ship was a product of Frank's experiments. Frank drank a mouthful of milk without much thought. "I remember telling you about those little things in the dream." "Yes." Klein cut a piece of dragon bonefish with sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. This fish was known for having few bones. Most of the time, it only had one main bone. In Beekland, due to its different species, It was classified as a middle-grade and high-grade ingredient. However, it could often be fished on the east side of Oravi Island, at the edge of the safe sea route. Frank chuckled. My description at the time was a little inaccurate. Their real function is to allow living beings to produce milk even when they are not breastfeeding. Regardless of whether it's a female or a male, as long as they take it, they can produce milk. Once they stop, they will return to normal. This way, the poor cows won't have to go through all that torture. This way, men and women will be more fair when it comes to raising children, and it will be more beneficial for women to go out and find jobs. Wait, what are you talking about? Klein almost couldn't maintain his German sparrow persona. At that moment, he felt that the true synonym for madness wasn't German sparrow, but Frank Lee. He's actually a fellow who supports equality between men and women. However, his methods are a little terrifying. That's right. The Church of Earth Mother is the same as the Church of the Goddess. They believe that women should have the same social standing as men. However, they place more emphasis on reproduction, treating it as the most sacred thing. Among the 7 churches, the Church of the Storm and the Church of the God of Combat are the most biased towards men. The Church of the Sun is second. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom has a different style from the other churches. It's a form of discrimination against intelligence. The Church of the God of Steam is neutral, and because industrial development requires more labor, it has always cooperated with the Church of the Goddess to encourage women to work outside the home. The differences between the 7 churches flashed across Klein's mind. He raised his head and glanced at Frank Lee, as if what he had just said was an insignificant matter. This made Frank rather happy as he couldn't help but drink another mouthful of milk. After the pirates finished their shifts for lunch, Admiral of Stars Catlear pushed open the window of the captain's cabin again and used magic to amplify her voice. There's an island 5 nautical miles ahead. We'll stop there and wait for the storm to pass. In this sea, there's a chance of a terrifying storm whenever noon and night alternate. I'm not sure when it will come, but I believe it's safer to wait for it to pass before continuing our voyage. She explained in a lot more detail than before. As this wasn't a sudden situation, there was still plenty of time. People at sea were most afraid of storms, so they naturally didn't have any objections. According to Catlear's instructions, they anxiously prepared to dock the ship under the command of Navigator Ottolov and Bosun Nina. And this made Klein confirm one of Will Orseptin's reminders. Don't challenge a storm with signs. Before long, an island covered in gigantic trees appeared in front of the future. The sailboat that was more than 100 meters long steered over and stopped at the leeward side. More than half an hour later, the sky suddenly turned dark as lead-colored clouds appeared one after another. They overlapped with each other as though they had completely enveloped the surrounding waters. Amidst a loud boom and blinding lightning, a hurricane swept over from afar. It was connected to the clouds above and the sea below. It was more exaggerated than any legendary giant. It was like a coiled serpent that wanted to destroy the world. This terrifying hurricane brought with it waves that resembled mountains. The lightning that resembled tree branches didn't stop because of the storm. It constantly struck the surface of the sea, splitting into tiny bolts that spread in every direction. Raindrops pelted the deck of the future, making the pirates who had long entered their cabins or shelters feel like the apocalypse was upon them. Such a storm didn't last long. About 15 minutes later, the waves calmed down and the hurricane dissipated. The midday sun ruled the sky once again. You can move around on the island, but don't venture too deep. You have to stay within the range of the cannons. Catlear gave the pirates a brief chance to relax. Klein kept in mind Snake of Mercury Will Orseptin's warning. He had no desire to explore the island. After leaving the future, all he did was walk around the beach, enjoying the feeling of having his feet firmly planted on the ground. Beach, sunlight, trees. It feels like a vacation. Klein thought in amusement as he suddenly noticed a rapidly moving black dot through the corner of his eyes. It was running over from the edge of the cliff. The black dot grew bigger and bigger. It was a figure. Not far from Klein, Catlear, who was treading on the sand, also noticed the abnormality. She turned her body halfway and took off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The figure approached. He was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and black pants. He was a youth with a medium build and blonde hair that was parted at 3 to 7. Anderson. Unlucky Anderson. Klein instantly recognized the person. The person was the terrifying Anderson from the world of dreams. The Anderson who claimed that his companions had ventured forward and never returned, but claimed to be a member of the exploration team. At this moment, Anderson raised his right hand. Without any hesitation, as a German sparrow, Klein took out a charm and chanted a word in ancient Hermes' storm. The talisman made of white tin immediately became prickly to the hand, as if it had grown tiny blades. As spirituality was injected into it, the wind in midair stirred. With a deadpan expression, Klein threw the charm in his hand at Anderson. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp blades condensed into a green color as they shot towards the target, as though they were lining up to be executed. Anderson was smiling as he raised his right hand, as though he wanted to say something. However, he heard a deep and mysterious incantation and the sound of the wind that left his scalp tingling. His gaze focused as he fell to the side. He tumbled around as though he was in a sorry state, as though there was a red-hot metal plate in front of him. Su, su, su. The wind blades stabbed into the beach, slicing out clear cracks, but they were still a little short of hitting their target. Stop! Stop! Anderson rolled agilely to avoid the attack as he shouted, "I'm not hostile. I mean no harm." Anderson Hood. Admiral of Stars suddenly said a name as she raised her hand to stop German Sparrow, who had already taken out a bunch of charms. She knows this, Anderson. Klein didn't rashly recite the incantation to activate the incantation. He said in a deep voice, "He has already mutated. I met him in a dream." He wasn't surprised to meet the unlucky Anderson. This was because since the pirates were in the same region in the dream and were very close to each other, Anderson, who wasn't far from them, was definitely nearby the future. No. No. Anderson stood up, at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he raised his hands in surrender. "I know you. You asked me many questions. Back then, I wanted to crack a joke. Seriously, it was a joke to liven up the mood. Don't you think it's great to have the environment suddenly turn horrifying? Of course, I'm talking about making the other party, not myself. If I were to explore it, how would I still be alive? This is what I'm worried about." Klein didn't believe his explanation. Anderson shrugged his shoulders. "As soon as I said it, I was about to explain and tell you that I was just joking. I was going to ask you for help, hoping that you could come here and take me with you. But in the end, the dream ended. Bastard, I'm so unlucky. It fits the characteristics of being unlucky," Klein muttered to himself. He had planned on taking out a coin in front of her and using divination to probe her when he suddenly heard Katlear say, "Listen to him tell me what has happened." He's very famous in the bewildering fog sea and has the title of Strongest Hunter. Chapter 664. The Strongest Hunter. Klein was shocked by this title. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that there was no bounty on him. In other words, Hood's self-description in the world of dreams was true. He was more of a treasure hunter. It's a pity that the German Sparrow hasn't killed any of the pirate generals. Otherwise, I'd be the strongest hunter. Klein didn't let down his guard as he stared coldly across from him. As long as Anderson Hood showed the slightest abnormality, he would immediately throw out the charm in his hand. Anyway, the activation incantation was the same. For him, who was now a sequence, he could also inject spirituality at the same time. Upon hearing Admiral of Stars' introduction, Anderson shook his head seriously. "No, not the strongest hunter. Oh, he's quite modest." Klein sighed in his heart. Anderson chuckled and added, "If Admiral of Stars still insists on it, it's best to add a restriction in front, below demigod level. Yes, the strongest hunter below demigods. I take back what I said earlier." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Upon seeing Admiral of Stars not respond, Anderson's hands naturally drooped down. This region of the sea is very dangerous, but it also hides many treasures. I believe the two of you are aware of this as well. There were many adventurers, or more accurately, treasure hunters, who entered this place in search of fortuitous encounters. However, most of them didn't make it out alive. Heh, I'm talking about most of them. There are definitely some lucky ones who were able to obtain items and materials and successfully leave. This treasure hunting group was gathered by 2 treasure hunters who have experience in this area. They claim that they have figured out which ruins should not be explored in the first half of the safe route, which ruins should be explored, which monsters should be hunted, and which methods should be used to avoid the out-of-control evil creatures. I've always been curious about this place, and I was successfully convinced by them to join their treasure hunting group. And then, Admiral of Stars Catlear's dark purple eyes had long reflected the other party's figure. Anderson sighed. In the beginning, it was very smooth. We avoided danger and obtained quite a number of items left behind by the explorers before us. We also hunted some monsters and obtained several materials. The turning point was when we discovered a strange temple on a submerged island. There were quite a number of well-preserved murals there. This gentleman has seen them in the world of dreams. He pointed at Klein with his chin. That's not the point, Klein replied calmly. Anderson shook his head with a bitter smile. One of the murals was extremely sinister. It depicted a group of pilgrims advancing through a parted sea. The leader of this team is depicted as an angel. He has long silver hair that reaches his back, and his facial features are very gentle. At the time, I was the first to reach the mural. I reached out my right hand and sketched various lines in the air out of habit. It's true. I didn't touch it. There was at least 5 centimeters between us. Unexpectedly, the angel in the painting seemed to open his eyes at that moment. He had silver hair that reached his back, and his facial features were very soft. Your title of strongest hunter must have been forced out of you because you had caused too much trouble. Klein scoffed silently without any sympathy. A silver-haired angel? Catlear returned with a question. Yes, but I don't know which angel it is. At the very least, it hasn't appeared in the various murals of the 7 churches. Of course, it might have been randomly added by the muralist and might not be real. Just as Anderson was about to raise his hand to stroke his hair, he realized that the man in the round-neck shirt, brown jacket, and cap was staring at him coldly. It was as though he would attack without any hesitation if he made any strange movements. And at that moment, Klein was thinking of something else. This fellow is very professional when it comes to art. At the very least, the typical person wouldn't be able to understand so many religious paintings. Having failed to obtain an effective answer, Catlear immediately turned her head to look at Klein. Her gaze had a hint of inquiry. She had just heard from Anderson Hood that German Sparrow had seen the mural. Perhaps, this member of the organization with the Lord's blessings can recognize which angel it is. Admiral of Stars Catlear had a baffling feeling that German Sparrow might really know the answer. Thinking of how Marum Hermit could easily obtain an answer by asking on the next tarot, Klein didn't hide it. He simply said, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. Tail Devourer Ouroboros? That angel of fate. That king of angels. Catlear subconsciously pursed her lips as the purple in her eyes turned more obvious. The last time she heard this name was on the tarot, thanks to Miss Justice's information. That was the first time she learned of the existence of a king of angels. She never expected to encounter a clue in the real world in just a few months. Tail Devourer Ouroboros? Anderson ruminated over the name in a daze. Klein didn't say a word, looking as though he had no interest in explaining. Seeing that Admiral of Stars wasn't saying a word, all Anderson could do was laugh out loud and continue. Back then, I thought it was a hallucination because nothing abnormal happened after that mural. Following that, our team split into 2. Most of them were frightened by my description, believing that we shouldn't explore the temple. The remaining 1/3 yearned for more treasures and set off deep into the temple. We waited an entire day, waiting for the turn of noon and night thrice, but we didn't see them return. We were all outstanding treasure hunters, so we knew that something had definitely happened. After some confirmation, we didn't dare stay any longer or wait. We immediately left the temple and boarded a ship to return the way we came. We had already obtained enough, so we didn't wish to take any more risks. Wait, none of you have any plans to save your companions? The members of an adventurer team that were gathered at the last minute will definitely only care for themselves and their closest friends when they encounter danger. According to my experience, Those companions of yours who have disappeared might be eating the corpse's fingers. Klein lampooned, but he didn't reprimand Anderson. Anderson sighed again and said, after we left the temple, we discovered some abnormalities in our bodies. After we left the temple, we discovered that there were some changes to our bodies. On one hand, we became very unlucky. No matter what we did, nothing went smoothly. Even when we were quietly drinking a few mouthfuls of light beer, we would discover that someone had mistaken the barrel for a toilet and peed in it. Well, this wasn't my experience. It was my companions'. On the other hand, we obtained control over our bodies in the dream. We were no longer in a daze, knowing something but being unable to take action. Therefore, a portion of my companions, about a third of the original number, ventured deep into the world of dreams out of curiosity. They never returned. Catlear, who was listening silently, asked, on the other hand, we obtained control over our bodies in the dream. She asked, what happened to their bodies in the real world? They mutated into monsters and killed many of our remaining companions, as well as most of the sailors. Anderson took a deep breath. Although we successfully killed those monsters, we lacked enough sailors and encountered a series of unfortunate events. We didn't reach the island before the storm, so our ship sank and so did our loot. The rest of our companions either drowned, were struck to death by lightning, or were eaten by the monsters in the water. I didn't see all of them with my own eyes. I was the only one who was slightly stronger and luckier than them. I was tossed away by the waves and successfully swam to this island. I began to try to make a canoe to get out. As you can see, my last axe was shattered and reflected in my dream. Anderson's last sentence was directed at Klein. What an ill-fated treasure-hunting team. Klein drew a crimson moon for him in his heart. He believed that Anderson's description was likely true. His experience didn't seem fabricated out of thin air, but it was unknown if he was hiding anything. Perhaps, Anderson had really gone deep into the temple and ate the corpse's finger, but he had come out thinking that he was fine. Perhaps, he had already explored several places in the world of dreams and had suffered from unnoticeable corruption in the dreams of certain unknown creatures. After Anderson had recounted his experience, he smiled at Admiral of Stars Catlear and an unknown person. Do I have the honor of riding the future? I'll pay the fare. He looked like he was willing to let them name a price. Catlear turned her head again and looked at Klein, as though asking him if he would agree. Does that mean you're more inclined to agree? Aren't you going to do a check? Even I have to head above the grey fog for a divination before I can give a clear answer. Why are you so confident? A sequence 5 beyond a power of a mystery prior. Klein deciphered some information from Catlear's glance. Just as he was hesitating and guessing, Anderson anxiously said, I'm very familiar with the upcoming sea route. I can help you avoid the dangers lurking in the safe sea route. I can tell you which ruins you can't explore and allow you to avoid the singing of mermaids in time. Singing of mermaids? Klein's eyes nearly lit up. It wasn't easy for him to maintain his image as a German sparrow. Yes, it's a day's journey from here. I'm referring to a day in the outside world. We'll circle around a ruin and turn. At this point, Anderson suddenly came to a realization as he closed his mouth with a smile. He didn't speak further. Klein thought for a moment, took out a gold coin in front of Anderson, and recited in a low voice, that's right. He softly recited, there's a problem with Anderson Hood. He repeated it 7 times, following the standard procedure of divination, but in fact, he didn't expect an answer. He was probing the other party. If there really was a problem with Anderson, he would likely show signs of guilt. After all, he couldn't confirm German Sparrow's divination standards, so he couldn't be certain that his interference would succeed. Clang! The gold coin bounced up and down. Klein glanced at it and stuffed it into his pocket. No problem. I'll head above the grey fog to confirm it later. Klein added inwardly. Catlear looked at Anderson and nodded. I agree to your request. But after we leave these waters, you have to split half of your items with me. If you don't have anything, I don't want anything. Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before revealing a smile again. Deal. Having found a way out, he clearly relaxed a little as he smiled. Also, I have to remind you that although my bad luck is only limited to myself, You have to be careful. This is because I might attract monsters. Of course, I believe that with you, Admiral of Stars, this gentleman, and me, our safety can still be guaranteed." Just as he said that, the entire island suddenly trembled. Smoke and dust emanated from the primordial forest. "Don't tell me a monster really came." Anderson subconsciously widened his mouth. Chapter 665. The ground trembled slightly as a nearly 3-meter-tall figure appeared at the edge of the island's primeval forest. Its body was grayish-white in color, as though it was formed from boulders. Its face was filled with potholes, and it didn't have any obvious eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. "Stone giant." Cat Lear whispered the monster's type. And be it Klein or Anderson, they didn't know anything about such a monster. However, none of them cast a questioning look at Cat Lear. Instead, they stared intently at the monster as though they were professionals. Cat Lear turned around and faced the docked future. She raised her right hand and amplified her voice. "Aim." The pirates on duty immediately adjusted the direction of the dozens of cannons on the port side, aiming them at the heavy stone giant. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs flew out and landed around the stone giant. Dust instantly billowed up, blanketing a large area. Amidst the obvious tremors of the ground, flames lingered as fragments flew in every direction, as though they could destroy everything. Tap, tap, tap. The grayish-white figure tore through the smoke and dust, but it didn't suffer any serious damage. Only its surface had cracked a little. Cat Lear said without a change in expression, "This isn't a type of giant. This isn't a type of giant. It's a stone golem. Its core is the main ingredient of a Sequence 5 guardian of the God of Combat pathway, so its defense is extremely high." Amidst the reverberating cannonballs, Klein nearly suspected that there was something wrong with his hearing. "Since you know the stone giant's forte, why did you fire a salvo of cannons? Isn't this a waste of cannonballs?" he thought, puzzled and lampooned. Perhaps hearing his thoughts, Cat Lear looked at the approaching stone giant and said, "That's right. I've never encountered such a beyonder creature before, so I wish to do a test. I'm convinced by this reason." Klein was left speechless. At this moment, Anderson Hood, who had been observing the stone giant, raised his hand. "Which one of you has the beyonder powers of the frost domain?" "Me," Cat Lear replied calmly. Seeing that Marum Hermit had a solution, Klein swallowed the words he was about to say. To him, if it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to activate creeping hunger even though the zombie did have the ability to control ice. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to find any suitable food on this island. Cat Lear took out a grayish-black scroll from a hidden pocket in her wizard robe and whispered a word in ancient Hermes. "Freeze." Without a sound, the scroll was engulfed by the icy blue flames, and soon after, a crystal-clear stream of light fell from the sky. They quickly landed on the stone giant's body and froze the target inside, hanging one icicle after another. With a teeth-aching cracking sound, the layers of ice shattered one after another, and the stone giant slowly walked out of that area. However, the ash-gray color on its surface deepened a bit, and its movements were much stiffer than before. At this moment, Anderson raised both of his hands, like a conductor gesturing for the audience to applaud. The bottom of the stone giant's feet instantly burst into orange-yellow flames, as if it had stepped into some sort of trap. Water vapor quickly rose from its surface, and then it cracked, revealing deep cracks one after another. Anderson pulled his right arm back and condensed a blazing white spear in his palm. The flame at the tip of the spear shrank to a point and burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. The spear flew out and accurately hit the crack in the stone giant's abdomen, burning a large hole there. Anderson Hood, who was originally on the beach, seemed to have merged with the white spear. When the fire lit up, he strangely appeared behind the stone giant. He clenched his left fist and swelled his arm. Then, with an uppercut, he dug into the stone giant's abdomen. This seemingly simple attack created an exaggerated effect. The stone giant immediately froze on the spot, and cracking sounds could be heard from within. In just a few seconds, it collapsed into a pile of rubble. An absolutely fatal attack. Klein's pupils constricted. Cat Lear stood calmly in her spot and said without any surprise, "That's right." Without any surprise, she said, Sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway is Reaper. Furthermore, they are good at discovering the weakness of their prey. Reaper harvests lives. No wonder. Klein nodded slightly. At this moment, Anderson crouched down and rummaged through the stone giant's remains. Then, he turned his head and smiled bitterly. This isn't a real monster. In other words, there was nothing. As Anderson described the situation, the pile of rubble disappeared at a discernible speed. An unlucky fellow like you shouldn't open boxes to loot corpses. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. Anderson returned unhappily as he kept nagging, "This is the biggest problem in these waters. That's the biggest problem with this sea region. Not every monster can provide you with wealth. This is because such a conjured monster is a part of a higher and more powerful monster. Of course, it could also be the influence of remnant powers and auras." Klein had long made a judgment on this. After this period of sailing, he discovered that there were beyonder traces of the sun, Evernight, Storm, and Spectator pathways. He had more concrete guesses about his previous thoughts. He had originally suspected that these waters were a battlefield left behind by the Second Epoch ancient gods. Storm belonged to Elf King Saniathrim, Spectator belonged to Dragon King Ankwelt, and Evernight belonged to Annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria. With Little Sun providing the City of Silver's mythological records, Klein had a basic grasp of the authorities of the 8 ancient gods of the Second Epoch. However, the constant noon and the golden sun chariot made Klein waver in his judgment. This was because none of the 8 ancient gods grasped the sun pathway. Soon, Klein thought of Amorn and Adam's father, the City of Silver creator who had the title of God of the ancient sun. After this creator awakened, he took back the authorities of the ancient gods after numerous intense battles. Hence, he left behind the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. The incomplete mural he had seen in the ancient elven ruins surfaced in Klein's mind. Elf King Saniathrim was fighting the City of Silver's creator, who was also the ancient god of the sun. While he was lost in his thoughts, Anderson had already regained his chuckle and looked at him. He looked at him and asked, "How should I address you?" "German Sparrow." Klein gave a simple name. "German Sparrow?" Anderson was first taken aback before returning to normal. "I've heard of you. You're an adventurer who nearly hunted Vice Admiral Ailment. You have the title of the craziest hunter. Last month, when I passed by the Rorsted Archipelago and Oravi Island, I planned on having a drink with you and getting to know you, but I had no idea where you went." "Last month. I was volunteering at the hospital." Klein nodded. "Now we know each other. Also, try not to speak." Anderson forced a smile. "I know. My bad luck will make my bad words come true. All right, don't look at me. I'll stop talking. You can put down your charm." Due to the appearance of a monster like the stone giant, the pirate's relaxation time was shortened. The Future quickly set sail once again and headed deep into the sea. Along the way, Klein remained standing on the deck, leaning against the ship's railing as he observed his surroundings. As for Anderson, he wandered around the ship, conversing with the pirates with great social skills. Impressive. He easily figured out the situation on the ship. Klein glanced at Anderson, who was drinking with a few pirates in the shadows of the cabin, and he sighed with emotion. Of course, this strongest hunter probably doesn't know that the alcohol he's drinking is a sedative produced by some unknown substance. Klein held back his laughter as he thought mischievously. With Anderson's help, the Future successfully circled around 2 hidden whirlpools and a palace ruin floating in the sea as it continued following a safe sea route. About 3 hours later, night fell once again. Klein quickly regained his lucidity and rationality in his dream as he opened his eyes to look around. His vision was pitch black. There was nothing. Am I blind? This thought instinctively surfaced in Klein's mind. Then, he reached his right palm into his pocket and took out a box of matches. This was a necessary casting material for a magician. With great familiarity, he took out a match and lit it. Immediately, a weak flame appeared in front of Klein's eyes. The flame struggled to expand a little as it vaguely illuminated his surroundings. This was a prison cell, a cell with an unlatched metal door. Why am I here? I'm not beside Admiral of Stars, nor am I in the Hall of Murals where Anderson is. Random within a certain range? As his thoughts raced, Klein flicked his hand and extinguished the match that nearly burned his fingers. His left palm was quickly dyed with a layer of pure and resplendent sunday. His eyes seemed to have two miniature suns. With the priest of light's soul, he had obtained the night vision powers that belonged to light of holiness. Surveying his surroundings, Klein saw that the cell he was in wasn't too cramped, but the ground was dirty and messy. There were many footprints, and he had no idea what had happened here. Most of them are human footprints. A small number of them are rather exaggerated. Perhaps they belong to giants. The single bed is broken in the corner, and there's a key by the door. Who succeeded in breaking out of prison? Klein came in front of the unlatched metal door and carefully looked out. Outside the cell was a lightless darkness. The darkness enveloped a stone-paved passageway, and opposite it was a cold and hard wall. The two sides of the passageway extended out as though there were more cells. Klein retracted his gaze, picked up the key on the ground, and closed the metal door a little tighter. He didn't attempt to open the door and continue staying in the cell. He clearly remembered that snake of fate, Will or Septin, had exhorted him not to explore the world of dreams. Therefore, he planned on waiting here for noon to arrive. So be it. I'm not going out anyway. Klein shrank into a corner and sat on half of the single bed. He seemed to fuse with the thick darkness around him. In this extreme silence, Klein suddenly cocked his head because he vaguely heard light footstep. The footsteps sounded from afar. The frequency was slow, but it was getting closer. P.S. Updated normally on Monday. Requesting recommendation votes. Divine Emperor of Nine Heavens. Chapter 666. It can't be, I didn't go anywhere. Trouble's long legs came over by itself. Klein bared his teeth in a way that didn't match the German sparrow standard, and he nearly drew a gasp. The only reason that stopped him from doing so was that it would cause quite a commotion that would allow Trouble to discover his hiding spot. He, who was no longer a green nighthawk, quickly made a decision. He held his breath and slowly stood up. He moved to the side of the metal bars without making a sound, and he calmly looked in the direction of the footsteps. He believed that since hiding was no longer effective, he needed to confirm the situation related to the danger so that he could make the most appropriate choice. Two miniature sun circles appeared in his eyes. Klein waited for nearly a minute before he heard the footsteps grow heavier and clearer. It was followed by the sound of the metal door being pushed open and slamming into the wall. Then, he saw a tall figure appear on the right side of the corridor. The figure was nearly 2.5 meters tall and wore black armor that covered his entire body. The coldness he exuded seemed corporeal, as if he was a giant knight. His aura was converged, and he was as silent as the deep sea. His eyes shone with a crimson glow, and he held a long and wide black sword in his hand. Creak. He pushed open the metal door of a cell, stepped in, and circled around as if he was searching for something. Hiss. Is he looking for a particular prisoner? He'll definitely discover me this way. Klein hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should leave the cell before the other party approached and find another way out, or if he should attack and finish off the target quickly. Then, he could continue hiding there and wait for the dream to end. After determining how much time he had to think, Klein quickly took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and used a voice that only he could hear to make a divination. That night was very powerful. After quickly repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a very fast speed. This meant that the target was a very dangerous existence. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Klein used the beyonder powers of a clown to control his muscles and pulled open the metal bars without making any extra movements. Then, he took the opportunity when the black-armored knight entered another cell to sneak into the corridor and quickly moved to the left. In the thick darkness, he listened to the movements behind him while maintaining a stealthy and swift movement. Soon, he made a turn and arrived in front of an iron door that seemed to be the exit. After trying to push and pull, he realized that the metal door wasn't heavy. It was just that it had been locked by someone. After thinking for 2 seconds, he took out the key he had picked up in the cell, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted it without much hope. With a slight clicking sound, the lock on the iron door was removed. Is that even possible? Even though it's a dream, I can't just pick up a random key and turn it into an important tool. I was planning to use paper as a weapon, insert it into the gap of the door, and cut it piece by piece. Klein slowly pushed open the iron door, half doubtful and half complaining to himself. What disappointed him was that behind the iron gate was not an exit, but a hall filled with junk. After closing the door and locking it again, Klein circled around the messy items and searched for a possible door or path. A few seconds later, he noticed an inconspicuous black wooden door in the corner. Hence, he carefully approached it and reached out to grab the handle. The scene inside naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a storeroom, and on the right was a full-body mirror. On the right was a figure in a short linen robe. There's someone there. That escaped prisoner. Having been forced out of his comfort zone, Klein decided to take the initiative. Therefore, he slowly twisted the handle and pushed open the black wooden door. He wanted to roughly understand what was going on so that he could decide whether to flee or fight at the critical moment. "Who is it?" the figure in the linen robe hurriedly asked in a whisper, his tone filled with despair and pain. "An adventurer," Klein answered simply. With his night vision, he could clearly see the figure's appearance. It was a man with a weather-beaten face. His forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth had deep wrinkles, but his hair was black and shiny, without a single strand of silver. His linen robe was simple and unadorned. His expression was distorted due to the pain, and his rare pure black eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise and puzzlement. "Adventurer? How did you get here?" Klein maintained a certain distance from the man who could be considered young or old. He stood at the door and looked at him. It's a necessary courtesy to introduce yourself before asking questions. As a faceless, he had already grasped the man's characteristics from the short observation. Apart from the conflicting hair color and wrinkles, there was also a hideous old scar on his cheek. The man was taken aback as he glanced worriedly at the hall. "It's best you close the door. We can't be caught by that devil, otherwise." The muscles on his face visibly twitched, as if he had recalled something bad. "Devil?" Klein muttered, reached out his hand, and closed the black wooden door. The man heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. "Sorry, I was indeed impolite just now. My name is Leo Master, an ascetic from a religious organization." "A religious organization? From the looks of it, you aren't a believer of one of the 7 deities." Klein discovered a problem with the man's choice of words. If he was an ascetic who believed in one of the 7 deities, he could have said it directly. Even a priest of the Church of the Sun and a bishop of the Church of the Storm wouldn't come to blows the moment they met in such a dangerous place. Leo Master gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Yes, I worship the original creator. He is an omniscient and omnipotent existence, the source of all greatness. He is the beginning and also the end. He is the God of all deities. This." Upon hearing that the man worshipped the original creator, Klein's first reaction was that it was the Twilight Hermit Order. However, there are indeed some small religions in the northern and southern continents that worship the original creator. There are quite a number of people who believe in the original creator. Klein deliberated and asked, "What's the name of your religious organization? How did you come here?" Leo Master hesitated for a moment. "The easternmost side of the Sonya Sea is where my lord slumbers. His holy mountain is hidden somewhere here. I led a pilgrimage team here in an attempt to witness a miracle and redeem myself. Perhaps it was a necessary test. We were captured by that devil, and we died one after another. Later, I seized the opportunity and escaped the cell. I hid here and waited for the devil to leave." Klein thought for a moment. "Do you know the name of that devil? What characteristics does he have?" "Him?" Leo Master shook his head and said in puzzlement, "I don't know his exact name, but many pilgrims seem to know him. They address him as the Saint of Darkness." "Saint of Darkness? A demigod? Is this Leo Master's dream, or is it the demigod's dream? From the results of my divination, it should be the latter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such great danger." Klein was just about to ask which organization Leo Master belonged to and figure out the Saint of Darkness's beyonder powers when he suddenly noticed the full-body mirror in front of the ascetic through the corner of his eye. In mysticism, A mirror was a passageway that connected a hidden and unknown world. It was very easy for terrifying accidents to happen. Therefore, Klein, who was in a dangerous dream, carefully walked over. He planned on using the powers of a priest of light to destroy the item. "No, don't." Leo Master seemed to sense Klein's intentions as he shouted in horror, "If not for it, I'll die immediately." "Ah!" Klein looked at the mirror in puzzlement. Although the environment was abnormally dark, the mirror clearly reflected two figures. One of them was the wrinkled, raven-haired Leo Master, and the other was the thin, black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow who wore a cap. At that moment, while Klein didn't take any action, the German sparrow in the mirror slowly turned his head and revealed a sinister smile at him. The mirror's surface suddenly rippled as a hand reached out. Klein blinked his eyes, and the German sparrow who looked identical to him crawled out of the mirror. His face was tainted with an obvious gloominess due to the darkness. "It's terrifying. Unfortunately, I don't look like German sparrow. Therefore, you didn't scare me. If Ju Mingrue were to crawl out of the mirror, I'd probably wake up from the fright." Klein calmly looked at his opponent and raised his left hand. A layer of sunlight flowed over it. The sinister German sparrow laughed as he similarly raised his left hand, causing his glove to suffuse a noble but sinister black color. This corresponded to the powers of a baron of corruption. "My clone." Klein thought for a moment before he raised his right hand with a deadpan expression. In his palm was a short, milky white scepter that had appeared out of nowhere. The scepter's tip was embedded with a circle of azure blue gems. Sea God Scepter. Although the actions in a dream had to conform to logic to achieve the desired effects, Klein suspected that the illusory world was unable to affect the grey fog or the mysterious space. Therefore, he had attempted to simplify the ritual process, telling himself that the Sea God Scepter was stored in a unique region similar to the spirit world. He could retrieve it whenever he wanted. The outcome of the attempt delighted Klein. Indeed, the world of dreams was unable to distinguish the difference between the unique region in the spirit world and the world above the grey fog. Under the premise that the Sea God Scepter belonged to him, this demigod-level sealed artifact had been retrieved. "It really works. Otherwise, I'll have to engage in an intense battle with him." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He similarly believed that the mirror was unable to replicate the parts related to the grey fog. The sinister German sparrow looked opposite him in a daze. He instinctively raised his hand, but his right palm was empty. Then, he saw countless bolts of silver lightning shoot out, enveloping him in layers. It made him expend paper figurine substitutes one after another, but he was unable to jump out of the region. Sizzle. A gigantic lightning ball illuminated the narrow room that made it impossible to dodge. Following that, it vanished with the German sparrow in the mirror. For some reason, Klein felt a baffling sense of calmness at that moment. It was as though he had entered the time of a sage. He turned his head and looked at Leo Master again. "What's the name of the religious organization you joined?" Leo Master trembled as he replied, "Aurora Order. Aurora Order. Aurora Order." Klein was stunned as he couldn't help but prick up his brows. At that moment, there was a loud thud outside. The locked door seemed to have been kicked open. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy, drum-like footsteps headed straight for the corner, as though it had discovered Klein and Leo Master's hiding spot. Klein suspected that the commotion from the lightning storm had alerted the Saint of Darkness. "There's no way to hide." With the Sea God Scepter in hand, Klein kicked the black wooden door to the storeroom, sending it flying towards the Saint of Darkness. As the wooden door tumbled, he saw his target's appearance clearly. At some point in time, the knight in black armor had pushed up his visor, revealing a face with deep wrinkles. A few strands of raven-black hair were revealed, as well as an old scar on his cheek. He looked identical to Leo Master. Even the minute features were identical. The only difference was that his eyes were emitting a crimson glow. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 667. Klein was alarmed as he instinctively turned his body to the side, preventing his back from showing Leo Master, who was trembling in horror in the storeroom. He was no longer certain that the prisoner in the linen short robe was fine. At this moment, The knight who wore black full-body armor and had a face that resembled Leomaster's lit up with crimson eyes. He raised the heavy and wide sword with both hands. Tap. He took a step forward and cleaved forward. The speed was so fast that Klein's eyes nearly failed to capture it. Klein, who was facing him from the side, subconsciously raised the sea god scepter, causing the blue gem at its tip to light up. Whoosh! A corporeal hurricane rose out of thin air, circling around Klein layer after layer, protecting him at the eye of the hurricane. Sheeing. The black stream of light cleaved down as the strong winds disintegrated layer after layer. They shot out in every direction, causing the entire hall to shake. Boom! Under the black broadsword, the hurricane emitted an explosive sound as it transformed into a shockwave that inundated the area. It lifted all the junk piled up into the air. The intense collision clearly shook the dream. Klein's mind turned adrift as he involuntarily tumbled twice. Plop! He fell from his bed to the deck, opening his eyes from the fall. That Saint of Darkness is really very powerful. Or rather, I've never used the sea god scepter in the real world, so I'm unable to replicate its full might in my dream. Wait a minute. It's still night time. Klein suddenly noticed a problem. At that moment, the midday sunlight wasn't shining in from the window. His awakening stemmed from the intense confrontation in his dream, and not a natural change. This also meant that he had to immediately fall asleep, otherwise, it was very likely that he would vanish in the dark night. No one would be able to find him. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein used his right hand to support himself as he bounced up and flew to his bed before lying down firmly on it. Then, he visualized countless stacked spheres of light and quickly entered the dream. During this process, Klein's gaze swept across the window. He could vaguely see that the night outside was deep and cold. It was quiet and peaceful, without any hint of evil. At the same time, he vaguely felt that there was a fog shrouding the sea in the distance, and in the fog, there was a very old church with a pointed roof. It was completely black, and there was no bell tower. At the top, there were black crows circling around, as if they were mourning for something. There were many buildings scattered around the church. There were ordinary two-story houses, simple wooden houses, bakeries with hanging signboards, and grayish-white mills powered by water wheels. Passers-by walked through the streets and alleys. Their figures were indistinct, and it was difficult to see them clearly. Mirage. A source of danger at night. All the missing people lost their minds. Where did they go? Klein woke up from his dream, and the questions he had accumulated before flashed across his mind. Following that, he forcefully reined in his thoughts and took out the sea god scepter from the special zone in the spirit world. He remembered that he had been engaged in an intense battle with the Saint of Darkness when he left the dream. The slightly dim golden light shone into Klein's eyes as everything became clear. What he saw was no longer the tall knight dressed in black armor, nor was it Leomaster dressed in a short linen robe. Instead, he saw a row of floor-to-ceiling windows that faced the setting sun. The windows were extremely clean. Under the sunlight's illumination, they exuded an indescribable purity. Next to the window, there was a long wooden table and a brown armchair. Further away, there were rows of bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. Library, grand library. Every time he entered this world of dreams, he would be randomly sent to different spots in a certain range. Klein carefully observed his surroundings and confirmed that the area was temporarily safe. There were no so-called Saint of Darkness, nor were there any strange or evil creatures. He held the sea god scepter and first came to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look at the environment outside. The first thing that entered his eyes was the magnificent building complex that covered the mountain opposite him. The gigantic palace, the majestic steeple, and the towering city walls were all frozen in the dusk. It was a visually stunning sight. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Klein still held his breath as he silently admired this miraculous scene for a few seconds. He then moved his gaze towards the cliff. He saw the black cloister's high walls and the withered trees beside the boulders. However, due to the obstruction, he was unable to confirm if Admiral of Stars Catlear was still in her original spot. Indeed, within a certain range, I haven't left this region. Did I enter deep into the black cloister? Klein retracted his gaze in thought as he walked to the side of the bookshelves. He temporarily didn't have the time to think about the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master in his dream. This was because he had to first confirm his present situation. When he approached the bookshelves, Klein realized that the books on them had their names on them. They weren't like the blurry ones in normal dreams. Spirituality of Life, Book of Charms, The Inner Flower, The Innerverse and True Cosmos. These are all books in the field of mysticism. Klein carefully extended his hand and pulled out the Book of Charms. He quickly flipped through it and discovered that he had grasped most of the content in the book, but there was a small portion that he had never come into contact with before. I can confirm that this isn't a reflection of my dream. Marum Hermits. The knowledge that she's being chased and instilled has materialized in the Black Cloister's library. Klein didn't have the desire to explore further. He took the Book of Charms and returned to the floor-to-ceiling windows. He found a spot to sit down and began reading seriously under the glow of dusk. In a dream, you can even learn. As he lampooned himself, he took out a pen and paper to write and draw. Just as he was engrossed in it, the light suddenly brightened as a blinding whiteness dominated his vision. Klein naturally opened his eyes, feeling warm from the sunlight that shone in from outside. I've only read a few pages and was planning on quickly skimming through it before using dream divination to recall it. Klein sat up in frustration, feeling that he had missed a great opportunity to learn. This was because he couldn't be sure if he would randomly end up in the Black Cloister's library the next time. He stroked his hair, wore his hat, and went down to the deck. As he observed his surroundings, he recalled the dream from before. There's a high chance that the prison is in the Black Cloister. Yes, it might be underground. In other words, the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master are in a ruin or ruin nearby. It's no wonder Snake of Mercury, Will or Septon, told me not to attempt exploring it. Those places are really filled with danger. Why does the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master look identical? This dream is a little strange. Also, that full-body mirror is very magical and sinister. It actually replicated a German sparrow. Upon recalling this, Klein began to search for examples from his own experiences, using comparison to confirm his train of thought. This was what it meant to rely on experience. Soon, he made the connection. He recalled how he had used the mental terror candle back in Beekland to help Father Utravsky get rid of his past self, a split personality. Could it be that Leo Master himself is the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness? Due to certain reasons, he had a split personality. His good self and evil self were separated. That deep and sealed prison of darkness is a reflection of his inner dream. Yes, that full-body mirror. Leo Master said that if it were to be destroyed, he would vanish as well. And when I looked at the mirror, the German sparrow in it had indeed formed a corporeal body. It's inclined towards evil. It's no wonder I had the feeling of being a sage after killing the German sparrow in the mirror. So it's because I had purged some of the evil and evil thoughts in my heart. Yes, that full-body mirror might not be in the form of a mirror in the real world. These waters clearly have the beyonder remnants of a visionary, conjuring many monsters that aren't real but can kill. And this belongs to the spectator pathway. Therefore, the existence of a ruin that separates good and evil, as well as a split personality, is completely logical. The Saint of Darkness, Leo Master, is a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order. He was definitely evil, but that ruin or item triggered his opposite side, which is the good hidden in his heart. It caused his personality to split, causing him to be trapped in a certain spot nearby. Klein felt that he had roughly figured out the truth of the matter and felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, he didn't enter the same spot the second time. Otherwise, with the Sea God Scepter and Leo Master's good side, he might really be able to defeat his evil side, the Saint of Darkness. And the damage done to him in the world of the dream would extend into reality. This way, a good saint who knows the Aurora Order very well will appear. He will be able to strike a blow against this evil cult. Klein silently drew a breath and turned his body halfway to look at Anderson Hood, who had just walked out of the cabin. "Where did you go in your dream?" "I didn't see you," the strongest hunter said as if they were close. Klein frowned and asked, "Why should I let you see me?" Anderson was taken aback. "Shouldn't I be where I was when I left the dream when I entered it again? There are other reasons why I randomly appear in certain places within a certain range." My own uniqueness. Klein realized that the problem was more complicated than he had imagined. He deliberated and said, "After I entered the dream, I was somewhere else." "That's strange." Anderson frowned, seemingly perplexed as well. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he said thoughtfully, "There's another strange thing." "What?" Klein cooperated and asked. Anderson looked around and said, "The last time I pretended to be a canoe in that hall, I heard the sound of a door opening and footsteps coming out. But when I looked up, I didn't see anything. I thought it was someone from this ship, but I don't think so. P.S. It's the last few days of February, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 668. Who opened the door deep in the Hall of Murals and came out? A rampager or beyonder creature that was nearby back then? Furthermore, he has the ability to move in dreams. After hearing Anderson Hood's recount, Klein made a logical guess. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had a new idea. Could it be the owner of the mysterious eyes that had been watching the deck and me? That's possible. If that mysterious person has really been lurking on the ship all this while and has entered these waters, he'll definitely fall asleep when night falls and appear in the world of dreams. Maram Hermit doesn't know of his existence at all, or has she tacitly approved of his actions? This is the trump card that allows her to accept my mission and not be afraid of the dangers here. No, I can't be sure. At the very least, I can't be sure that the person who opened the door deep in the Hall of Murals is the mysterious person on the ship. Klein looked deeply at Anderson. He asked, "Why don't you think so?" Anderson had mentioned that he originally suspected that the person who opened the door was a member of the future, but he later felt that it wasn't the case. Anderson chuckled. "I just visited everyone on the ship in a dream and discovered that none of them possess the ability to move freely in that world, apart from you. Unfortunately, I was pushing open the door from outside," Klein said calmly. Anderson shrugged his shoulders. "I know, so I didn't suspect you. This sea is filled with hidden dangers. There are all sorts of unimaginable monsters active. Perhaps the person who opened the door was the stone giant from before, or a rotting dragon that dreamed of countless treasures." Having said that, he leaned to the railing of the ship and looked out at the sea that was blanketed in golden sunlight. He smiled wistfully and said, "I discovered that after I escaped from the shipwreck crisis brought about by the storm, my bad luck was slowly dispelling. Haha, clearly, it's not fixed or permanent. Look, I successfully swam to that island. Although I encountered all sorts of bad luck, I managed to last until you arrived. Yes, I did attract the monster and made the stone giant appear, but didn't we easily finish it off? Also, I've been on the ship for hours, but nothing happened." "Doesn't that mean?" Before Anderson could finish his sentence, Klein coldly interrupted him. "Shut up. Doesn't this fellow know to speak less when he's angry? I really want to hit him. If I hadn't divined that you didn't mutate above the grey fog and that you weren't possessed by a bigwig, I would have sunk you into the sea." Sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is Provoker. He must have easily digested that potion back then. Klein sincerely felt that Anderson was much better than Danny's when it came to provoking. Okay, I'll shut up. Anderson raised his hands and smiled bitterly without any anger. Seeing that he did not provide any more clues about the person who opened the door in the world of dreams, Klein was silent for a few seconds before he suddenly turned around and walked into the cabin. He realized that he had been negligent in one matter. Since Anderson, who was shrouded in bad luck, had boarded the ship, it meant that the chances of encountering an attack would increase. Therefore, he needed to make some preparations. After returning to his room, Klein took out the Aztec copper whistle and Will Orsepton's paper crane before entering the bathroom. He set up the ritual to summon himself and then brought Tinder, the sun brooch, and the nightmare beyonder characteristic from above the grey fog to the real world. He didn't immediately change the items he carried with him. Instead, he placed them in his luggage and placed them beside the biological poison bottle. This way, even if danger were to suddenly arise, he would have the chance to adjust his equipment in time and make a targeted choice. After doing all of this, Klein relaxed a lot. He packed the rest of his items and left the room to head for the deck, afraid that he would miss any traces of mermaids. Just as he walked out of the cabin, He saw Frank Lee squatting beside him with a look of shock and confusion. What happened? Klein's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that something had gone wrong with this crazy hybridist experiment, causing everyone on the future to fall into a terrifying ecological disaster. Frank shook his head in a daze. Didn't I tell you about those tiny things? They originally needed to hibernate for a period of time before they could grow and reproduce, but in the end, Klein's expression turned heavy. This made strongest hunter Anderson, who was bragging to the pirates on the deck about the number of pirates he had hunted, completely oblivious to the changes in the eyes of the listeners around him. He stopped his narration out of curiosity and came over. Frank, who was squatting, looked up. They just completed a large-scale reproduction and even mutated. This is a miracle. And then? Where did they go? Are they still in your laboratory? Klein instinctively felt that it wasn't a good thing. Frank took 2 seconds to digest the question. He rolled up his sleeves and revealed his hairy arms. He rapped the deck in front of him and revealed a puzzled smile. They entered this place and seemed to be modifying the future. Amidst the dull rapping, a milky white fountain that looked like milk suddenly spewed out from the deck, splattering Frank Lee's head and face. He licked the liquid by the corner of his mouth and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, The future is producing milk. At the same time, the pirates by the side of the ship pointed at the cannons below in horror. The cannons are spewing milk. This doesn't make sense. Klein nearly couldn't control the twitching of the corners of his mouth. Ever since he boarded the future, ever since the ship arrived at the fracture and began plummeting, he felt that many of the things that had happened were extremely unscientific. It even exceeded the limits of his mysticism knowledge. Anderson was dumbfounded as he even forgot to ask a question. He stomped his feet out of habit and succeeded in seeing another milk fountain gush out. Thoughts quickly flashed through Klein's mind as he acutely grasped a problem. He immediately looked at Frank Lee and asked in a deep voice, After your tiny things infect the future, will they continue infecting the people on board? As he asked the question, Klein's right palm had already reached into his pocket. Based on the different shapes, he picked out a levitation charm and prepared to fly into midair to distance himself from the infection. Frank thought about it seriously and said, In theory, yes. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure leaped out and kicked him in the ass, sending him tumbling a few times as he slammed into puddles of milk. The person was none other than Nina, who was wearing a linen shirt and a dark blue jacket. She glared angrily at Frank Lee, who was sprawled on the deck. She cursed as she breathed heavily, Aren't you going to finish those darn tiny things of yours? Do you think my breasts aren't big enough? All right, Frank Lee patted his ass and said unhappily. At this moment, Klein had already taken out a charm and chanted softly, Storm. He believed that he couldn't underestimate Frank Lee's ability to cause trouble. He suspected that Frank Lee would cause the disaster to worsen. Therefore, he decided to fly into the air first. Blue flames enveloped the charm made of tin as a strong wind instantly stirred. It swirled around Klein's feet and body, lifting him off the deck and into the air. He was first taken aback before he reached out his palm in an attempt to grab Klein. However, he was a beat too slow and failed to succeed. All he could do was watch helplessly as the German sparrow rose up while he remained in his spot. This ordinary handsome hunter shook his head with a warped expression. He wanted to laugh, but he also wanted to dismember the first mate of the future into 8 pieces. At this moment, Frank had already taken out a bottle of dark green powder and grabbed a handful. As he chanted an incantation in Jotun, he scattered it in every direction. The moment the powder touched the deck, it immediately produced green vines that grew crazily. Soon, they absorbed the milk and the tiny things, wrapping around the entire deck and cabin. In about 10 seconds, the future had turned into a vine forest. Phew, it's done. Frank first smiled at Nina, then his expression changed abruptly. They've mutated too. At this moment, a pirate walked over shakily and shouted in a frightened voice, Captain, you're a pirate. I have a watermelon growing on my head. Klein looked in the direction of the voice and saw green vines boring out of the pirate's head. One of them had a watermelon that was about to ripen. This is the so-called mutation. This is crazy. Darn crazy. Anderson sighed. His eyes darted around as he said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with the nearby sea." In midair, Klein made the same judgment. If there weren't any external interference, Frank Lee's experimental products and Beyonder powers wouldn't have mutated at the same time. Rip. The vines were torn apart as the window to the captain's cabin opened. Admiral of Stars Catlear appeared there and used a voice amplified by witchcraft to say, "That's right. Frank, stop all attempts. There might be remnants of Earth Mother's aura here." Earth Mother? Klein looked at Marum Hermit in surprise, feeling that his previous speculations regarding the battle of gods in these waters might be overturned. Oh, what a kind mother. Frank crossed his arms as though he was hugging a baby. Following that, he sprawled down and piously kissed the vines. Admiral of Stars Catlear watched this scene in silence as resplendent starlight swirled around her, causing the entire future to light up. She curled her finger and flicked it gently, making a colorless flame land on the vines beside the captain's cabin window. The vines were immediately ignited, silently turning to ashes. The colorless flame silently spread and wreaked havoc, but it didn't harm a single sailor. And the light emitted by the future helped it successfully withstand the flames. Before long, the vine forest vanished, leaving only the watermelon that grew out of the pirate's head. Of course, the vines that connected it to the watermelon had already been burned to ashes. Phew, this is the descent of a devil. The pirate from before took 2 steps forward and hugged the watermelon that grew out of his head. "Don't open it." Just as Admiral of Stars Catlear's warning resounded, the pirate used brute force to open the watermelon, partly to vent his anger and partly out of curiosity. The watermelon split into 2, revealing a milky white brain that was filled with ravines. Around it flowed bright red liquid that resembled blood. With a plop, the pirate died without any room for rescue. The Beyonder characteristic on his body began to condense at an extraordinary speed. How evil and crazy! Klein sighed inwardly as he prepared to land on the deck. At this moment, he saw a gigantic palm suddenly reach out from beneath the surface of the sea, slapping the side of the future. The palm's 5 fingers were extremely long, nearly half a meter in length. Its entire body was grayish-black like a barren plain. Klein silently hissed as he couldn't help but look at Anderson Hood. This fellow had just said that nothing had happened since he boarded the ship. P.S. It's the end of the month. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 669. The grayish-black palm grabbed the side of the ship and quickly climbed up, pulling out the portion beneath the sea surface inch by inch. Through the azure-blue water, Klein first saw a huge grayish-black shadow. Following that, squirming flesh occupied his entire vision. The monster looked like it was pieced together from countless grayish-black corpses. Behind the 2 gigantic palms were withered arms that resembled firewood. The arms came from a corpse that seemed to be a giant. The giant's single eye was tightly shut, and there were a few heads attached to its neck. And from those heads, they extended out a fish body covered in scales, a lizard-like carcass, and a human corpse. Layer after layer, they formed a floating island of flesh. From the different corpses, yellowish-green gases emanated out from the gaps that were pieced together. They spread in every direction, as though they were enveloping the entire region. Cough, cough, cough. Just the smell alone made many sailors on the deck cough violently. They coughed so badly that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Upon seeing this scene, Frank Lee didn't hesitate to take out the materials from his belt's hidden compartment and cast the corresponding Beyonder powers. To his surprise, Catlear's voice sounded in his ear. "You're not the only one. Frank, stop. Help Nina command the sailors and adjust the sails with them." "Why?" Frank Lee asked back instinctively. In this region, the supernatural objects within Earth Mother's authority will experience anomalies, including your powers. As Catlear spoke, she had already extended her palms forward and pressed them on a particular spot on the desk. The symbols and magic labels on the future immediately lit up one after another, turning the entire ship into a resplendent sea of stars. This seemed to correspond to the deep space lights that lingered around Catlear. The emanating yellowish-green gases were kept out by the starlight as Klein floated towards his room's window from the periphery. The coughing pirate's symptoms were alleviated. Under Bosun Nina and First Mate Frank's lead, They quickly adjusted the sails under Navigator Otolov's instructions in a bid to allow the Future to leave the nearby sea at a faster speed so that it wouldn't be affected by the anomalies. However, the grayish-black monster had already entangled the front of the ship. It was unknown where the underwater body was connected to, but it forcefully held back the Future, making it difficult for it to proceed forward. At the same time, it was as though an invisible mountain had appeared around them, blocking the distant sea winds. No matter how the Future adjusted its sails, it wasn't able to borrow any strength. Against such a situation, there's a need for a backup steam engine system. Unfortunately, the Future doesn't have one. It can still use the Starlight to fly, but this seems to be extremely draining for Maram Hermit. Furthermore, it's very difficult for her to grasp the direction and speed. To fly in such a manner in these waters, as long as she isn't blessed by luck, there's a high chance that she will end up in a more dangerous region. There's still that extremely unlucky Anderson on board. Klein floated by his window as he looked at his surroundings. He wasn't nervous. This was because, be it Admiral of Stars Catlear or Strongest Hunter Anderson, they had yet to showcase their true strength. Of course, that includes me, Klein added inwardly. He planned on returning to his cabin and wearing tinder. There was no food nearby, so using this mystical item was more suitable than creeping hunger. The latter needed to be used to deal with more dangerous and complicated situations before being thrown above the grey fog to calm himself. As for the negative effects of losing items on him, Klein already had a plan. He planned on putting his wallet, Aztec's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica into his suitcase when he changed his equipment. He would only keep creeping hunger, the Murloc cufflinks, and the various charms from the sea god domain. He would also pay close attention to the former two to prevent them from being lost. And based on probability, the item that was most likely to be lost by Tinder was the charms because they were the most numerous. Klein wasn't worried about this. He had made several charms with different effects. He could use one and throw another. Besides, the corresponding metal for the storm domain is tin. It's very cheap and worthless. The Beyonder effects are bestowed by the Sea God Scepter, so there's no additional cost. As Klein mumbled, he reached out to push open the window in his room. At this moment, the huge grayish-black monster that was pieced together from pieces of meat had climbed up quite a bit. As it approached, the busy sailors on the deck had their hair grow crazily, quickly reaching past their waists. This wasn't the most terrifying situation. What was most horrifying was that one of the flaxen-colored hair seemed to have a life of its own. It intertwined and wrapped around its owner. Clumps of hair began to experience similar changes. The resplendent sea of stars on the surface of the Future failed to completely block out the effects. To a number of pirates who had shaved their heads, they weren't lucky because of their uniqueness. Their nose hair was growing at a discernible speed, blocking their breathing passages. By the window of the captain's cabin, Admiral of Stars Catlear had raised her arms at some point in time. In her hands was a scroll made of smooth fish skin. F***CK. As the ancient Hermes incantation reverberated and the scroll silently burned, a pale green beam shot out and struck the monster's gigantic palm that had appeared by the side of the ship. The squirming pieces of meat that were pieced together from countless corpses didn't stop at all. The palm struck the resplendent sea of stars, causing light to scatter as the ship shook. The dark purple color in Catlear's eyes deepened. She didn't take out a new scroll as she pushed her right palm forward. Cage. After the awkward-sounding and mysterious incantation was recited from the pirate admiral's mouth, the resplendent starlight that lingered around her flew out one after another, descending onto the terrifying grayish-black monster. The starlight instantly condensed, forming a gigantic transparent amber. It enveloped the squirming pieces of meat and confined them to their original spots. At this moment, the strongest hunter, Anderson, had an additional pitch-black and lusterless short sword in his right hand. There seemed to be layers of sinister patterns on it, but it was only an illusion. Taking advantage of the moment when the terrifying monster was trapped by the starlight cage, Anderson's body emitted a layer of scorching white flames. The flames flashed forward, leaping over the ship's railing and landing on the grayish-black pieces of meat that were pieced together from countless corpses. Following that, The scorching white glow rapidly swam across the surface as though it was painting to its limits. With a whoosh, flames surged into the sky as Anderson leaped back to the deck with the pitch-black short sword in hand. The massive monster remained frozen in place as though it had lost all its vitality. Catcher, catcher, catcher. Bottomless wounds appeared on the surface of its body, and it split into countless small pieces of flesh in a second. The offensive strength of a reaper is truly exaggerated. Klein, who had adjusted his items, saw this scene the moment he returned to the window. Suddenly, he frowned indiscernibly. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The pieces of flesh that had split up stretched out their limbs and shot towards the deck of the future in a blanketing manner. The gigantic grayish-black assailant appeared to be unkillable. The number of pieces it was diced up into was the number of monsters it would transform into. Silently, a grayish-black piece of meat leaped up from the deck opposite the captain's cabin. It headed straight for Admiral of Stars in a bid to wrap around her head. A figure appeared from the shadows and blocked Cat Lear. It was none other than bloodless Heath Doyle. He opened his mouth as it split open from his nose to his chest and abdomen. Soon, it formed a vortex of slowly squirming flesh and blood. The vortex sucked at the grayish-black piece of meat and rapidly swept it inwards, wrapping it within its body. Heath Doyle's shadow landed on the deck as his body trembled a few times before finally returning to normal. As for the grayish-black piece of meat that the monster had split up, it had completely vanished. The most terrifying thing about this monster is its insane vitality. If only I can steal such a trait. After using another levitation charm, Klein floated out the window and extended his black-gloved right palm before spreading out his fingers. The scene in front of him changed as blobs of different colors replaced the corresponding people and objects. These blobs of light constantly changed as they rapidly flickered, making it difficult to grasp the patterns contained within. With this angle, Klein discovered that the grayish-black pieces of meat shared some luster. They appeared to be split up, but they were actually one. He then calmly closed his right hand's fingers, grabbed one of the blobs of light, and turned his wrist to the right. Suddenly, Klein saw the yellowish-green luster be extracted as it fused into his right palm. This was the corresponding symbol of the fog of poison. He had stolen away the grayish-black monster's fog of poison. This was the effect of the tinder glove. At the same time, he realized that his Beyonder power, damage transfer, had disappeared. In 12 hours, I can only steal from the same target once. In enlightenment, Klein saw the yellowish-green fog that enveloped the future and corroded the resplendent sea of stars rapidly thin out. It was no longer obvious. The grayish-black pieces of meat that were scattered everywhere were showing signs of drying up and turning dark. The pirates took this opportunity to catch a breather. As for Admiral of Stars Cat Lear, she wore a golden brooch to the front of her classic robe. The brooch seemed to be made of gold, and it was shaped like a bird with a long tail. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned calm and serene. All the panic and nervousness vanished for some baffling reason. Even Klein was affected in an indescribable manner. He felt like he had become an emotionless zombie. Just as the critical moment was about to arrive, a ship sailed over from the sea ahead. It was also a sailboat, and it was similarly huge. Its color was mainly black with a dark green tint. Its ghastly white main sail depicted a blooming pitch-black tulip. This was Admiral Hel Ludwell's flagship, the Black Tulip. It was a frequent visitor of these waters. P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month.